In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Hello, welcome to the JBL Quantum Cup. We've got 3 days of action, 3 titles, and we've got 3 region. It all begins today, of course, with Fortnite Asia. My name is Xenox. I'll be your host for the day. I've got 2 gents in the back room. We'll get them on shortly, but for now, it's all about the introductions for what's going to be an amazing long weekend. As I said, 3 days of action here for the JBL Quantum Cup. And as I said, we got 3 different titles as well. Fortnite, CSGO, and then Apex, which all of this has started off with the qualifiers a couple of weeks ago, back in November. But now we've got the big days, the playoffs themselves, of course, for Fortnite, CSGO, and Apex. We'll touch on a little bit of both, though. Fortnite, we've got ourselves the duo system coming in for this tournament. We've got ourselves 6 matches that'll be played today between 3 different regions, starting off with Asia. Then we've got EU, and then closing it off will be North America. CSGO will be following up. That will be tomorrow. Now, that's going to be an Asian-only tournament. We've got ourselves 4 teams overall, 2 teams qualified from the open qualifiers, and then we've got 2 invited teams. And then following up, the final day will be Apex, which will be a North American-only tournament. 20 of the best teams based on the ALGS Split 1 results have been invited, and they will be battling it out over 6 matches on the day for Apex. So we bring it all back. We wind it all, though, to the top, and why we are here for today's broadcast, which, of course, is Fortnite Asia. And while I'm not exactly a Fortnite connoisseur, but I know 2 guys who are. We've got Midimana and we've got Timmy coming in today. They'll be helping me out. First, I'll go to you, Timmy. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, mate. Feeling good, ready to go into our first big event for Chapter 3. We haven't seen anything yet on the new map, new meta, new guns, all sorts, so you're really excited to get things going.
A good way to close out the year, Minnie. How are you feeling coming into today?
Yeah, very exciting. I mean, we've got Chapter 3, as Timmy mentioned. We've got a brand new set of weapons, a brand new map to check out today as well. Duos format, it's going to be great. I can't wait for today.
Perfectly timed there. We'll go to the format for today's matches. Of course, 6 games overall, but most importantly, how we got here were the qualifiers. But now, Timmy, this is it. This is the playoffs. So we kind of forget about the qualifiers. Now it's only 6 matches to find victory.
Yeah, just like we've seen across FNCSs, we've got 6 matches here to make their mark. But like I said, I'm really excited to see how we've got all of these new items, new guns, all sorts of new interesting things that we can do with the map. But yeah, 6 games. There's a good format that we've got, so really excited to see how it pans out today.
Minnie, do you think that there's going to be enough games for these players, for these teams? 6 matches, it's not a lot. It will be a little nerve-wracking for them.
I mean, it's never enough, is it? You know, 6 games, I'm sure they want to play so many more. But, you know, I'm excited to see what they can do for us in the 6-game time period today. I'm sure they'll put on a great show. We've got a great lineup of so many great players, content creators, and many other people that are going to be taking part today. It's going to be great to watch, and I can't wait.
Of course, we can't be discussing the format without understanding what the points system is going to be for the tournament today. To basically make it as simple as you can see here on your screen, 30 points for first place, and then it just keeps kind of trickling on down 2 points for each elimination. What's your thoughts when you see this system, Timmy?
Fairly similar to what we've seen. So in previous iterations of other tournaments we've seen around, 15 elims equaling a victory royale. So that's exactly what we've got here. So 30 points for the win, and then if you're going to equal 15 elims, that's what you're going to get. But do keep in mind, as we trickle down to, I think, 25th, they're handing out 5 points as well. So it's what you're seeing here is not the only points that they're handing out.
Minnie, do you think there's enough points here for placement? Do you think maybe this is going to reward teams for being able to get to, say, these top 10 positions? Or do you want to see teams maybe focusing for those eliminations?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all about balance today, I think. Getting those eliminations is going to be absolutely vital. 2 points per elimination is definitely a lot, but I think the key here for a lot of these teams is going to be to balance that with the placement. There's no point in getting tons of eliminations if you can't match it up with those placements as well. And likewise, there's no point getting the placements if you can't get eliminations to go alongside it. It's going to be interesting which sort of strategy the teams play today.
Of course, speaking of the teams, we need to go and have a look and see which players will be competing today. We've got ourselves 45 different competing sets of duos. There's an absolute massive list here on your screen. But I guess, Timmy, who stands out the most for you?
Yeah, well, one thing to keep keep in mind here is that we've actually had some invited duos as well. So keep in mind there you've got McCreamy and Mal. We've got some huge content creators from our scene here as well. It's not just the pro players. So we've got some big names, of course, Powerjinx, Powerworthy, Sorif and Luda there in 30. But on top of that, we've got Aussie Antics and Zuckles. We've got McCreamy and Mal, like I mentioned before. So there are some of the best of the best, but we've also got some guys here who are more of our bigger content creators in the region.
We love our content creators, Vinny, of course. Does this, though, mean the pros might just sort of hunt them down, look for some kills?
Well, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of these content creators. They're not bad at the game, you know. You can't assume that they're going to be, easy targets, easy pickings. So, I've seen players like Aussie Antics, Lachlan as well. Players like that, they are not bad at the game at all. So I'm sure they won't be easy pickings for too many of these players. But, we have some great talent here as well. We got Muzma, Reckless, those guys coming first in the semi-finals leading into today. So, they're definitely going to be a force to look out for and a force to be reckoned with today. So I'm excited to see how these teams can pop off today and who's going to come out on top.
It's not all about the content creators, though, of course, Timmy. Who's, I guess, maybe some of the pros that stand out for you?
Well, specifically on this page here, I'll be keeping an eye out for Alec and Forbes. Alec and Forbes just recently won one of the first mini tournaments that we've had so far in Chapter 3. Both really high ground dominant players, and of course, with how strong, the spray weapons are in this game, if you get on height, it can be over pretty quickly.
And of course, Minnie, I'll just quickly get your thoughts as well. Any duos that maybe stand out for you that are on the pro side of things?
I mean, as I mentioned just then, Muzma and Reckless, those guys absolutely popped off in the semi-finals. Coming first, that's making a statement going into the finals. So they're the ones that I'm going to be particularly keeping an eye on today. And hopefully they live up to the hype in the semis.
Well, let's go and have a look and see what they're going to be playing for exactly. Of course, a bit of a prize pool breakdown. Now, this is per region, $35,000 USD. So that is about $50,000 Australian for our Aussies in the audience. And I guess the New Zealanders can kind of just Google the conversion rate for them. But of course, first place taking home $15,000 USD. Trickles down all the way to 5th place. But after 5th place, there is no more money. That's it. You must place top 5 if you do want to place inside of the money here for this prize pool. But that's not all. There is one other special little treat as well that I guess the winning duo will be able to take home, which will be the JBL Quantum Cup trophy. Now, it is an NFT that is provided to the first place finishers in all of the tournaments this entire weekend as well. So an absolute fantastic trophy. It's unique, one of a kind, looks amazing. And as I said, pretty much every single winning team will be able to take this one home all weekend long, which, Minnie, I mean, it's an absolute glorious looking little trophy here.
It definitely is. I mean, this is the forefront of technology right here. We're going to be seeing this cup being put and given to the winning teams. So really, really interesting and really great to see that as well. But we can't forget to mention that prize pool. I mean, that is a huge prize pool. $35,000 US, $15,000 going to the winning team today. I mean, that's no small chunk of change there. $7,500 each.
And Timmy, of course, only 6 matches for that sort of prize pool. Does that just maybe add to the intensity of what these matches will bring today?
Yeah, it sure does. And with the eliminations being worth quite a bit, it also means that you have a big pop-off game. You can see yourself go from 20th or even lower up into that echelon to potentially put yourself in that top 10, maybe playing for some money later on down the line of the tournament.
Just before we continue on with the broadcast, though, we do have ourselves a special little video, which we'll go to right now.
A few days ago, we received an email from Make-A-Wish. They grant life-changing wishes to critically ill children. We couldn't be more excited to help, so we've got the community and our partners behind us to try and make this happen. We've got a young guy, Juan, whose dream it is to be an esports player for the day. With the JBL Quantum Cup coming up, do you think you can help us out?
Yeah, we'd love to be involved. How about we up the ante and put them right through to the finals?
That would be fantastic. Now I just need to find him a teammate. Or just flick them a text. Let's see how it goes.
A Kiwi gaming duo.
Kiwis Chris Hunt and Sam Pearson, $45 million prize pool.
Quiz and cover H.
Well, I guess there's only one more thing for it then.
Yeah, of course.
Here you go.
Well, a fabulous Make-A-Wish Foundation video, and of course, opportunity has been presented. Twiz comes on for a bit of a chat. Twiz, firstly, I just have to ask, what's the story behind the Make-A-Wish here today?
Yeah, so it's an awesome opportunity for me to be able to give back. I got invited to participate in this Make-A-Wish with Juan. Come in and try and show him the ropes of a competitive tournament. I think it's going to be great.
So, I mean, Twiz, we've got Chapter 3 of Fortnite Battle Royale. I know you haven't played the game for quite a long time. So, how are you feeling going into it here? Have you looked at any sort of recent tournaments, maybe? How much preparation have you done for today?
Oh, probably not as much as I needed to be honest. People these days are so good. But yeah, you know, it's like riding a bike. Some things you just never forget. So we'll see how much holds up, and I'm sure some of those fundamentals will help us out today.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. How does it feel to be getting back into it after being gone for so long? It must be a pretty tough adjustment, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, I've been away from Fortnite for probably about a good year now. Coming back, like I said, everybody's so good. Everyone's cracked. Everyone's doing all these crazy edits, and you know, people don't miss anymore. So we're gonna have our work cut out for us, but you know, it's all about having fun and getting in and giving it a good go. So I think we'll have a good time.
Won't keep you for too much longer, Twiz, so I'll just give you the floor here. Any shout-outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, sure. Firstly, I just wanted to give a shout out to obviously JBL for hosting Make-A-Wish. I think it's awesome that Make-A-Wish is getting involved with more gaming things. You know, that's a global thing that I'm sure there's tons of kids that want to get involved with. I think that's awesome. We should definitely get together with Make-A-Wish more often. And yeah, shout out to the Pride. Shout out to my community, those people that helped me back in the day. And yeah, everyone from the community. It's awesome.
Thanks for coming on, having a bit of a chat with us today, Twiz. Best of luck for today's matches, and hopefully Juan has a nice day playing and competing.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, wonderful little story there for Juan. He'll be playing alongside Twiz in today's matches, so hopefully they can have some success. It's nice, as Twiz said, Minnie, to be able to see not only Make-A-Wish, just, you know, getting involved with gaming, but to help provide these kind of opportunities.
Yeah, it really is. It's great to see, you know, so many opportunities being given by way at Make-A-Wish, and you know, to play on the big stage is going to be a great opportunity for Juan and Twiz to get back into the game, of course, as well. Which, you know, we don't see that too often. I feel like we don't see many, you know, ex-pros coming back to the game, and it'll be interesting to see how he fares up. It's going to be, you know, a little bit of an interesting balance.
Speaking of opportunities, now for the lovely folks at home, we've got ourselves an opportunity at Harvey Norman to play and to win. The competition, of course, is a share of $15,000 worth for JBL Quantum prize packs. Now, if you want to get involved, you can head over to jbl.com.au, or for the lovely folks over across the pond, you can head to jbl.co.nz to try and get involved, try and win a fair share of those prizes. Of course, we've all got the lovely JBL Quantum headsets on today. Not a real surprise, but I will say we shouldn't be too much longer from getting into our first match today, Timmy, so we can maybe start to bring it towards the matches. What's probably exciting you the most coming into today's games?
I'm just really excited to see how this new season, this new chapter looks in more of a super competitive, high leverage situation. We haven't seen anything with this kind of prize pool so far this season, so to see something with around 50,000 Australian dollars on the line is going to make a huge difference to the way that the games play out.
Minnie, I guess just give us your thoughts, just general thoughts, really heading into the day, or maybe even just on the new chapter as a whole and sort of where Fortnite is at right now.
Yeah, well, Timmy talked about the new chapter right there. We have a brand new map, we have brand new weapons, we have brand new places to go, but also we have brand new mechanics. So there's, of course, sliding introduced into Fortnite Battle Royale as well. So I'm really interested in particular to see how that's going to be used by some of our pro teams and maybe even our content creators. Maybe we'll see some sky bases today. You know, I want to see a sky base. That's I've decided. I want to see Lachlan do a sky base. That's my decision.
Timmy, do you think we're going to see things like that? Maybe not so much by the pros with only 6 matches, so much money on the line. Do you think that they might just keep it a little bit more focused today on the games?
Yeah, I think we'll probably see with 50,000 Australian on the line. We might see a little bit more focus towards maybe not sky basing, but I love the idea. I love the idea. You never know what Mal McCreamy might pull out. They're always down for a bit of fun for something like that. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure the content creators will find a way to have some fun today. But Minnie, it's all about the winning, right? It's all about the teams and the pros and the competitors who are going to be able to try and go for that win. 6 matches. Is there any sort of strategies that you'd be looking at to maybe employ with only 6 matches on the line? You don't have a whole lot, you know, in terms of feeling out the lobby or even able to probably even organize drops for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. We mentioned the new Chapter 3 map. You know, where do you drop? How do you organize your loot path? You know, are you going to go for those more, the more contested drop spots to kick things off? Or will you start to, start a little bit slower and go to the more less congested drops? Because this is the first tournament of Chapter 3. Nerves, I'm sure, will be a little bit high, even for some of the pro teams, because this is the first opportunity for a lot of these teams to sort of put themselves up against their fellow, maybe their fellow mates or maybe some enemies that they have as well. There'll be enemies today. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come up against each other and who ultimately comes out on top.
And of course, though, match 1 probably going to be the most chaotic game, surely, Timmy, right? Like, this is going to be the game where no one has any idea probably what's going to be on the other side. Once match 1 kind of plays out, then maybe even match 2, you probably think from 3 onwards, teams should be a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, generally you see match 1 is the most stacked. You'll see everyone staying alive, working out how they can play throughout the new map. But as we go on, I think we're going to see some interesting strategies come out. Like we've said, top 5 is what gets money. If you're not in the top 5, you don't get anything. So we might see some of those players and teams down the bottom of the leaderboard actually make plays for a big game. Like we said, 2 points per elim is actually worth quite a bit. You wipe a team, that's worth 4 points for you. If you can wipe 3, 4, 5 teams, you're starting to rack up some pretty decent points. And as we get towards those last few games, I'll be keeping an eye on some of those teams that we know are good W King teams that might not have had a few good games, potentially having a few big pop-offs, maybe some 10, 15 elim games to try and bring it back.
It's not a bad little discussion there, Mini. I guess the point system and the format itself, only 6 games, and with the point system that we do have, do you sense for the teams that maybe struggle in match 1, are they going to be behind the 8 ball, or is there a chance they can bring it back over the next 5 games? Like, how important is consistency today?
Yeah, well, I think consistency is going to be the overarching theme for today. You know, the teams that are going to be doing well are going to be the ones that are going to be consistent. But as Timmy mentioned, you can rack up 5, 6, maybe even 10 eliminations and really get some great points. I mean, you can get 20 points for 10 eliminations, which would be an absolute great boost for one of the teams that's a little bit lower down. But I think it'll definitely reward some of the teams that go for the more consistent drops, that go for the more consistent gameplay as well. Because remember, this is a set lobby. You know, you can't just leave and go into another game, because once you're out of the game, that is it. You have to wait until the next one. So making sure that these teams stay as consistent as possible, I think, is what's going to be most crucial here. And I think the format really leads into that.
Timmy, what about maybe some aggressive nature from some of these duos, especially, let's say, after 2-3 games today, you know, because we're playing this pretty much back-to-back. Once we get started, it's not really going to stop. If a duo gets off to a bit of a bad start, do they just kind of look to the lobby leaders and try and hot drop them, or do they try and make sure that they can't get any more points? It's only 6 games. Like, you can't let them get away from you.
You know, we've seen that a couple of times across FNCSs, and I think nowadays we see enough negativity towards people who do that we probably won't see that. But I think keeping that idea in mind is actually important. Not letting the game get too far away from you, not letting the tournament get too far away from you. So making sure that I've said this before, making sure you grab the tournament by the scruff of your neck. If you've had 2 bad games, maybe go out there and try have a good game 3. Maybe go out there, try play for 3, 4, picks, and then from there looking to play for your placement points, getting yourself a little bit more confidence, giving yourself a boost, and from there hopefully you can make that sort of jump start towards picking up a better game.
Yeah, Minnie, I know we touched on some of the players earlier in the pre-match discussion, but I guess in terms of predictions on the day, in terms of who you might think is going to at least place podium finish, top 5, maybe even winning the whole tournament, favorites for you really coming into the 6 games as a whole?
Yeah, well, I mentioned them earlier. Muzma and Reckless, these guys are absolute top-tier players. You know, they know how to sort of play in these sort of situations. You know, we saw them pop off in the semi-finals, and we've already seen them do so well in so many opportunities in the past as well. I think it was Reckless who came. He's had 7 top 3s in Cash Cups so far, so he's definitely a player to look out for, and I can't wait to see how they do.
There's definitely a lot of players to look out for today. Pros and content creators all included. Match 1, not too far away, so let's get into it. Minnie, Timmy, take it away, boys.
Thank you, Xenox. Match number 1 of the JBL Quantum Cup. As we're seeing here, a beautiful little shot of some of the little location on the new Chapter 3 map, Timmy. It's going to be exciting, and I'm ready, man. I'm ready to get into game number 1.
Yeah, so am I, mate. It's going to be a great day. We've got 6 games ahead of us, but just touching on who you were talking about there, Muzma and Reckless, I think they're a great team to highlight before we even jump in. We can sort of have a little quick discussion as we see some people dropping in here. We might even be able to talk about it as we see some guys fighting off spawn here, but the idea of spray and pray, that meta is so prominent at the moment, and Muzma and Reckless, Muzma particular being a controller player, are so aggressive, and they're happy to get in your box, they're happy to finish a fight quickly, and that's why I think we might have seen them do really well recently.
Yeah, I agree, definitely, especially with this meta right now. You mentioned it, those SMGs being so strong in the game right now. Those controller players definitely a little bit more aggressive. We'll be able to go for those early eliminations, but we're seeing a little bit of an off-spawn battle potentially brewing over at Shonkers Speedway. Appears to be two different teams in the vicinity, so Raptor already getting himself some decent loot, getting himself that MK7, that legendary variant as well. We've seen how prominent that gun can be. That weapon is so strong, Timmy.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. And so is the SMG. Raptor there picking up a purple SMG and a gold MK7. What a start to them. They haven't even decided to engage or anything just yet. Actually, happily looking to disengage from Jarlan and Zora here. Jarlan and Zora known to be probably one of the most aggressive teams in the region. Happily to fight you off spawn if need be, but looks like Ashes and Raptor not going to be having any of it. As we see the people you were talking about just before, Reckless picking up Seiko and Flenny in the kill feed.
Yeah, that's good to see. Reckless already having a great start. I think that's going to do wonders for their mental as well. You know, going into game number 1, ensuring that you can get a really good start. You know, you're going to be able to keep that, you know, the good vibes within the duo. As you see Jarlin taking some shots now as well on the receiving end of some great fire from the opposing team opposite as well. We're seeing Zore trying to find a little bit of an angle right now on the right-hand side as Ashes nearly goes down here, and he does. Great elimination right there. Picked up by Jarlin. Can he find the finish? And now this is where they're going to close in and try and pick up both, and they do. It's Raptor who falls as well. What an elimination from Zoro and his duo.
Yeah, that's big, and that's honestly one of the better teams in the lobby as well. Raptor and Ashes, you got to be careful of those guys. They're known to be seriously tier 1 players, and the thing is, I think that comes back to confidence a little bit, Minnie, and I think it's going to be a big part of today and who comes out on top, because I don't think we're going to see someone succeed in a new meta like this where spray and pray is so prominent without being confident in their ability, without being confident in their aim. And we saw Ashes and Raptor start to disengage there, not wanting to fight, but Zora, Jarlan, even with the lesser loadout, the loadout that you wouldn't think is the most or the better loadout, easily managed to wipe it in.
Yeah, that is great. I mean, you mentioned the chemistry, the confidence right there as well. How important do you think it is, like winning off spawn in game 1, the first tournament of Chapter 3? That's got to do wonders for them, surely.
Yeah, it does. But just want to point something out here as well. 74 alive already, 84 queuing in. We've already lost a few off spawn, and I think we're going to lose a couple more before we hit. So we might not see Storm Surge for this first iteration, but that does not mean that they can't be looking for Surge for that second zone Surge. We're going to see it hit super hard if we don't get it for zone 1. That makes getting tags actually even more important in this initial stage of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think being proactive, getting those surge tags nice and early on, especially with these weapons as well. You know, we have snipers back into Chapter 3 as well, so I'm excited to see which teams opt to take a sniper. Maybe one of the duo might opt to take one of those snipers. They don't do 200 to the head anymore. Not even the gold variant does 200 to the head, but it is definitely a very, very powerful weapon to have in your inventory. Not just for the storm surge tags, but if you can get that early refresh going into maybe a fourth zone, then you can get that, you know, the refresh that's going to sort of propel you through the end game. As we see Steady here, getting himself a little bit of a launch pad right there as well. Great rotation device. Not without taking some shots, though. As High Ground Catty, his teammate right here, just opting to stay off a little bit. This is sort of the area where I believe Tilted Towers is under ice, so very excited to see what happens in this area. And it looks as though we're hopping on board with McCreamy and Mao now, who appear to be fishing and to try and get as much loot as they can. They have the Mythic as well right there.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how they do with that, but I just want to point out McCreamy, obviously a big-time grinder with his 700 arena points, looking real solid there. Obviously spending a lot of time in arena this season. We see Alithia going up against one of our teams here, trying to take on Elusive and Fax, but unfortunately going down as we see them going down. Fax and Elusive taking them out here on what looks to be the north side of the map.
Yeah, Alithia, one of our content creators, a partner Twitch streamer as well, so good to see some battles taking part right there, unfortunately for them, on the receiving end of the elimination right there, as we're hopping back on board. As we're seeing the players rotating all the way through. The loot seems to be a lot of players opting to go for that MK7. I mean, they have recently done a little buff to the Ranger Assault Rifle as well, so I was kind of hoping we'd see a few of those, because I'm particularly a fan of that weapon. I like it. It does high damage from range. I think getting Storm Surge tags is going to be absolutely vital with that weapon. You know, you can really get some high damage from that further distance. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams will manage their loot today.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right on what you're saying there about the Ranger. I think it's a relatively underrated weapon at the moment, mainly because the MK7 is just so good. But as we move into more tournaments where we start to see Storm Surge being a lot more relevant, like today, I think we're going to see that gun become one of the most important guns of the season, because with the accuracy it's got, with the damage it does, we haven't seen something that good in quite a while, I don't think. The MK7 obviously has its perks, but the Ranger, I think, really does fly under the radar this season. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the MK7 from that more sort of mid-range distance definitely is definitely king, but getting that long distance, that extra range. I mean, Ranger by name, Ranger by nature. You can have that extra bit of range with that weapon. As we're seeing another team right here, Zolka and his duo, just next to the gas station right now. And these gas stations have actually been buffed as well into Chapter 3. I think every single one has about 5 of those chug barrels. So a lot of these teams might choose to land there and, get that the early shield off spawn. Because as you mentioned, if you can have those solid end games and get there well, and especially if you have a lot of heals, then I think they'll be set up for success here.
Yeah, and just looking at these guys here, these guys are set and ready to go. Like you see here, we're going to see a lot of this today, I think, Mini. That being no shotgun from some people, having the confidence, like I said, to be able to take the gunfights that they need to take, while, without having to jump in with a shotgun, being confident in the SMG and their aim and within a box-to-box scenario, but also seeing on those guys, we saw the Spider-Man mythic. Now, I am very interested to see how that mythic's going to work in in-game, as we see how hectic things get going into in-game, so it's going to be really interesting to see if we can see that being used, flying from box to box. It's going to be very intriguing, isn't it?
It really is, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we have a Spider-Man mythic in Fortnite. I can't even believe I'm saying that. It's absolutely unbelievable. But we're going to see the players swinging around the map right at the end game, making sure that they can rotate into those zones. It's, it is going to be interesting to see how that's going to be used. And it's also going to be interesting to see which shotgun these players opt for. You mentioned, maybe some teams and players might not opt for the shotgun and maybe go for the more sort of longer range approach. But it's going to be interesting. Do you take the pump? Do you take the auto? For me, personally, I'm definitely a big fan of the pump. They've recently done a few changes to it as well, and I think it's a really, really solid contender. If you don't, have an SMG or something to go alongside it, it can definitely do a lot of damage. Yeah,
I think we'll probably majority be seeing most of these guys take the pump. You see here, Looter, TNA, ZX. This is Looter for everyone who doesn't know, playing with Sorif. But yeah, we'll see a majority, I think, take the pump unless they can't find one off spawn. And my guess is if they can't find one off spawn, they will probably take the SMG over the auto. I think there's a few changes to be made still on the auto to make it sort of more popular within the competitive community. But as I say that, Sadler and XCon pushing Dylan, has aimbot and Spicy, some of our console contenders here for game 1 here. Looks like they've taken out Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan going down a little bit earlier than he would like right here, but it's what we were talking about earlier. Getting those early refreshes, absolutely vital. And now it's Sadwin right now, actually going to close in the gap and try and close out that elimination as well. Hopping back on board with Looter and Sorif right here. Of course, Looter, I believe he's a 2-time FNCS champion. I mean, he's a born winner. He knows what he's doing. He's able to play in these high-tier lobbies. He knows exactly how to, compete at this high level. So definitely a team to look out for today.
Definitely. And remember, Looter was actually over in NA just recently, only just come back to compete over here in OCE once again under the TNA name. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does in his first high leverage tournament back. Sorry, he played FNCS last season as well, of course. But it's going to be interesting to see how he does in the first tournament, Chapter 3, playing alongside Sorif. Probably 2 of the best support players in the region. So watching these two play together is going to be an interesting dynamic, I think, as we watch Tui going down to Stevo, one of the more aggressive players in the lobby. Everyone knows how aggressive Stevo can be. But looks like Ronan taking out Stevo in return.
Yeah, and you mentioned it right there. Sorif, definitely a very, very solid player in his own right. He got 5th in the Grand Royale recently as well with his trio, so definitely a solid contender. I think they make for a very deadly duo today. It's going to be interesting to see how they can pick up those eliminations and use that sort of, the custom format experience that they have, a single lobby. I think it really changes things up, because when you're in a lobby with the same people, game in, game out, people's rotations, how people are going to approach their Storm Surge, where people are going to be landing, it may impact a lot of these players' decisions, so I think it definitely sort of changes things up in this format.
Yeah, it definitely does. As we see there, we've got a zone that's sort of falling quite central here. We see Skits doing a nice little, making the bot take some fall damage so that he can take them out without taking too much damage. Nice little tip or trick there out for anyone who struggles to kill some of these bots while they're trying to get the mythic. Able to take it out there with the fall damage. Nice little tip and trick there from Skits to anyone out there who's unsure about that one. But yeah, we've got a zone that's pulling pretty central, and as a result, we actually see a majority of our players already in zone. A few people trying to hook their way around the dead side there. We've got McCreamy and Mao making their way in quite late. But I think one thing that everyone might be, maybe discounting here, Mini, is Storm Surge. I really do think that. I think we're going to see it hit super hard for our 50 threshold at half, and I think we're going to see a lot of teams be a bit surprised by the fact that they're getting hit by Surge.
Yeah, I agree, especially for the maybe less experienced teams that we're going to be seeing today. Reminder, it's not just pro teams that have had a lot of experience in these lobbies. We do also have some content creators and slightly less experienced teams today, which means that maybe they're unaware as to how to approach the Storm Surge. How do you rotate? Do you rotate to the center of the zone, try and get those tags early, or do you maybe leave it a little bit later and go for the refresh towards maybe the 4th or 5th zone to get that sorted? But I think ultimately you really don't want to be leaving it to the last minute. You want to be getting the Storm Surge tags out of the way early. If you can get enough of that medium ammo, you can get those tags off with the Ranger Assault Rifle or even the MK. And I think getting that early is going to be what's going to be crucial for these teams, because you really don't want to be worrying about it at the sort of the end game.
Absolutely not. The worst thing a person sees when he's playing, a stack lobby is that 100 below thing that pops up when you're below Storm Surge. Can be 100, 200 below, but that's the last thing you want to see, because it means you've got to change your game plan on the fly. You've got to come up with a way to find 100, 200, 300 damage to make sure that you stay over and consistently stay over. But yeah, something that's really hard, I think, for people to gauge on a new map with new sight lines and that sort of stuff. So that's why I'm so interested in how Storm Surge and the way it interacts with the new map today. I'm going to be paying very close attention to see anything interesting that we might be seeing. But jumping on board here with one of our probably favorites of the day, Lego Ninja, I Will Never Lose. This is actually Suns, one of our previous FNCS champions in the OC region, along with Vortex, as we see zone pulling down to the bottom left there.
Yeah, a little bit of a more central zone. I think that's going to be favorable for a lot of these teams. You don't want to be seeing a massively difficult pole zone for these teams to kick things off. We want to have a nice sort of a more central zone. It does appear to be sort of towards the right-hand side of the map slightly as well, leading towards the sanctuaries. You see the foundation in the background right there, the big statue overlooking the map. Maybe he's looking for some end-game rotations for himself right now, as we see Suns and Skits, another duo that we saw a little bit earlier on, picking up that early elimination as well. So they're sorted. They should be sorted on Surge as well, as they do appear to be just rotating away from this mid-game fight. I think they don't need to take that. I think that's smart from them. I like that from them. They're really not going to be forcing anything here or making any, or giving themselves any opportunities to make any mistakes. Just hopping on board with Atlas and Spark right now, who are just on the edge of the zone here. So they're chilling for now. Maybe they might want to make a little bit more of a rotate later on to get towards the next zone. But for now, they do have that legendary Stinger SMG, so they could definitely go into a little bit of a battle here.
Yeah, they could, but the issue is they've got two of the most aggressive players in the region, could be a way to put it. Underneath them, Zora, Jarl, and we saw them take out Eshes and Raptor, one of our better teams earlier on. And now we've got Jarl. When you've got Jarlon and Zoroni, you've got to be paying attention 24/7. And of course, they don't know that they've got these guys under them, but keep an eye out. If there is an edit coming in this direction from Spark or Atlas, these guys will be running in there with SMGs out. I promise you that. They have the confidence you would not believe, Mini. These guys love to jump in the box, love to take their fights. Very, very aggressive team, and really entertaining to watch when they get on a good roll. But yeah, we've seen quite a lot of teams already in zone here. A few people trying to make their rotation, and we see Skits and Suns doing that just now. Watch out, this could actually happen here. This really could, as they start to open some of these here. You see Mountain breaking out the Ranger Assault Rifle, like we talked about earlier. We think it's slightly underrated. Taking some nice tags here, Mountain is.
Also taking some tags to the fire as well, as he appears to lose 15 white HP, not without taking some damage from other players as well. But we see for the first time one of the new healing items being used as well. It's sort of like a little aerosol can, if you like, called the Med Mist, that you can use to not only heal yourself, but also heal your teammate as well if you choose to do so. So a really great new addition into the Chapter 3 meta and the Chapter 3 duos format, as we see the more traditional chug splashes being used to heal those Suns and Skits at the same time. And I think this is a difficult fight for them to take because there's so many different teams that are lurking nearby. You can see at the bottom right corner of the screen, so many of those little arrows lurking and waiting for an opportunity to get us, pick up some eliminations. So is this really the fight they want to take? I know they're very confident. I know they'll want to, but you know, it's all about weighing up. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for our Storm Surge? Do we need tags? Do we need refreshes? And I think with, you know, this being game one, we've seen the format. I think making it to the latter stages and getting into the higher placements is what's going to be key.
Absolutely, you're not wrong there, mate. And I think another thing to note there, we saw 4th zone pull very far north, which is exactly where these guys are not. We've got Suns and Vortex having to rotate a long way, along with Staper and Synaf there on the south side of zone. These guys, oh, looks like they're going to hop on the quad crasher and potentially make their rotation that way. Just wait and see where Staper and Synaf, how they're going to rotate this as well. Not an easy rotation for these guys to make. Basically a fully max pull for the guys at south as zone pulls really far north here for 4th.
Yeah, really not an easy rotate at all. But of course, you know, we do have launch pads inside of Chapter 3, Season 1. We had them in previous seasons as well. And to be honest, I like the launch pad. I think it's a very, very good rotation item. We've had other mobility devices such as the bouncers in previous chapters and seasons. So maybe we could be seeing that in future chapters. Who knows? But for now, you know, the main mobility item that we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams use without the use of vehicles is going to be those launch pads. As we see Zen and Darkfires right now, these guys are just rotating on the less congested side of zone. Seems to be doing so without taking too much damage as well. As we see Movement Reckless, a team that I highlighted a little bit earlier on. They're just on the edge right now as well. Maybe they're waiting for the team in front of the Cyrex to move. Of course, they're going to be tough. Maybe they're just inside of the zone as well. It looks as though it's pulled very much to the top right corner of the screen. And yeah, we do. We see them inside the zone. Movement Reckless right there at the top of the screen. We see so many of the players towards the more sort of southeast side of the zone here. It's a very, very congested area. So for players like Radius and Lockie, Mao and McCreamy, a few of the content creator duos right there next to each other, I think they'll be in a good position there, especially when they're on high.
Yeah, they're in a fabulous position. And we see this happen quite a lot when zones, even as we're getting into the latter zones like this, like 4th zone, if they get an extreme pull, if you go full north or if you go full west, the teams that are on that side of the zone, if you go full west and you're on the west side of 3rd, you're going to end up with no one else around you because so many people have to move into that east side. You end up with no one else around you, and it's quite lovely. It means that your rotation should be relatively easy. But unfortunately, we see McCreamy or Mal, looks like one of those guys have gone down. Radius and Lockie. Oh, Lockie taking down Mal. Bit of content creator on content creator action as we're waiting to see. And this is where that Storm Surge becomes so important. We talked about it a while back, but we've lost a few players already. We easily had more than 60 players before we lost a few here. And those Storm Surge tags were really, really important. To see Lockie fragging out with 2 kills as Radius does take a big, big chunk of damage. But Vortex, one of our favorites, going down at this half-half stage as well.
I like that from Lockie, you know, going into this, 2 eliminations, he's taking it by storm. I like that. Content creators on top, you love to see it. Elusive right now, they're taking some damage from some players that are right next to him. We see the spray coming out. We mentioned it earlier, how so important that can be, as it seems though his teammate has gone down as well, going down to that white HP, going into the storm as well. Is he going to be able to heal himself up? I don't think it's doable, but no, he gets dropped into the box and does eventually fall to another team that was very, very close to him. Unfortunate for them, he did all he could, but wasn't quite enough for him right here. We see Seki going down in the feed as well to Suns, so that's an interesting little engagement we just saw right there. That's a big team losing a member right there as we see 2 of the power guys that are rotating in. It's Jinx and Worthy. Jinx taking a lot of damage there as well as he's rotating in. And all of these teams, this is where we're going to see the launch pads coming out. All of these teams utilizing those launch pads. And now it's Arky right here, just all on his own, having to rotate in. All of those recycled launch pads being used as well. So many players having to recycle that. And now, though, Dan on the receiving end of some damage. The SMGs come out. Is he going to be able to make it? This is such a tough situation for him.
Yeah, it is. And we saw so many people rotating there, getting absolutely fried on their way in. that MK7 proving how deadly it can be to so many players as they get absolutely, like I said, fried as they're trying to make this rotation into half-half. We do see Tui going down in the feed. Looks like someone was taking him out. We also see XCon finally going down. He was up as a solo. He was one of the ones doing a lot of damage there with the MK7 sitting up on high ground. So he gets taken out. This reign of terror ends as we see Zora and Jarlan again being super aggressive on the wall here, trying to get a pick, but looks like Megadan will be able to survive this. But we got a little pre-edit play coming in. Oh my gosh. Luda and Sorif with a little pre-edit play, taking out one of the best teams in the region. Basil and Jace going down super easily. made to look like floppers by Luda and Sorov there.
Absolutely, light work. I mean, that was good from Lusa and Co. right there. Really, really great stuff. Getting that elimination. I think those, those guys having the experience that they do, they understand that they need those refreshes going into the moving zones. We do see the first moving zone pulling towards the southwest side of the map. So we see CO and his teammate right here holding out that high ground. Are they going to be able to hold it for too much longer? Because, of course, we do have the launch pad, so plenty of teams will be contesting them for it. Of course, they do have very, very good loot up on top as well, those MK7s. But no, they will be contested as Solly decides to try and fight the player that's coming up. This Darkfires that does make his way up, but no. And CO, it manages to take him out right there. Not without another player jumping in, but he gets a two. A little two-piece from CO, absolutely, or Solly, absolutely clutch play from him. Not only does that get them those eliminations, but it also gets them the refresh, Timmy.
Yeah, it sure does. And you see there, keep an eye on Suns and Vortex playing the regular second height that they have done for so long, looking to put some pressure on height and potentially look to take it later on. But we're jumping on board here with Cripper. He puts some damage on, makes Riz sniff the wall, takes him out as he picks up a beautiful kill there. And now he's moving through the backer zone, putting some pressure on. That's beautiful work there from Cripper.
Yeah, that's great to see. He's stuck in the backer zone now, so it's going to be a very, very tough situation. We see the next moving zone reveal itself. It pulls back through a lot of these players' tops, so it will be good. It will be beneficial for a lot of these teams, especially the team all the way up on high, as we see Worthy taking out someone in the feed right there as well. It was Clifford, as Machi decides does go down in the feed as well. We see Jinx, the two power guys, taking on the low ground side of things as well, as Worthy and Jinx, a very, very experienced duo, of course, as well. Power team, which is always good to see, seeing if they can clutch up. But CO and Co, they're still on high ground. They're looking to dominate and close out this game in style.
Yeah, the power duo looking real good on low ground, but keep an eye out for Sorov and Luda. They're going to be challenging them for low ground down there. But CO and Soliplans look to have a height completely locked up. Radius going down. These guys have 7 elims already, Mini, making it look really easy from height. And like I said, once you're on height with these guns, the MK7, this SMG, these things shred. If you can get up on height, if you know how to retain, you are going to find it very easy. And then we said Sorov and Luda controlling low ground like we knew they would. Worthy going down, Jinx still up in this one, but Volks and Pumpkin, we've still got some of the best teams in the region still playing up through here, Mini.
Yeah, we really have. We're seeing low ground, high ground as well, taking on the end game situation right now. Skits gets him another elimination. Can he find two? I think he jumps to the box. He tries to go for some shots. A little bit of a slide play there as well, as you mentioned. So interesting to see that coming out as we see Volt going down as well in the feed, and Volt's taking him out. Skits now on his own, having to try and defend against all of the fire that's coming out from down below. Gonna have to try and pop this big pot now as well, as you see 9 teams remaining going to this end game. Very, very exciting stuff. We see the launch pads coming out as well. I believe our team is still on high ground though. They are. It's CO all the way up on high ground. Solipans, these guys still holding out the top with 9 eliminations.
Yeah, and again, these guns are just absolutely shredding. Non-stop fire from these guys, and the damage that they're doing is just almost undefendable. Daneth making a nice little play here, rotating and wrapping himself around to the right side of zone to give himself a nice angle there on the inside. But Sorov and Luda, they have the low ground control. Can someone take height here off CO? Looks like Price tried to make a play for it. He can't make it happen though. Sorov and Luda controlling ahead of zone. It's going to be them versus CO here at the ring, you'd think, in a 2v2 scenario. Raikou and Cyrex fighting at back zone. It's a bunch of solos, and then Sorov and Luda versus Soliplans and CO up on height. This is going to be a really good fight here to finish up. But look at Sorov's heal game. I think he might have had close to 12 or more chug splashes there.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. We're seeing a classic high ground versus low ground. Who is going to come out on top as Daneth does get taken out by Lusa right there as well. So will we see Lusa and Sorov clutch up right here? So many of those chug splashes, but now they've got to be careful because I believe our team on high ground hasn't got too much in the heals department. So they are going to have to drop down right here. No mats, of course, as well on low ground. So CO and Solipans, these guys having to drop down and be a little bit more aggressive going into this final zone here. Will it be Lusa or will it be CO? As it seems as though CO does go down. Lusa takes him out. Great stuff from him. Lusa tries to connect with some shots to Solipans, but no, goes down. Sorry's trying to clean up, and he does, and gets the elimination to close out the game in style. That's a 6 elimination victory royale.
Yeah, that's huge.
What a performance to start the day. Luda and Sorov taking home game number 1. And Timmy, I know that we spoke about Luda yesterday, in fact, in our rehearsal time. That was one of the names that you sort of had your eye on. Talk about taking home match 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a classic low ground domination win. That was I mean, absolute classic from Luda. He knows how to play low ground really well, and he's gone and picked up Sorrow. These guys are probably the 2 best support players in the region when you put them in trios, and now they've just transferred those skills across to duos, and they're making it look easy.
Mini, obviously, high ground, low ground. Sometimes, and probably most times, you would like that high ground, but it does show that for the most skilled players, that ability to play from down below when you might be considered at that disadvantage comes through in the end. You've got to be able to play both low and high.
Yeah, well, I mean, the experience of Luther and Geo, they know exactly how to play low ground. The benefits of low ground are, of course, so many players will be dropping down. Maybe they'll be a little bit weaker, so you can pick up those easy eliminations. We saw so many eliminations coming through for them in that final moments there, so really great to see. But they were able to pick up so many refreshes from players that were dropping down. I think that's why we saw them having so many of those chug splashes as well, because all those players all the way up above, if they run out of materials, the only option for them is to drop, and they'll be dropping into the hands of Luther, and that's not somebody that you want to be dropping into the hands of.
No, it absolutely is not. But as we run through the highlights here from game one thing I think is important to keep note of is that spray and pray element of it. It is the guns and how strong they are. As you're trying to make your rotations, you're just getting tagged, constant little tags here and there. So the ability to get those refreshes when you need them, the teams that can fight really well as a duo, they are the ones that we're going to consistently see come out on top. And that is a perfect timing. Thank you, beautiful timing there for a lovely pre-edit play. It is those refreshes that make the difference. The confidence to get in, get those refreshes and get out are what makes the difference. And as you can see here, CO, Solid Plans made it look easy against Wolfie and his teammate here, and they were able to secure high ground. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about the idea of elims being worth quite a lot. What's going to be worth more? Is it going to be the 6 elims that Luda got on low ground, or is it going to be the 10 elims that CO and his teammate were able to get by playing up on height with all that spray that they're able to put down?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, we saw the high ground team dominating, of course, Solipans making his way all the way up onto high ground and holding it as well. We talked about it, how important those spray weapons can be, and they managed to hold it all the way up until second. Couldn't quite close it out with the victory royale, but, as you mentioned, lots of eliminations, and they combine it with placement. I'm sure they're going to be high up on the leaderboard.
Timmy, was there any sort of takeaway for you in that first match in terms of, the new chapter experience? Anything that sort of caught your eye?
I mean, I said it before, right? It's the guns. To me, they are so dominant. It is hard to see a game where high ground is not getting 10 elims. I struggle to see a game where we're not going to see high ground really put some decent elims on the board because of how powerful those guns can be, because of how much pressure and how accurate you can be. Remember last season, we had to deal a little bit with Bloom. When you've got the Scar, when you've got the best guns in the game, you have to deal a little bit with Bloom, and sometimes you get a bit unlucky. With this, you can hit every single shot. If you're accurate, and these guys are the best players in the region, if you can hit every single shot, they will, and you can do some serious damage with that.
Well, besides the guns, Mini, was there anything that stood out to you, whether it was based on the new chapter or basically just the match itself?
Yeah, I mean, we saw so many great rotations using the launch pads today as well, or in that first game, but we didn't see too much of the Spider-Man Mythic. I thought it'd be a little bit more dominant, a little bit more prominent in those end game moments, those final moments where it all mattered, because it looked as though the high ground team managed to close out high ground pretty well. I mean, there was not too much contestation all the way up there. I mean, CO and Solid, we know how good those guys are at high ground and keeping that pressure up, which, I mean, they gave us a great example of that in that game, and using those guns, as Timmy said, the pressure from the SMGs and the pressure from the MK7. If you have the ammo in your locker, that's what they're going to do. They're going to be spraying down, they're going to be applying that pressure and ensuring that players, even if they want to, there's no way that they're going to be contesting them all the way on high ground. They were the kings of the hill in that game.
Well, match 1, of course, done. Now, match 2 is not going to be too much further away, so we'll start to draw our attention towards it. Timmy, going into the second match, anything that you might be expecting to, I guess, change up from some of these duos?
No, I think we're probably going to see something pretty similar. I saw teams playing fairly similar games plans that I saw from trios last season. Obviously, the IGLs are the ones that tend to make most of the game plans and most of the calls. So I'm seeing a lot of the IGLs that we saw from last season make a majority of the same calls. We saw Suns playing that second height look of a high ground. We saw Luda and Sorov playing that low ground. We saw Pumpkin on low ground. So some big and Jinx on low ground as well. Don't keep those guys in mind. So I'm seeing a lot of the similar things that we saw from last season in terms of game plans. It's just whether or not these guys can put it together like Luda and Sorov just did in that first game.
Well, I mean, Mini, obviously, Timmy sort of mentioned it a little bit ago about sort of the points towards the end, who actually ends up technically winning, right? When it comes down to the eliminations, first, second, in terms of points, it's not that big of a difference. Do you sense going into match 2, there might be some duos that might adapt a little bit based off of what they've seen from match 1 and go, okay, maybe we should go for some more kills, for example?
Yeah, I think that's going to be absolutely vital. You know, as the tournament goes on, as the single format lobby goes on, you sort of adapt, you sort of learn, you start to develop. You know, you think, okay, we didn't have the best game one. You know, maybe we can work this into our rotation. Maybe we try and get the Storm Surge a little bit earlier on, and maybe we pick up a few eliminations along the way. You know, we see the placement being worth so many points, but if you are a little bit lower down on the leaderboard, you do need to start, you know, picking up more eliminations as the tournament and the finals draw on today. You know, you're sort of running out of time. As each and every game goes by, it's another opportunity to push your way up in the leaderboards, and I'm sure they'll be looking at the leaderboard and they'll be looking at the point system and they'll be looking at them combined and thinking, okay, so we have a team right here, they've got a lot of eliminations and they're combining it with placement, they're finding success. Maybe we try and intercept that in some way, or maybe try and take a leaf out of their book and apply it to our own game.
We don't quite have the leaderboard just here for match 1. We will have it though, of course, after match 2, where I guess by that point we'll know a little bit more as to how things are progressing. But I guess even just sort of off your sights alone, Timmy, off match 1, were there any duos that maybe you thought would do a little bit better but maybe just fell away early?
I'd keep an eye on Jinx and Werther. We saw them make it through the in-game but not quite put it together like we saw Lura and Sorif did. I also think keep an eye out for Jarlan and Zora. The reason I say them, and I brought them up earlier, is because of how aggressive they can be and because of how much those points can be worth for elims. If we see them decide that, okay, it's time to W key here, it could actually be over for 3, 4, 5 duos, and they could be going into in-game with 10 kills, and then from there, potentially getting even more.
Minnie, I guess I'll give you the exact same question. In terms of some of the earlier duos that maybe bailed out, would you agree with Timmy, or were there maybe some other names that you saw go out early that you would have expected to sort of have a good tournament here?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think in duos, there's definitely that clutch potential. We saw Megadan clutching up as a solo there as well, clutching up so many placement points for him and his team. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that duo can, you know, pick up from that and think, okay, maybe we can start to pick up some more points in the next few games. But I'm going to give a big shout out to Lockie and Radius. Those guys, you know, they made it to the end game and they made it in style. You know, Lachlan picking up eliminations as well. So on the flip side of it, a team that maybe you think would have a little bit less experience in the current competitive format and the current competitive meta, they're showing that they still have what it takes.
Yeah, I guess, Timmy, what were your thoughts on some of the content creators from match 1?
Well, I mean, we saw Lockie. I think he picked up 3 kills. He did really well. Mal McCreamy made it through to half-half. So there's obviously some stuff going right there. It's just about maybe putting it together for 3 or 4 more little bits of the game. You know, all it takes is 1 or 2 good games. You can get your confidence up, and honestly, a lot of this game is confidence. So, you know, maybe 1 or 2 good games could see them push up into the you know, upper 20, or even sometimes the top 10 of that leaderboard.
Obviously, we're not too far away from getting into match 2, so we'll shift our discussion a little bit to the predictions heading into it. Minnie, I guess, predictions heading into match 2. Do you see any switch-ups, maybe a bit more of the same?
It's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough to take on Luther and co. I mean, they're so good together. I mean, we know how good Luther can be. You know, we have the experience of Luther. We have Sorif, of course. And then, I mean, it's just, you know, those guys know exactly what to do on that low ground. And they've already cleaned up on the low ground. It's very, we don't see it too often. It's very unlikely that we see a low ground team just absolutely dominate like that throughout such an early stage of the end game. But I think that experience, you know, the experience that they've had in the high level lobbies, they know exactly how to take out some of these players and maybe pick up on some of the less experienced players as we saw them doing. But picking up so many eliminations in game number 2, they need to, you know, they need to match it with a good game, and I don't see them stopping. I think they're going to continue to sort of dominate, and the steam train will continue to go.
Timmy, what are your predictions here going into the second match?
Yeah, I actually have to agree with Minnie. I think these guys are probably the best team in the region at the moment, if I was to just guess at who I think the best is. Like I've mentioned it before, 2 of the best support players in trios, you put them together, they can both TARP, they can both IGL, they can both frag. When you've got that kind of ability across all aspects of the game, you're going to create one of the most consistent teams. Comes back to that word that Minnie was talking about earlier. Consistency should be the theme across any major tournament, so I can see them putting together 5 more good games, and I can see them doing it again here in game 2.
Before we do get into game number 2, of course, just a little shout out, a little plug as always here for JBL. Now the opportunity to take home the sound of the champions. You can take 75% off, oh geez, 25% off the latest JBL Quantum range. You can shop now at jbl.com.au or jbl.co.nz. Yeah, it's 25% off. Please don't ask for 75%. Guys, of course, we're getting about a minute or so until we get into the final game here. Well, the final game, the next game. Jeez, this has been the last 30 seconds. Can we just scrap it completely, redo it? I'm sure there's probably some teams that want to redo match 1, but that's not going to be a possibility. But heading into match 2, I guess now it's all about consistency, guys, right? It's all about those teams that did well in match 1 being able to sort of repeat it here in match 2. Do you think that's going to be a possibility, Mini, for the likes of Luda, for those teams that did make it to that top 5, being able to sort of repeat what they were able to achieve in match 1 heading into match 2?
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. How are they going to learn from game number 1? It's all about progression. It's all about, learning experience. And, it's a time. It's a good opportunity to apply some changes, especially when we get to maybe game 3, game 4. This is the time where you start to think, okay, this isn't working. Let's switch up this. And, if it is working, then keep doing more of the same. But, you are susceptible to teams sort of figuring out what your plan is, where you're landing, where you're rotating the surge. So, it's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see how Luther and Co continue to, if they continue to dominate on that low ground section of the game. But also I'm excited to see some of the content creating teams as well, maybe continuing their run as well. We saw Lachlan and Co as well, just in that end game, which is always great to see. And I'm sure they're applying their knowledge, and maybe for a few of these guys it might be their first time in a set lobby. So it's all learning, it's all adaptations, and it's all just adjustments to the strategies, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Timmy, obviously there were some things that maybe we didn't see in match 1, like the Spider-Man slingers as well. Do you expect to maybe see those come out?
Yeah, I'd expect to see a good play with them at some point this tournament. I'm expecting to see a little web swing up on the high ground or something. We've seen a couple highlights like that from scrims on Twitter. So yeah, I'm definitely expecting to see them be used in some really entertaining capacity across these 6 games. We just didn't see it in game 1.
Definitely. I'm hoping to maybe see a little bit more heading into match 2 onwards. Maybe some of the content creators, I guess, Mini, that's what was one of our questions in the pre-match discussion. What are they going to bring to the table? Was it the skybox that you said? Are we going to see that? Are we going to see some fun?
Well, I mean, we didn't see the Skybase in game number 1. I'm not going to be too upset about it. It's game 1. I'm sure they want to, try and take it seriously. And that's, it's a serious tournament. We have a huge prize pool, a great offering from JBL. I mean, it's an unbelievable prizing pool for a lot of these teams. But I'm excited to see if maybe we apply some, maybe not a Skybase. I've been a bit silly there, I'll be honest. Skybase is not, not on the cards. But maybe we see some teams utilize different strategies. Maybe we see different loadouts. Maybe, as Timmy mentioned earlier, we go for the no shotguns. So a lot of teams won't, do or run the shotguns. We'll see SMGs and MK7s coming out on top, and maybe we'll see some different rotations. I believe on the map right now there's not too much metal, so it'll be interesting to see how these teams develop their strategies going into that, and maybe find some more materials to use in the end game.
We're just waiting on one more duo before we can get into our second match. Hopefully not too much further away. But the biggest thing, and maybe bringing it back to a slightly more serious tone, Timmy, is for the duos that very much did not perform well in match 1. If they don't perform well here in match 2, it's not like they've got many more chances to overturn that deficit.
No, you're right, and that's when we, started thinking about the idea of potentially being a little bit more aggressive, and that's when I think we could see some really entertaining plays start to happen. Potentially, a couple cars in the boxes, potentially maybe utilizing the Spider-Man mythic to potentially zoom around the map and try to find some easy elims. Something like that could be on the cards, and you never know with these 6-game format tournaments. One big game can make all the difference. It can take you from 50th up to 10th, and then from there, you're definitely within, striking distance, and that's when you've got to then play, take it down a notch and start playing for that placement a little bit more. But after that pop-off game, you never know where you're going to be on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I guess the other part of it as well, Mini, if the unfortunate sequence does happen where a team has, suffered a little bit in match 1 and comes out here for match 2 and doesn't quite perform, do they change up their play style going into match 3 onwards? Do they try and get a bit more aggressive? Do they try and get a little bit more involved?
You always have to, it's absolutely vital, from experience playing in tournaments myself, and I know a lot of players and teams will be having a lot of that experience as well. I think you always have to, not just for the game strategy, but also the vibes, the chemistry, the the enthusiasm within the duo, because I think duos is such a great game mode to watch and to play in, because it relies so much on that team chemistry. We see a lot of players that have played together, maybe even since back in World Cup days. I see a lot of these teams that have played together since then, and even back in Chapter 2, Season 2, the FNCS Duo Finals, even still playing to this day. And I think that chemistry and that understanding of each other's play style and, their personality is what's going to come out on top today.
Do apologize for the delays, but we are just under a minute away from match 2, so we'll bring it back around the proverbial desk here, Timmy. Final thoughts, final predictions heading into match number 2?
You never know what's going to happen, but I expect to see another Luda and Sorrow top 5. I'd expect to see another team up on high ground, potentially with another 10 Elims. That's what I'd expect to see from this game.
Minnie, what are you sort of maybe even hoping to expect to see here from match 2?
Yeah, well, I mentioned them earlier, Muzma and Reckless. They didn't quite have the outstanding game number 1 that we were hoping for. You know, I mentioned them in the pre-show as well. A team to look out for, but I'm sure they'll, you know, as a lot of these teams are, they're feeling it out. They're thinking, okay, how are we going to approach the new chapter? How are we going to approach this single lobby format? And even for the more experienced duos, this is a new map. This is a whole new chapter, a whole new meta, a whole new way of rotating, and brand new weapons to use. So even the players that do have that extra experience, it almost is leveled out by the fact that everyone's on the same level playing surface. Everyone is on a new chapter. It's a clean slate. And, you know, this is an opportunity for some of the lesser known teams and maybe some of the, you know, the more content creator style teams to come out on top. So I think this is a perfect opportunity here.
It's definitely what you got a new map. You've obviously got a considered new lobby, right? These players are sort of playing against each other. You got content creators. There's so much going on. You got that chaos. Obviously, match 1, it's now been done, Timmy, right? That was the match we said at the start of the day was going to be the chaotic one. Now, hopefully, going into match number 2, this is where we are actually going to see a little bit more of that structure and methodical play really come through.
Yeah, well, people know, you know, you can sort of sort out where drop spots might be a little bit ahead of time, but you actually never know until you drop in. Sometimes some teams might switch up right before the tournament. So people should have a little bit more structure to the game. They should know a little bit more about who's landing around them, how they play. There's going to be a little bit more understanding about how they should go about playing for certain zones in particular, maybe. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of adjustment period after game 1, but I think that we should see things start to, you know, even out as we get into game 2.
And speaking of getting into game 2, we are very much now ready. Thank you everyone for sticking around and staying with us. Match 2 on the other side. Minnie, Timmy, take it away, fellas.
Cheers, Xenox. Let's go. We have game number 2 right here. A long-awaited game number 2, but we're ready. We're here. The players are in. They're on the battle bus, and I'm sure they're just landing into their drop spots right now. It's a huge game, a huge opportunity for some of these teams, especially those all the way up the top of the leaderboard and those that are a little bit lower down. Timmy, it's going to be great to see. We're seeing our top team so far on the left-hand side of the screen. I can't wait to see how they form in game number 2.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a really, really good game 2 here, I think. Keeping an eye, of course, on our game 1 winners. But I have to say, Minnie, I reckon these guys won't be the leaders. I think the leaders are actually going to be our second place getters because of the amount of elims they had. You know, 2 points for elim. They definitely had 20 points for the elims. And after that, they got the points for their second place. So I really do think that these guys will be in second. But Sorrow trying to put some pressure down. I think that might be Lockie taking a bit of damage there out the air. But Alec picking up stuns as well. Some big kills going down in the kill feed here, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Dan, though, getting a little bit aggressive with that SMG, getting the rewards for that as well. It's Darkfights who does go down now. Zen is left all alone. Mountain and Dan, this team, we saw them making their way to the end game. Dan clutching up towards the end as well. Now can they clutch up in this early game engagement? And yes, I believe they do. It is an elimination for Mountain. He does take out Darkfires, and it is actually just, I know it is still a 2v1 situation, actually, as it looks as though Zen is back up on top, but Dan finds a different angle, gets the flank. Really, really nice job from him, but he has run out of SMG ammo. He only has the sniper to work with. Mountain only has that MK7 as well, the grey variant, the common variant, which is definitely not what he wants at all, but they're playing this slowly. They're ensuring, okay, we're not going to be in the best situation with loot right now, but they have found themselves a little bit of, you know, a little bit of heals here to heal their way back up with those chug barrels and, of course, those little loot boxes, the noms boxes there as well. So although they are on the back foot in terms of the loot, I think they definitely could come out on top here. They're definitely, I mean, they're a player up.
Yeah, no, they are. And just want to point out, it seems we lost one of our meme teams. Unfortunately, Mao and McCreamy do go down, but Zen looks like he's going to get out of there, as it looks like Flenny and Seiko are going to be making their way in here. Flenny and Seiko, one of the more underrated teams here coming in today. I really do rate both of these players. Seiko, one of our controller players in here today. And you know how I feel about the guns, and if you're a controller player... Oh, no, Mountain not realizing he can't build there. Takes a big chunk of damage. Flenny and Seiko now truly on the front foot. Mega Dan taking the aim fight. Not quite going to win it, and I think that might be wraps here for Flenny. For Mega Dan and Mountain, as Flenny takes down Mega Dan.
Yeah, that was almost a nice little cleanup play from Flenny and Seka right now. These guys just rotating on in a little bit later on. They said, okay, you guys have had that off-sport engagement. Now we're here to clean things up. They're sweeping the floor with Manton and Co right there as they're trying to close in on this final elimination to pick up right here as Manton tries to hide behind the corner. Is it going to be doable? It almost is. You know, respect the effort. He nearly took out Seka right there, but he did manage to, or Flenny it was actually, who does go down to a lot lower HP than he would like. But, you know, for Seka and Flenny, I'm sure they're happy with that. They're excited about that. And look, Zen does appear to manage to get away and get that reboot off on Darkfight. So it looks as though the team that were on the back foot to kick things off, they're back up on top and they're still in the game. They're still alive and healthy.
Yeah, and we come back to this big fight here. Jarlin and Zorite versus Esches and Raptor. Looks like Jarlin and Zorite managing to take out Esches, and it's all down to Raptor now in a 1v2 scenario. Not what you like in a spray and pray meta, because it means that they can put some pressure on, and they've managed to take them out for a second game in a row. Zorite and Jarlin with 2 huge wins off spawn against one of the better teams in the region here, Mini.
Wow, that is huge. I mean, Raptor and Esches, these guys, I mean, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. We saw Raptor actually winning one of the more recent solo cash cups towards the end of last chapter, so he is definitely a solo player to look out for. But this is duos. This is all about chemistry. It's all about working together, and it looks as though they haven't come out on top in this current game right here. But who is on top? It's High Ground King, who unfortunately does appear to be on his own right now, as Power Alec does manage to make his way all the way over. So a little bit split right now, which can work out in their favor. We saw it earlier, the flank being used in the team's favor, and finding that different angle, especially in duos, a well-timed, a well-formed flank can definitely yield some great results. But of course, you are on your own. You're susceptible to getting pushed as a solo. So High Ground King right here has to be very, very careful with how he approaches this. As we see Alec, of course, such a great talent as well. Obviously a power player as well. I think Alec has the 7th most PR in OC. There's a little stat. 7th most PR. So what a talent he is to watch today.
Yeah, no, he's one of the better players in the region, and along the same lines as how I defined Sorif and Luda earlier. The reason these guys are so big for their duo teams is because they have the versatility. They can tarp, they can frag, they can do what you need them to do. And Alec, High Ground King's being Forbes, of course, one of the best controller players in the region. High Ground King because he only likes to really play high ground, as you can probably imagine by the name. But yeah, it's a really, really, really good duo there, because Alec having the ability to frag and of course do all that, and then hopefully lead Forbes with that aggressive playstyle. They're definitely a team to look out for. But fighting Skits and Suns off spawn there is a tough one to go up against. But we see here High Ground Caddy making his way around with the Spider-Man Mythic. We were on board there with Radius and Lockie on their north side drop, as we can see there. Looks like Rel and Bathan quite close to Steady here towards the central portion of the map. So Rel Llama Lover obviously is Rel. Everyone knows who Rel is. But overt Llama Lover, that is Bathan. Putting down some pressure, taking down Steady. Looks like they're going to get 2 Elam points here and some nice Storm Surge. That's big for them. They're going to make sure they maximize their Storm Surge with a sniper shot to the head. Takes him down, maximizes their Storm Surge. It's 180 damage, and that should be their Surge sorted for the day there, Mini.
You know what? I really like that. I like the way that they sort of pickaxe the down player right there, managed to get him down to as little HP as possible, and then finding that Storm Surge with the sniper, picking up the other player and making sure they can get as maximum damage as possible, because that's what's important. We saw Storm Surge being a little bit of a factor earlier, and you know, the teams that were a little bit lower on the Surge having to take some engagements that maybe they wouldn't want to take, but it's absolutely vital to get it all done and dusted a little bit earlier on. You see one of our top players right there rotating in the other corner of the map. We see quad crashes back in Chapter 3 as well. We haven't seen too many teams utilizing those to rotate. What do you think about those, Timmy?
Yeah, well, the only team we've seen so far utilize them was actually Suns and Vortex, wasn't it? When we saw them make that rotation to 4th zone when they were very, very, very far south. So we actually see Suns, as I spoke about them, getting a kill there on boys, which is really, really nice. But yeah, Alec and Suns sitting down the bottom here. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, quad crashes being back in the game, they're so versatile. You can kind of use them in any way you want to. A lot of the skill players these days are able to get them to fly. I've still never been able to work out how to actually make it do that. It's a little bit too mechanical for me. I'm now 24 years old, which basically means in Fortnite years I'm approximately 94 years old, unable to do anything highly mechanical. But Skits and Suns looking to disengage here from Alec. Jason Basil rotating below them here as they're up the top of Sanctuary here, Mini.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. I can't do the fly thing either. I'm 21, which is, again, I'm probably about 80, you know, in Fortnite years. So yeah, definitely not able to do that either. But these players, they know exactly what they're doing. They know how to do that sort of stuff, particularly some of the higher tier pros that are in the lobby. But I think that's what I like about Fortnite. You know, it's not just about the younger talent. It's also about, you know, the players that are coming back to the game, the players that are slightly older. We say old, you know, the players in their late 20s. But, you know, it's, you know, I like to see the game. You know, it's a really great balance of players that are, you know, breaking through a little bit lower and a little bit of a lower level and a younger age, but also combining that with some of the slightly older players. We're going to say older because no, you're not old if you're 24, okay? But we see those Step Riley right here inside of these guys all the way up on high ground, trying to dominate this mid-game engagement as SNR and Shush right here. These guys are taking this fight by storm. They're really going for it with those chili chug splashes. They're able to retake the high ground really effectively if they need to, but right now they're just playing it a little bit patiently, and we see a little bit of a switch up. The tables have turned so quickly on that fight.
Yeah, so I'll fill you in a little bit here. So Soaked and Shush is Carrion. So these
Nice.
guys doing up here, and obviously most people know who Carrion is. Just has decided to change his name, of course. That is something that everyone who decides to do that before tournaments is very frustrating to anyone who tries to cast the tournament, so just keep that in mind if you're watching there, guys. But Synaf and Staper, they're really decent players. Synaf, really good player back in the not skirmish, but solo invitational sort of meta back then. So he hasn't been around a huge amount since then, but getting back into it for Chapter 3 with Staper, highly mechanical, really good player. But just down the top right there, we actually see Jarlin and Zora picking up another kill on Arky and his duo as they pick up another 4 points. And I told you got to watch out for these guys, already picking up 4 elims. Things could get interesting for that team, as we also see our second place getters from the last game, Seo and Soli Plants, making their way here down the south side of zone. Sitting here on the complete dead side, bottom left, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really looking good here. And I mean, these guys are definitely no strangers to fighting. They're very able to take these engagements and sort of take the game by storm. We saw them popping off on the high ground section. You mentioned how many eliminations they managed to get in that previous game. So that is absolutely vital for them, as we see another, it's Volts and Co that are rotating all the way through. So having to just, you know, stay a little bit patient here. And I think that's what's going to be important for this team. They are in a good position, as you mentioned. So they are they're looking good. They're maybe trying to find a few tags, maybe an elimination to come off the back of it as well, because a well-timed 3-2-1, particularly when 2 of the players do have these MK7s, that can take out a player in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it can. If you've got 2 really accurate players, which, like I said in my little spiel there about the spray and pray meta, if you've got 2 really accurate players, man, they can do some damage so fast. They can really take someone down. Like I said, a good 3-2-1 will take someone down immediately. So yeah, I think that's a really good point there, Minnie. Bringing that up. And what I'm liking to see here is a little bit of aggression from teams who might not have their Storm Surge up. Basil and Jace taking quite a bit of damage, trying to put some pressure down on our Make-A-Wish invitee there as well. Twiz boxed up with Juan. Looking good here about center of zone.
Yeah, looking really good indeed. And we see Spiker and Reiki right now. These guys are looking a little bit low on the ammo side of things, so difficult situation for them to manage. Look, it looks as though Reiki right here hasn't got the assault rifle ammo to work with. They haven't got the spray, but now it's Jarlin and Zora in the middle of that engagement. We saw it brewing a little bit earlier on, and now it's sort of come to a head, and we're going to try and see who comes out on top in this engagement, as Zora does appear to lose all his shield and does lose all of his HP as well. So he goes down, gets fully finished as well right there. So what an engagement, what an elimination to pick up there. That's 2 for them right now.
Yeah, that is huge. That's one of the more aggressive teams in the lobby. And I can tell you, Zora and Jarlin, if they get a roll, like I said, if they get a roll on, they're not going to stop. They obviously felt like they could keep going, keep pushing the pressure on these guys. But unfortunately, Carry On, playing a nice defensive game, obviously getting some nice shots off, getting a box up off on Zora, and he goes go down. But Jarlin's still up in this one, still has 15. Yes, you heard that correctly, Minnie. 15 chug splashes that he's going to be able to sit there for a while with. So I don't think it's going to be over for Jarlin here necessarily. Definitely don't count him out. We've got lots of reboot vans around the area. Might be able to pick up the reboot and get that off on Zora.
Yeah, that's what's going to be absolutely vital. I mean, in the last season as well, we saw so many new reboot vans being added to the game, and they've already carried that into Chapter 3 as well. Not only with that, we also have the reboot cards that have been extended in time, so a lot of these players will be opting to maybe rotate on out if their teammate does go down and pick up the reboot card a little bit later on. They have a little bit more time to work with. Maybe they can read a book or watch some TV whilst their teammates reboot, decides to recharge. But no, they've lost all their chug splashes right there. It's Jarlin that goes down, and Solly Plans and his teammate Zia right here. These guys have picked up all that loot.
Yeah, that is a lovely little refresh from them there. We now see Solly Plans with 12 chug splashes along with his 5 minis, and really nice looking loadout there. I'm sure CO has something fairly similar with the amount of chug splashes that you do get from Chonkers. If you don't know, you've got these cooler bins or eskies or whatever you like to call them in the game, and those are what provide you with so many of those chug splashes when you land at Chonkers, because there's lots of those eskies floating around. But Alec and Forbes taking a bit of pressure here. Forbes getting beamed up by the team behind him. I think that might have been Steve-O, but lots of pressure going down there on Alec and Forbes. Looks like they will survive that relatively easily, though. Brax trying to put a bit of pressure on, though, as zone pops. And it looks like it's going to be another north side zone. We're looking pretty central again, Mini. Another central zone. We're not pulling too far to one side or the other way. Oh, nicely timed edit there from Alec, putting some pressure back down on Brax. Defend him off. Looking really good there. Good timing.
Yeah, really great time. We've seen these shotguns being used very, very effectively right there as well. I'm sure at the beginning of the season, these players would have had to get used to this new meta, these new shotgun, these new items as well. And now we're seeing them being put to good use, utilizing those edits. And we saw earlier some pre-edits coming out as well. So, we saw a lot of it happen in the FNCS and trios and all sort of trio cash cups in the previous chapter in the previous season. So I'm excited to see if we do continue to see some of those pre-edits. It's a little bit more risky, of course. You don't have that extra player to take that damage. And, you sort of have a man down when you're running a pre-edit. But I think in these sort of lobbies, it's going to be absolutely vital for teams that want to pick up those refreshes. See Machu and Brax right now all the way at the bottom left of your screen, rotating around, trying to find their way through this little area, trying to refarm if they can as well next to this gas station that is very, very close. As we see two very, very experienced players in Brax and Machu right here. These guys have, they've made grand finals. Brax placed 11th in the recent Grand Royale finals, and Machu has made 6 FNCS grand finals himself. So these guys know how to play in these finals formats. They know exactly what they're doing in this set lobby format. And we're seeing Alec and his teammate right now all the way up on high ground. It's going to be interesting to see if they're going to go for this engagement or not. They don't have any eliminations yet. Of course, Forbes looking like he hasn't got too many eliminations either. They're sitting on 0, but they're sitting in a good position.
Yeah, no, they're looking really good. There's lots of teams sitting over here on the right side of zone. It's going to be an awkward rotation for them. You've got to remember, they've all got to make the movement to next zone, and fourth most likely won't pull directly on their head, so there's got to be a bit of movement. And the fact that they're all stacked up on top of each other here probably will make that a little bit difficult, but they've just got to cross that bridge when it comes. Zone number 4, 7 seconds away from opening here.
Yep, we're going to see what zone is going to present itself here. Who's going to be in a more advanced position and who is not, but for Alec and Co right here, these guys are looking to be pretty good. They're not too far from zone, so a little simple rotate for them potentially. But of course, in this chapter, in this current season, the guns are very strong. You mentioned it, no rotate is easy, I'd have to argue. So, it's going to be tough for them still to rotate in, particularly when you do have those players all the way down below. But have we lost Brax? I think we have. It looks as though Machu is now as a solo down on the low ground. There's 2 teams lurking nearby as well, so he can't really make too many plays or too many edits right now, as he will receive some fire from Basil and Jesu. Look to be applying the pressure, as well as Alec and Forbes right now. Can they find this elimination? Because that would be a great refresh for them going into the end game, and they need it.
Yeah, they're not looking great on mats, are they, Mini? And yeah, like you said, Brax had gone down. It's just Machu. So we're all left here. Machu is a solo 4 chili chug splashes even. That's a lovely loot pile for someone if they're and managed to take him out as a solo. As I say, that Flenny and Seiko, one of the teams that I highlighted earlier, do go down to Soaked and Carry On again. A couple of big teams going down here, as looks like Jason Basil going to try and make their way in, wrapping themselves around through the north side. Hopefully going to find themselves in zone fairly easily.
Yep, they do have those peppers as well. They have the usage of those chili peppers. Only 2, but of course you only need 2. This is duos. Of course, you do get 2 of those peppers out of those noms boxes sometimes if you are lucky. And previously in trios, it would be, you know, you kind of have to weigh up, is it worth taking 2 peppers or is it worth taking potentially another item? But we're in duos right now, so a really, really great rotation device for these teams to use. And we are seeing the Storm Surge right now. So for Alec and Forbes right now, these guys are above Storm Surge and they're above by a lot. We only need 2 now, yeah, 2 players to go down. And CO right there in the feed going down. That's a huge moment.
It sure is, but look at this. Juan and Twiz, 86 below Surge. Not where you like to see it if you're these guys. And you remember how I said you've just got to change your game plan. And you don't want to do that if you're one of these guys. You want to have a set game plan, and this is going to make them change it. Now they're going to take on one of the best teams, fighting teams in the region, Raikou. Known as a great fighter, Spiker, controller player, and of course in this region, or in this current meta, that's not where you want to be going up against. Juan not taking too much damage, but Twiz absolutely getting beamed up there. But they are above. They're not going to go down to Surge. That's looking good. But we did lose Zorka and Price, one of our top teams, to Surge there. Twiz and Juan do survive the Storm Surge as Zone pulls top right. Only one team currently in Zone. Might have just been gifted high ground mini.
Yeah, they really might have. I mean, that's a great opportunity for that team. But now Alec hopping in the box, having to try and pick up the elimination. But they do. But no, it looks as though Twiz does fall. It's Juan and Twiz going down right there. It's Spiker and Raikou who do pick up those eliminations. So unfortunate for that duo right there. Couldn't quite make it into the moving zones, but a very, very good effort from them, making it into that half and half. Really, really great stuff from them.
Yeah, they did a great job, and it goes to show. You know what Twiz said about riding a bike? You know, you just get back on it. It's like you never left. Making it through to half-half in a whole new meta, getting his Surge up, making sure everything was looking good. You got to praise the guy. Obviously knows his rotations. He's got a great mind for it. That's great. You love to see that from Twiz. Jumping back on like he never left. But 46 alive as we enter the half-half here. We've got Kunai and Cyrix have got the Spider-Man Mythic. Now I want to see Kunai. I want to see big Kunai making his Spider-Man fly. I want to see a nice little height sui from him later on with the Spider. I think surely we got to see that as Worthy and Jinx making their way on the launch pad, not getting taken out as well. So some nice rotation to see him coming in, and I'm really interested to see how the Spider-Man Mythic might be used as we enter the late game here, Mini.
Oh yeah, Kunai putting on the Spider-Man skin as well, almost foreshadowing the end game we might be seeing right here, utilizing that Spider-Man Mythic, wearing Spider-Man. It couldn't be better than that, could it? As they're hopping back on board with Jace and Basil right now. Those guys have 1 elimination to their name. They have a lot of loot as well, as it looks like Vort does take out the player right there. It was Baffy who does go down, and his teammate right there, Lego Ninja, of course, managing to pick up those eliminations. Lego Ninja, of course, very, very solid player, and Vortex, of course, likewise. So really, really great stuff from them, picking up 5 eliminations now for this game.
Ooh, that's a lot of elims going into late game for these guys because they are super aggressive when it comes to late game. Lockie and Radius also still up in this one. Moosmo and Reckless, your team that you said to keep an eye for, unfortunately just going down as they looks like they're on height here. Another one of our content teams, look out for Aussie Antics, still up in this one as well, showing off his skills and his knowledge as he's watched so many of these games. Obviously knows how to play them. But Moosmo looks like he will be getting rezzed as we sort of wait and see where our first moving zone is going to go. Pulling away from everybody. So everyone, we're going to probably see a lot of launch pads, a lot of recycling happening here, and hopefully a couple of Spider-Men flying through the air.
Here we go, but we're hopping back on board with Spider-Man, aka Kunai right here, who does seem to not utilize the Spider-Man. I think the difficulty with that Mythic is you kind of have to use it as a solo, you know. If your teammate doesn't have one, you almost have to just dip. You're like, okay, see you later, teammate, I'm off, which he might be about to do, is he? No, he's going to rotate in with the little solo top right there, which is really nice for him right there, utilizing a little materials as possible. But no, Basil takes down Maki, but unfortunately does get damage from all the way up above right now as well, as Maki does get fully eliminated by Jace. That's a huge refresh for them. They're going to have to try and make their way through the end game and make their way into some areas, as we've seen Warriors, Ronin and Sui right here. These guys making their way inside the box as well. We're seeing the Peppers coming out as well, giving them that extra speed, trying to claim low ground. Of course, we saw Luther doing that so effectively in game number 1. Can they come out on top this time? It's going to be exciting to see. But Suns, though, all the way up on high ground. It looks as though he's on there as a solo right now, but Skit's all the way down below. I think they're in a good position right now. I think, yeah, they're just split. I was worried for a second there. I thought Suns was up on top on his own and by himself, but no, it's okay. They're still a duo. They're still looking good.
Yeah, they're looking really good. Only 3 kills to their name at the moment, but watch as the pressure now starts to come. Oh, someone is challenging them for high ground. I'm not too sure who that was, but it looks like, yeah, There you go, it's Vortex and Suns, that classic second height play, and then making a play for height later on in second moving or third moving. Classic Suns play, always aggressive on height, looking to win. Not looking to come second, not looking to come third, but looking to play from height and win as we jump on board with WTuck and Zans here, trying to push their way, break their way through some of these old tarps. Really, really good play there from Vortex and Suns though to take high ground.
Yeah, taking high ground at this time is absolutely vital, but XCon unfortunately going down in the backside of zone as well. Wasn't able to utilize that Spider-Man mythic as well now. Sad Aqua right now having to try and make his way in. He gets inside with the harpoon, but I don't know if he's going to pick up the elimination. He hopped inside of a box as a solo with two pretty much full HP duo players right there to try and contend with. Is he going to come out on top? We'll find out very, very shortly. But Chisel right now on the front side of zone as well. Looks as though he's a solo too. We're seeing so many of these solo clutches, and that is what duos is all about. They bring the energy, they bring the drama, and it's heavy metal Fortnite right now as we're seeing so many teams having to rotate towards the front side of zone. Another solo. We're seeing Skits, of course, having to drop down to the lower section of the lobby, finding himself a refresh as well, which is absolutely vital, and that is absolutely huge. He's got himself so many mats there.
He's picked himself up a lovely refresh as we see Suns and Vortex still up on height. He's able to fend off that spray there quite nicely. A little bit of zero ping action there as he picks up another... Oh, no! The bait's come down. He's going to go down. WPuck and Zans with a nice little bait. I don't think that was intentional, but going for the loot picks him up. 4 kills now to Zans and WPuck as they are looking to control low ground. I'm not too sure if we've got up. Yes, we do. Luda and Sorov still up in this one. Last game's winners. Looks like they're controlling the right side of low ground while we've got Zans and the other team controlling, Zans and his teammate controlling the left side. Shizza now taking a bit of pressure from Jason Basil as they control the mid ground, and we still have our dominant height team, Vortex and Suns controlling height. Reckless also in this, I'm not sure if it's in a solo, but we have 7 teams up and 11 players, so we don't have many full duos left up, Mini.
Yeah, but that's what Geos is all about. You can clutch as a solo, something that Trios didn't quite have. You have that here. You know, you can really bring the excitement as a solo for Vortex right now, all the way up on a high ground. He's looking to make a launchpad play as well. Is he going to try and go down? Because maybe he's having to, you know, go down and try and find a refresh. Because, of course, when you are on high ground, you're having to expend a lot of materials. And particularly if you don't have that the harpoon to utilize to get some refreshes, that's it's really, really absolutely important to go down and get those refreshes. As Luther picks up another elimination. That's Chizza going down in the feed as well, and the spray comes down from the high ground. Basil having to drop down as well, and yes, it is Reckless as a solo. Likewise is Luther, who is also as a solo, and Jace going down to 5 HP. Are they going to be able to come out on top for Zans right now, getting some connections with some shots? Is it going to be enough? The low ground battling goes on. Is it going to happen? But no, he goes down.
I tell you what, Luda might be in the right place at the right time here. He might be able to clutch up a quick second as everyone else fighting. He is full health back zone. Looks like he's only going to have to fight Reckless here to potentially take out. He picks up Jace again. Luda doing God's work here on low ground. Unfortunately, does go down to Basil. But he does secure a top 3 for his team, making his way through, I think, from about top 10, top 12, all the way through as a solo. But Vortex and Suns easily clutch it out from high ground. Again, 8 elims to their name. Super, super simple. Controlling it from height, putting pressure down. Nice and easy for them.
Yeah, it's what a performance match too, fellas. Awesome way to sort of keep things going. I know Luda was definitely one that you had your eye on throughout that game, especially at the end as a solo, Timmy. But in the end, just couldn't quite find the victory. But I think did more than enough for his team as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Surely we're going to see a little bit of him on the replay. But Sorov didn't see him in the feed at all. So I reckon Luda might have clutched up a beautiful little, you know, top 3 from, I think, maybe as a solo about from 12th or you know, as a team. So maybe top 24, top 25, something like that. Really, really impressive from him, which is, you know, as we expect, coming back from NA, a little bit of pressure on him to potentially, you know, clutch up something big in some of these tournaments here back in OCE, but really showing out how experienced and how talented he is with that game there.
Mini, another sort of chaotic finish there towards the end for match 2. What were your sort of key takeaways?
Well, I mean, for me, I picked up on them earlier. Moozma and Reckless. Reckless, I think, came second right there. Managed to clutch up as a solo. We talked about Luther clutching up as a solo. We have to talk about Reckless as well. Picking up eliminations at the backside of zone. Trying to go for that heal off towards the end as well. Staying into the storm a little bit. But of course, you're not going to come out on top, particularly with the limited heals inside of the storm. But you know what? That's what we talked about. We talked about game 1, maybe not going so well for Reckless and Moozma, but we talked about that bounce back factor. That ability to really switch things up and really come out on top in game number 2, which they've done in style. But of course, Suns and Skids all the way up on high ground. Really well done from them.
Yeah, so Suns and Skits thought they were safe up on high ground here, but of course, Suns and Vortex coming in. Sun v Sun action as Suns was able to take out Suns, and they were able to then secure high ground for the rest of the game, basically make it through relatively easy as Sadler jumped in there on W-Puck but wasn't able to take him out. And then we saw this lovely little bait play here with the pre-edits, W-Puck taking down Skits right there at the end. Some really nice plays that we saw all throughout this. Tui taking on Riz and Seki, but I think it's all about those solo clutch moments, and that's what I love so much about duos. Like you said there, Minnie, the fact that you can do it makes it so much more entertaining when we see a solo in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens so often as well. We see so many players that are left as a solo. We saw Luta do it today in this game. We saw Reckless doing it just then as well. But also, it really does give credit to the teams that are staying alive as a duo. You are making it to the end. We see Vortex and Co right here. They are making it all the way to the end as a duo. And, of course, closing out that victory as well. It's not easy to do, particularly when, there's only one. You only have one teammate. You only have one person to sort of rely on. You have to rely on that person. And if they go down, you're left as a solo, and it gets a little bit more difficult.
My biggest takeaway, though, Timmy, is the fact that Luda, towards the end, stays alive, gets some kills, gets some points. Now that's off the back of that win from match 1. That's 2 big games in a row. That goes back to that conversation we had earlier about consistency.
It sure does, and that's one thing that Luda's been known for when he's been in OC. Of course, he might have had a couple of struggles in NA, but he's come back here, he's shown how consistent he can be across multiple game modes, and again, it comes back to, I reckon, that ability to be versatile across multiple different play styles, across multiple different, aspects of the game. He's good at tarping, he's good at fragging, he's good at this, he's good at that. It makes him a really, really well-rounded player, and someone who can put himself in these solo clutch scenarios, and because he's experienced, he doesn't feel the pressure like other players, and therefore it's just like another Friday night for him.
Vinny, obviously you're not privy to the players themselves, but do you sense maybe some of that pressure might be getting to a couple of the duos?
Potentially, I think, yeah, we could be seeing a little bit of pressure mounting, but I think mainly the main sort of amount of pressure is really at the beginning of the tournament. When you get to the sort of latter stages, game 3, game 4, game 5, I think the nerves start to settle a little bit, particularly if you are doing well. Getting off to a good start does wonders for the mental and the chemistry in the duo, making sure that you and your duo are very, the vibes are high and you're having a good time and you're enjoying it, but also you're playing well at the same time. It's a perfect combination. So, yeah, it is absolutely vital for these teams to keep that going and, really not let nerves affect them, particularly for teams that are a little bit less experienced. I think as they grow to develop and grow into the tournament a little bit, I'm sure they'll be happy with how they're playing, and the nerves will settle, I'm sure, and I'm sure we'll have some great games to finish up with here.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got 4 games to go. That's plenty of time, of course, for the other duos to sort of get back into things. But I must say, though, Timmy, now 2 games for Luda. If he ends up having, or, his team ends up having another 1 or another 2 really good games, I'm not saying that's top 5 secured, but it puts them in the sort of driver's seat, doesn't it?
Oh, it absolutely does. And of course, when we didn't have our Game 2 second place getters of the, sorry, I'm forgetting that, CO and his teammate, when we didn't see them throughout the in-game there, it does make you think they could actually be extending that lead, especially when you're not having those other guys near the top of the leaderboard make it through to that top 5, sort of top 3 echelon like they did.
Let's go and have a look at the match results now, which include both match 1 and match 2. I think in this case, though, it might just be match 2 itself, and then we'll get to the leaderboard later. But of course, so this is now match 2's result. And you can, I guess, see really the discrepancy, Minnie, from, the top versus the very bottom.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think something that I'm picking up on right here is that you can have a high placement, but not too many eliminations. We're talking about Muzma and Reckless right there in 4th place. I mean, they had 30 points from that game, despite coming in 2nd place in the actual game. We see Basil and Jace coming 3rd, and Luta and Co coming in 4th right there as well. But they picked up eliminations, and that's what's putting them a little bit higher up on the leaderboard after game number 2. I mean, this is just the post-match result for game number 2, so it's tough to sort of determine who's going to be out on top in the final or the current standings, but I'm sure we'll have a look at that in a moment. But so many teams that are opting for eliminations are finding a lot of success, and I think the teams that are getting those eliminations are combining it with placement as well, which is crucial.
I mean, Timmy, this kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? I think Chizzo and Lestrange in 13th place, the only sort of duo there that haven't found eliminations yet got a good placing. Everyone else, as sort of Minnie said, is finding a combination of both.
Yeah, and it comes back to that word that Minnie used earlier. It's the balance, making sure that you're not tilting too heavily to one gameplay style or another. We saw Jarl and Azure go too far one side. We saw them push towards trying to get too many elims. They go down because they're pushing the wrong team. And then we saw, like you said, Marky and his teammate going for the wrong type of placement play the other way because they're not getting enough elims. So you've got to find the balance, and that's what we're seeing, I think, Luda and his teammate do. But as we run through the rest of these here, we're seeing a few teams, again, it comes down to the elims. Look, you know, Twizz's team, 27th place, but no elims. So, you know, they just do this with these other guys here down with 0 points. So it's important to find the balance between the two just to make sure that that you're getting, like I said, a nice balance between the two amount of points so you can combine them and end up with a decent amount of points at the end of the 6 games.
Of course, that was the results there for match 2 itself. We'll look at the entire leaderboard now as a whole. Of course, this is now including both match 1 and match 2. No surprise, Mini, to see who's on top.
Yeah, it's Luther and Soref. Those guys all the way up on top, getting themselves a victory royale as well. Absolutely vital and a great start for them. And we're seeing this. I mean, we're seeing both teams that have got themselves victories being at the top of the leaderboard by, 10 points each. Look at that. We got 10 points separating first and second and 10 points separating second and third. So it is very close. It's still all to play for, as you mentioned. We still have 4 games to go. But looking at this, though, CEO and Soliplans, those guys have 13 eliminations. They are the top of the leaderboard when it comes to eliminations right now. If they can find some placements to go along with that in the final 4 games here, I think they can definitely mount their attack on that top spot.
The biggest thing to remember, though, Timmy, right, is that while we like to see these teams and players on the front page or even top 10, in this case, for this tournament, it's top 5 that actually makes the money, right? That's where the money is. So you must be getting into that top 5. Those teams, if they keep running away with things, it's going to be very difficult for, say, as we flip over to the second page, these duos to really catch up.
Yeah, it can be difficult, but it also can be done. And again, I come back to the idea of the one big pop-off game. If you have a 10 elim win, that's worth 50 points. And 50 points at this stage would put you up towards, you know, that top 5 area, I reckon, after the next game. So I think it's really important for these guys to not lose hope, to keep their confidence up and make sure that in this next game, I used that saying before, grab the game by the scruff of the neck, be a little bit aggressive, be a little bit more confident in yourself, and really try and make a play for a good game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're going to go to a short break. Of course, we've still got 4 more games for the day, so don't go too far on the other side. It's match number 3.
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Brooke, before you put those on, we have an idea. Behind you. Oops, never mind. You lose.
Where were the footsteps?
Should we leave?
Yes, go.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Go.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
2 matches in the books already here for Fortnite Asia of the JBL Quantum Cup. Fortunately, though, we've still got 4 more games to go here today. Plenty of chances for competing duos to get back into this, but so far it's been the Luda show here in our first 2 games. Obviously, boys, 4 more games though. Mini, this is where those teams in the middle of the pack and even those towards the bottom need to really get going here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, are we going to see the teams that are higher up continue the domination, or will we see teams that are a little bit lower down maybe pick up their game a little bit, find a few eliminations, as Timmy mentioned earlier, how important those can be. Maybe mount an attack on the top of the leaderboard. We mentioned it earlier about the top 5 being the cash, and that's where a lot of these teams will be setting their sights. And if we're going to see some teams push for that and maybe, you know, go for the more high elimination games and high placement and really take a leaf out of the top players' books like Lusa.
Timmy heading into match 3 now, of course. We've kind of beaten this one to death, but now what's the mindset for some of these players that maybe have eyes on that top 5, not quite in there just yet, but know that they need to find a few more kills or just do a better job at even surviving?
Yeah, well, it's all about staying confident. I think that's one of the big things that people don't talk about in competitive gaming in general enough, about being confident in your abilities, not being cocky, but knowing that you can knowing that you can win a gunfight, knowing that you can get an elim if you need to, knowing that you can get a refresh. And we saw that from Luda and Sorif when they went for the pre-edit play on Basil and Jason game 1. Being confident enough to be able to go for those plays, to get those refreshes, and then get out and hopefully make for a better amount of elims in that game, and then have a better placement as a result of that.
We've seen 2 matches now, boys. I guess we can get some predictions heading into match number 3. Has your thoughts changed at all yet, Mini, after seeing the first 2 games?
Well, I've talked about them all day. I mean, Moosman and Reckless, they have played well. You know, game number 2 right there, getting a 2nd place. Reckless clutching up right there at the end. So, you know, those guys are, you know, making their way up the top of the leaderboard. So I'm excited to see how they do in particular.
Well, let's head straight into match 3. Then no more mucking around. Heading in, this is now halfway point here for the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite Asia. Mini, Timmy, take it from here.
Thank you, Xenox. Game number 3, match 3 of JBL Quantum Cup. Let's go. I'm very hyped to see who's going to come out on top. As we mentioned, who's going to maybe mix up a few things, mix up a few strategies, and make a new rotation, maybe get some more Storm Surge tags earlier on. We saw how important that was earlier on as well. And game number 3, Timmy, this is where it all goes down.
Yeah, no, this is where it all happens. You know, we're reaching the halfway point here. So teams that I'm looking for to continue to hold that dominance is Sorif and Vortex. Keep an eye on those 2 teams. I didn't quite get my predictions in there, but here's my prediction here, Mini. All right, here's my prediction.
Let's do it.
We're going to see a Suns and Vortex if they make it through to in-game. If they make it through to in-game, we're going to see a Suns and Vortex height take at the start of second moving. Okay. Quote me on that one. We're going to see that happen. But, you know, that's a little prediction for later on. That's what I reckon we're going to see. But we've seen quite a few fights off spawn, and the one that I'm still interested in seeing is the Jarlan and Zore versus Raptor and Ashes down there at Tronkers. And the reason being is because that one of those teams, one of the ones that we could see potentially make a huge jump or a huge leap if they play aggressive. But we're watching Jorde and Wolfie here off spawn. They managed to pick up one of the bots, and now they're going to be fighting potentially one of the teams that's landing near them here.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting rotation for these guys. They appear to be sort of towards the far left side of the map, the far western side. There's definitely a lot of loot in this sort of area. You can rotate to Camp Cuddle. You can go to those various hills to get those Storm Surge tags as well. But you mentioned them, Timmy. It's Vortex and Suns right here. These guys are looking good. I mean, you made your prediction. It's a bold prediction, but they sort of did that in the last game, didn't they? They went for that height take, and they performed it absolutely perfectly. Absolutely great execution of that, and I think that's really what set them up for success in game number 2. Let's see if they can replicate that as well, as they didn't really do too much towards the mid-game, but the sort of mid-game, but getting that height at the end was absolutely vital. See Jordy right now connecting with some shots. Great shot onto Zen as Darkfires is on the receiving end as well. This is tough right now though, Timmy. They can't build under here.
No, and it's really awkward angles. You got to try and play your peaks, your timings really nicely. Zen and Darkfires, luckily, they've got enough, you know, meds to sort of make this work potentially. Jordan and Wolfie don't have that same amount of medication. As a result, they're finding it hard to put any real pressure down on these guys here in the bottom of this little bunker. Wolfie looking to try and potentially get out of the scenario, but Jordan There's just not enough pressure coming down from them here, I don't think. And Dark Thieves and Zen have them beat all ends up in terms of health pool, don't they?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, they did get that vault as well, so of course they do have the upper hand on the heal side of things, and potentially the loot. I mean, looking at the ammo for Jorday and Wolfie right here, these guys are not looking in too good of a situation. I think that's why we decide we see them decide to rotate on out to take the back foot and think, okay, we're gonna let these guys have that vault. We're gonna let them have a little bunker under there. You know, they'll set themselves up, and we'll just hop on out of there and not take that early fight. But on the other side of things, we're seeing CEO and Soliplans. These guys are looking to take an early fight. It's Spicy and Dylan that do seem to be on the receiving end of some damage so far, and Solipans and CEO, there's blood in the water here, and they're definitely trying to find some eliminations.
Yeah, no, they're being aggressive as we see Seiko and Plenty once again in a fight off spawn here against Mountain and Megadan. Seiko having to take the ones, but no, loses the ones against Mountain. It looks like Megadan and Mountain will be winning that one off spawn there as Darkfire and Zen looks like they're going to try and chase Wolfie and Jorday here. Some nice shots there from Wolfie, making them disengage. Darkfee's landing above them. But we're going to see a south side zone. You can see there, these guys land towards the north of the map. And they're going to have to make quite a far rotation down there to the south. I thought they were about to go flying off the edge of the map there. Not quite, but Wolfie getting absolutely beamed up as they're trying to get out of there. But there you see it. Nice little overview there. A south side zone, really heavy. A lot of these north side zones are going to have to make a long rotation. It's going to be tough for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really going to be tough for them. I mean, particularly with the rotation of the quad crasher. We saw it in use right there. You don't get any protection, you know. Those quad crashers, they're pretty deadly. You know, you can be rotating through, and then you get absolutely beamed, as we saw happening just there. Because there's no protection. There's no roof. There's no doors. There's no nothing. You're very exposed. And so is Dylan right now, who does go down to see us. Dylan being very, very exposed to the shots from CEO, who connects with that pump shotgun. Really, really great shots from them. Can they close out this fight there? They do have the upper hand. All they need is this final shot and the final connection. And of course, it does come through. It's Soliplans and CEO taking out Spicy and Co.
They made that look very, very easy. As now Sadler and XCon in a fight here with, looks like Jorday and Wolfies. Unfortunately, looks like they were trying to escape Darkfees earlier, but now they've run into one of the better controller duos in the region in Sadler and XCon. But unfortunate there for Jordy and his teammate, Wolfies. And now XCon and Sadler looking to potentially get in, and they do finish up Wolfie. Unfortunately, they go down after a bit of awkward back and forth off spawn. Sadler and XCon picking up 2 kills as a result. Nice little 4 points for them as we, oh my gosh, we hop on over to Vortex, who's got a purple pump, 12 chug splashes, a nice launch pad, and then a purple SMG, I think it was.
It was. Yeah, absolutely. Set up for success. We're seeing Aussie Antics here as well, who does appear to have himself the that great mythic as well. They're both wearing the Spider-Man skin. Him and his Geo partner right now, they both have the mythic as well, and we talked about it a little bit earlier. It's the sort of solo impact that this can have, but if you both have it as a duo, you could potentially save so many materials when you're rotating into those later zones, maybe the moving zones or, you know, the half and half zones where the rotations are a little bit longer. You can save so many materials, and it definitely beats harping all of that way. Now though, Megadan, these guys of course winning off spawn, but now having to come up against SNL Soak right now. This is a tough situation for them. If they can close out this engagement nice and quickly, this is what's going to be absolutely vital. But for Megadan, he's having to hold off as much as possible while he waits for his teammate Mountain to make his way back over. But no, he gets sniped. And we're seeing a big snipe from another opposing team. I think that was the third party that takes out Megadan there.
It was Zora to make. So I'm not too sure if you noticed this, but off spawn, Eshes and Raptor looks like they did not contest Zora and Jarlin. So Zora and Jarlin are now coming out of Chonkers, which is probably the best loot on the. Oh my gosh, nice little slip and slide there for Mountain. Megadan managed to get out. But now Carry On and Soaked, unfortunately, going to get jumped on here by one of the most aggressive and hard-to-fight duos coming out of the best POI. That is going to be tough for Carry On and Soaked to handle here, I think.
Yeah, it really will. But it looks as though they haven't been able to get that revive as well, so that's really good. They've been able to clutch up there. Of course, that's definitely a benefit. We're seeing Seki and Riz right now. These guys are rotating and utilizing the more old-fashioned method of rotating in. No mythics, no quad crashes. It's just the standard, the bare vehicle rotating all the way through. So still 70 players alive, left standing right now as well. We're seeing Worthy and Jinx, another top-tier duo as well. These guys know exactly how to navigate this stage of the game. We're seeing the quad crashes come through. A little bit split right now for this duo, but They know how to. They have that chemistry. They know exactly what each other are doing. I think that's absolutely vital. You know, that chemistry that these guys have. They've been playing for so long. I mean, they've been a duo for so long, and it's been great to see them progress as a duo. In season 3, the solo FNCS finals, I believe Jinx came first and Worthy came second in the solo FNCS in season 3. So not only are they a great duo and have that great chemistry, they're definitely very solid solo players too.
Yeah, they are. Worthy losing out on a fight for high ground in that solo invitational, hitting 4 tack shots for less than 30 in a row. Quite a sad story there for anyone out listening to the broadcast. F in chat for Worthy's tack shotgun at that time. But Volks and Pumpkin making their way through here, managed to take out Sadler. A few picks happening here as we got 69 alive. Again, I think these picks are really big for these teams because it means they don't have to necessarily worry about their surge. And you see that same strategy of picking them up, making sure they get their max damage. Little headshot there with their shotgun, making sure that they get, easily 150-ish damage depending on what color your shotgun is. But there we see Zora and Jarlan picking up Carry-On and Soaked, finishing them up. That's going to be another 4 points for Jarlan and Zora as we're going to see them. I think we're going to see them absolutely try and go crazy this game. I've got to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to be holding back whatsoever. We see a nice rotation there from Zen and Darkfeast, making sure they're utilizing the quad crash to the best of its abilities. You love to see that. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier, about seeing it being used to the best of its ability.
Yeah, definitely a very viable rotation. I mean, it's difficult to hit people when they're flying through the air like that. Those quad crashes are so effective at doing that. What they lack in the sort of straight line speed and maybe the protection, they do offer in that sort of, you can almost turn it into a plane. I thought planes were vaulted, but they appear to have taken a new shape in the form of a quad crasher, which is great to see in that department. We see Proctor right now, they're taking some damage from lots of different players. It's Suns and Skids, a team that's been doing so well so far. They picked up an elimination as well, so they're looking to close out this fight very, very well. And if they can, maybe close the gap as Proctor and his teammate Arky, these guys are having to rotate on out, utilizing both of their Spider-Man mythics as well. So really great to see. They're just going to think, okay, I'm hopping on out of here, and we're going to do it in style with the mythic.
Yeah, they sure are. And that's what I love to see, these new items in the game and how they could potentially affect the meta, potentially affect teams and how they play around teams around them. It's going to be really interesting to see how this comes together. But Suns and Skits, one of the things that I think we haven't, we've talked about how powerful the MK7 is, but we haven't talked about how powerful the mythic MK7 is. This thing, which Suns has at the moment, is probably one of the scariest things in the game at the moment. We've got the Spider-Man mythic, we've got that, but this thing shreds like you would not believe, Minnie.
Absolutely. And I think the fact there's only one on the map as well, there's only one person that's going to be able to yield that power. Who is it going to be? And for now, it's Suns and Skits. They're the duo that are going to be able to utilize it and really appreciate the damage and utilize that damage that it does output. Really, really high rate of fire, really, really high damage. And of course, the MK7, it's a solid gun on its own. But when you have Suns utilizing the Mythic, it's going to be deadly. And he's going to pick up, hopefully, some eliminations for them. They do seem to be chasing this team, though, and continuing to apply the pressure despite the fact that they're not quite in the zone, and so many teams sort of surrounding the Chonka Speedway area, and we could be seeing a fight brewing here.
If it's Jarlan and Zora involved, yes, we probably will be. They've been talked continuously. Sorry to everyone who's probably getting bored about me talking about their incessant fighting, but it's a team who is so notorious for how aggressive they can be. It's just got to be mentioned whenever we see them, potentially close to players that they feel they might be able to W key. So keep that in mind in time we have them on screen. Very aggressive players. But if we jump over to Elusive and Fax, these guys probably not one of the more talked about teams, and I don't know where they're at the leaderboard at the moment. But these guys are good players. You see them playing, zone wars and 2v2, 3v3 zone wars all the time. Fax probably one of the more underrated players in the region. He's starting to get a little bit of recognition on Twitter at just how crazy he is. People didn't realize just how good he was, and Elusive sort of playing along with him. Picking up these good players you just don't really know about. That's what's great about, social media and YouTube and streaming these days. We're able to see just how skillful all these players are. As it does look like this Jarlan and Zora versus Rivley and Daneth might be breaking down here into a full-on fight, potentially, maybe not.
Maybe not. We'll see. I mean, it's definitely a little bit more of a passive way of approaching the fight right now. Maybe waiting for that first initial beam. We see so many teams utilizing with that MK7 or even the SMG, particularly from this range. That SMG can literally take you from 200 HP to 0 in a matter of seconds. We do see a little bit of a fight brewing here as well. We see Vortex and Suns right here just below Brax and Machi right now. So it looks as though they're just hopping through their cone, making sure they can see what's above them, scope out the area, and potentially go for a spray. Now look at that. That is unbelievable. The rate of fire, particularly when you have a duo, that is unbelievable. They didn't quite manage to find success with that drop down, but I like what they're doing here. They're being a little bit aggressive despite the fact they have 2 eliminations.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you'll see from Vortex and Suns, is that they're constantly looking. I say this on my streams. I haven't done a VOD review stream in a long time, but I say this on my streams a lot. If you're one of these Tier 1 teams, if you want to be one of these Tier 1 teams, you have to have the confidence to always be looking. You have to have the confidence to always be looking for kills, for the right rotation. You cannot be sitting and not focusing at all times. You have to be focusing and on the ball 25 minutes of the game. If you're going to get through to in-game, you've got to be focusing for that full 17 minutes. If you're going to get through to, you know, the final zone, you've got to be focusing for that full 25 minutes. Slack off for half a second, you could be done.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think when you have that loot as well, you know, we see Vortex and Suns, right? They do have that refresh. They do get 2 eliminations, of course, early on. So they do have the refresh. They have the loots, which gives them that confidence. You know, they have those purple pumps, those higher rarity MK7s as well, because a lot of teams will maybe W key a little bit, get those eliminations until they have the loot to win the game. But what separates the good teams from the really great teams is those that are utilizing that extra power and that extra firepower in the weapons to their advantage and go for eliminations, which is exactly what we're seeing Vortex and Suns doing right now. They're not being too aggressive with it though, and I think this is very, very smart from them. They're not just jumping in boxes. They understand and they respect the talent and skill of the players in this lobby, and I think they know that this is a very, very solid team above them. They don't want to be making any mistakes or, you know, making any sort of sharp judgments of skill here. They don't want to jump in the box, and that's exactly what they do. They find that initial knock. Machi goes down. Brax being on the receiving end now as well. Awesome damage, and Vortex and Suns picking up another 2 eliminations. That's another duo wipe. They're making it look easy to me.
They really are, and you know, 62 alive. They know that there's not as much congestion potentially as we see in like an FNCS style lobby, so they might be able to go for 1 or 2 more little picks throughout the mid game, and it's exactly what they've done here. Super skillful team, easily able to wipe that team there. Brax and Machu, unfortunately, just not up to scratch, and Vortex and Suns able to get their 4th kill of the game so far. 8 points for them, but we get a little jump over on Luda and Sorok here. Look at that loadout. We haven't really talked about Peppers so far, have we, Mini? But 10 Peppers on Luda along with his launch pad, and I'm sure Sorok has some pretty decent loot as well. These guys set up brilliantly. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. 2 pads, 10 Peppers, basically center third. These guys are set up to have a brilliant game 3 here, Mini.
Yeah, so much rotation right there as well. Luta with 10 peppers. I mean, if he eats all of those peppers, his mouth is going to be on fire. Like, he is going to be burning because those are going to be spicy, but they're going to make him run very nice and quickly, and I'm sure he'll utilize that very effectively. As you mentioned, those 2 launch pads in Asaurus's loader, as well as the one inside of Luta's as well. Those are going to be absolutely vital. If you don't decide to carry the Spider-Man Mythic, which we're seeing a few teams start to, you know, become a bit more streetwise about, I think getting those launch pads, getting those eliminations to get those launch pads is what's going to be crucial for these teams, because you don't need to utilize those materials early on. You know, you just pop out a launch pad, rotate into half and half, then rotate into first moving. When you have those launch pads, it just gives you the flexibility as well. You know, you can sort of position yourself wherever you want to be, and you don't really have to worry about zone. You don't have to worry about being too much on the high ground, particularly in the early zones, because you have the launch pad to give you that versatility and the flexibility when positioning.
Really good point. Speaking of launch pads, looks like Jarlin and Zora have 4 between them. So They shouldn't find rotating an issue going into these later zones here. As we see 4th appear, we've got a zone pulling quite far north. It looks like Sorif and Luda picking up a little bit of extra loot here. Not too sure if they got the kill there. Don't think they did. Oh no, they picked it. Oh no, they had 1 kill before, so I don't think they picked up a kill there. But picking up some extra loot. Able to get a nice little refresh. You see there, Luda basically getting full refreshed on his mats, taking a bit of pressure from behind, but easily able to try and make some sort of rotation here into the 4th zone, being held by teams maybe looking for a bit of surge. And again, you start to wonder, do we have enough surge? Do we not? As we need 9 players to go down before half-half pops. Otherwise, we're going to see some Storm Surge pop up here, Mini.
Yep, and that's going to be the real test, isn't it? That's going to be the test of who's done their homework, who has got it done early on, who has managed to, you know, clutch up and get those Storm Surge tags early, because that is what's going to set apart the teams that can chill in the end game and can play their own game and play to their strengths. as opposed to the teams that having to, you know, let the game play for them in a way. You know, if you are a little bit lower down on the Storm Surge, you sort of fall victim to the fact that the game is then deciding how you play. You know, despite the lack of Storm Surge, you have to go into those boxes. You have to be a little bit more aggressive, which for a lot of these teams might not be the strategy that they want to adopt.
Really, really good point. It comes back to that idea of you've got to change your game plan. And when you've got a game plan like we've been talking about, you know, some teams do certain things. If you've got to go against that, sometimes you can find that pretty difficult. You know, you're in a scenario where you have to adapt on the fly. Some teams don't like doing that. Some players like the structure of what their plan provides. You have to go against that. People can find that tough, as we see Zen and Skits taking down Tui and Ronan. Two big pickups there. You know, our current FNCS champion. Tui getting taken down as Vortex getting beamed up by Stevo. Stevo, one of the most aggressive and controller players in our region. As 4 players need to go down. Vortex comfortably over Storm Surge, but 4 still to go down. I wonder if one of these teams under here is low on Surge, and that's why they're looking for some tags here, Mini.
Yeah, potentially that could be what we're seeing, but of course getting those refreshes as well is absolutely vital, as we see Soref and Luther doing so very effectively right now, getting inside of the box, and they do get the body as well. That's going to be absolutely vital for them. Even if they don't find that second elimination, I think it's almost worth just getting that body, getting inside your box, getting that full refresh, and getting the full surge as well. That was actually Suns right there who does go down. So a big name that has just been taken down by Luther and Soref.
Yeah, and Zone half has popped. We've got 2 to go down. I was just about to say that. I'm not too sure if anyone noticed, but Radius and Lockie did pull half while up on high ground. So Lockie and Radius, the power duo, these guys actually going into this game in 15th. So if they have a big game here, you never know. You never know, Mini. It comes down to that one big game. They could be making their way up into potentially the top 10. You never know. Lockie potentially making his way up the leaderboard. But Vortex and Suns also in half here. Got quite a few people outside of zone, but I'd assume we're going to have enough launch pads here to make off of these people to make their rotation. So they shouldn't find too much of an issue getting into zone here. We will, of course, see if people go down. As Ish is getting beamed out of the air, unfortunately, he will go down. And we'll wait and see if anyone else goes down as well.
Yeah, we're seeing Vortex and Suns right here going for those eliminations, and I think this is really what sets them up for the success. You mentioned it earlier, going for those high ground retakes. This is the sort of moment where they need those refreshes. They need to try and pick up a little bit of loot to ensure they have enough mats, they have enough loot to go for that high ground, which we almost know is inevitable. So Lockie and Radius, those guys all the way up on high, they, you know, they're standing on ice here. You know, they have to be very, very careful. It's not safe for them to be up there because there's teams like Vortex who are very, very talented, and we're seeing it once again coming out with the beam.
Yeah, the laser there from the purple MK7 making I think that was Fax really close to 1 health there. But remember, keep my prediction in mind there, all right? Keep my prediction in mind. Second moving, we're going to see a height take here from sorry, my mind's gone blank, from Suns and Vortex. As Lockie and Radius pull half as well. Sorry, they pulled half, they pulled first moving. So Lockie and Radius with their power back blings looking real solid up there on height. You love to see it if you're a power fan. We wait and see what's going to happen in this first moving zone. It looks like they're going to try and retain height. Should be a good show here as we get into the moving zones here, Mini.
Absolutely, a really, really commanding play from Lockie and Radius going all the way up onto high ground, and hopefully for them now they will be able to retain it. I mean, this duo, they're very sort of experienced playing together. I mean, we talk about Lockie being a content creator more than a player. I'm sure you would have to agree, but you know, they have played and they have played well together. They're in duo FNCS Season 2. They actually came 23rd in the finals, so they've definitely had some competitive integrity and some competitive experience. So that's good to see, as we're seeing Suns and Vortex right now going for that early front side of zone, and this could be the potential. This could be the setting up for that high ground retake to maybe spray back at high ground and crank up from front side.
Yeah. So they're setting themselves up here for a second height. You know, looking to potentially just constantly pressure and annoy high ground as they're trying to fight for it, and then when the time's right, look to take it. We've got Luda and Soref. Luda showing off his fine editing skills there, making his way easily through first moving. We've got Zorka and Bryce. Oh, this is going to be a good battle. This is going to be a good battle. We've got our premium height team in the region, Zora and Jarlan, up on height, currently with 8 kills already.
Wow.
Looking to play from height. This is going to be, if these guys look for height, this will be a battle. These guys also with 8 kills. Vortex with 6, Suns with 6 as well. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're going to see. I think we're going to see a Spider-Man swing take on height. Please let me see it. Please let me see it, Minnie.
I want to see it too. It's going to be amazing. We see Jarlin and Zora, these guys all the way up on high ground. You mentioned how good they are up on this position. It's very much, you know, another day of the office for them all the way up on high ground, but not without some pressure from down below. Potentially, we could be seeing a Marvel character making his way all the way up to the top. And of course, Spider-Man. So are we going to see that happening or are we not? We're going to see. It's Luta and Zora picking up another elimination for them right now. That's their second of the game so far, so they're able to pick up that. And they also do have in Luta's inventory that mythic assault rifle as well, that MK7. Such a power weapon as well. But are we seeing it happen? No, we're not. It hasn't quite happened yet. Will we even see it happen, or will we see a little bit more of a calm and collected play from Vortex and Co here?
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty happy to hold mid ground, and you've got to say, with 8 kills at the moment, you can't blame them. They're looking really dominant through the mid game. Lots of pressure coming down from them. Lots of kills at 8. That's no joke there, man. That's a lot of kills. As we also see Jarlin and Zora constantly. It's the pressure. It's the pressure from height. The spray. It's so hard to play against, as they have 10 elims already, and I think by the time this game finishes, we might see them up at the 16, 17 kind of range if they keep on going at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely vital for them. This is what we talked about earlier, that important game. But now, though, yeah, we see it. It's Vortex and Co. They're making their way up onto high ground. Zora and Jarlin, they can't do anything about it. They're almost second to none against these high ground team right here. And yes, they've done it. It's Vortex. They didn't quite use the Spider-Man mythic, but what they have done is they've managed to take that high ground with limited materials, though. So they are going to have to drop down a few layers and maybe try and find themselves a little bit of a refresh right there. And Zorif going down right now, though. We've seen Luta clutch up as a solo. He has to do it again.
Pumpkin and Volks. He manages to box Pumpkin. Pumpkin and Volks now going to try jump on his box to finish him off. He's got another duo in his box as well. Luta's got a whole bunch of people on him. Gonna see if he's going to be able to survive that. He isn't. Unfortunately, Zorka takes him out. Zorka and Bryce having a big game here. 3 elims on their name. But Vortex and Suns are the ones to watch here. These guys making a huge impact in this game. Already with 9 elims. And none of our other teams, I think we've only just lost Luta. So these guys are in prime position to put together another huge game and potentially jump up into first.
Yeah, they're combining the eliminations with the placement. Again, they've managed to take that high ground where they're very, very comfortable. Pumpkin there taking some big damage from Suns as well, who does go down, though. Now, it's Vortex as a solo. Can he clutch up? He kind of has to. I think it's 3 solos here. It looks as though, 4 solos, actually. Yes, it's a 1v1 situation to win the game. Who's going to come out on top? Zorka right there takes out Pumpkin. Such a great shot from him. Is he going to come out on top, though, as a solo? It's now turned into a game of solos. We no longer have duos, Timmy. It's down to solos.
It is, and Vortex and Suns with 11 elims. That's 22 points on kills alone. Zorka and Price with 4 down on low. It's going to be Raikou and Zorka on the low ground, and then Vortex is going to have to try and take out the winner of that little 1v1. As we see, Zorka takes out Raikou in the 1v1 down the bottom. It is now a 1v1 with Vortex on height. 9 elims as a solo so far. A huge game from Vortex, bringing it together for him and his teammate. Zorka with a nice little wall take. Isn't going to be able to put that off. We've got a nice little split angle here as we see Vortex taking some big pressure. Zorka actually has the health advantage now, 60 plus his shield. Trying to break on through. Vortex sitting up on the high ground. He's got the height advantage. And Zorka with a beautiful shot, flick shot, manages to take out. What a clutch there from Zorka, winning the one against Raikou, and now also winning the ones against Vortex. Brilliant finish there from Zorka.
What a match, boys, for match number 3. Again, some familiar faces and names making it towards the ends of these games, Minnie, where, you know, with the likes of Zorif and Luta, again, I think it was a top 5 finish for them. And obviously, we saw Vortex as well, another big name that we've seen throughout today. And we're now halfway through, obviously, the day as a whole. That's match 3 now done. How are you feeling that things are shaping up now that we've seen the conclusion of match 3?
I mean, it's shaping up to be a very, very exciting day. We've already had half of the games, and I personally cannot wait for the remaining 3 with a show that's been put on by Vortex and going for those high grounds. I mean, I didn't think they would go for it because they were already set up for success. They were in the mid ground. They had those eliminations. They had the refreshes. But I think they're not the sort of team to just settle for second best. You know, they want that high ground. They want to take dominance, and they want to take control of the match, which they almost did to perfection right there.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice play from them. And as I said, it's that late second, you know, when you feel like that height team's just established. they jump up and they've got it, and all of a sudden they're the ones that are controlling the game. But we saw some really nice plays from them. Again, it's the confidence. When they needed to get in, when they needed to find that refresh, they have the confidence as ex-FNCS winners to get in and to finish it. A team that we didn't see much from at the end game there was Lockie and Radius. I wonder if they maybe went down after not pulling first moving, unfortunately. Could have been a bit hard for them to retain. And then, of course, it was all the Vortex and Sun show as we moved into the moving zones here, Mini.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, they clutched up, took that high ground, combined it with eliminations as well. And as you mentioned, you explained it very, very well. I mean, their confidence, their ability to still aggress and still be aggressive on the front foot, even when they do have so many eliminations where so many teams will just sit back and, you know, relax and enjoy the eliminations and loot that they have. We saw Zarif going down a little bit earlier on as well, so not too ideal from them, but Luther again showing his solo clutch potential. And we saw 4 solos at the end of the game right there. We didn't actually see a duo right at the end, so I think that just highlights how important it is to have these players' ability to, you know, to clutch up as a solo here.
Yeah, we saw Zorka winning the ones. It's a beautiful shot there from Zorka. And as I said, winning the ones is a hugely important trait in duos. Sometimes you have to win a gunfight, and it comes down to the confidence and the ability to hit your shots. And look, nice flick shot there to finish off the game. And exactly, you know, we talked about potentially players being a little bit nervous, but Zorka not looking nervous there in the slightest, was he, Xenox?
No, definitely clean. And again, Mini, this is another low ground victory technically too, right? We saw it, I think it was in match 1. Now we've seen it again in match 3. The ability to play from that low ground against that superior high ground player is so important to have. And obviously for Zorka, as Timmy said, not only the first 1v1, but technically then back-to-back 1v1 victories in the end.
Yeah, he did so well. I mean, we've seen high ground versus low ground all day today, you know, so far in the first 3 games. But I have to commend Zorka. He looked down and out. He had no materials, getting sprayed up from high ground as well. Managed to get that elimination on the low ground, which got him that refresh. It bought him a few extra seconds as well, you know, a bit of extra time to get those refresh, to get those heals, to get those materials, and propel his way to the victory run. I think the most important thing for him was he connected with his shots. He was able to utilize the new pump shotgun to his advantage and get those damage from the low ground, when in reality, he would have taken a third, I'm sure, but he came out on top, which is great to see.
Obviously for Vortex, making use of the Spider-Man Mythic, Timmy, good to see, getting that high ground and generally just helping out throughout that game.
Yeah, no, Vortex is one of the best aimers in the region. He's known that you don't want to go up against him in any kind of box-to-box scenario. He's terrifying to go up against. So for him to lose that one there at the end, I'm a little bit surprised. Zorka hitting that shot before he did. But the work that he did prior to that, sort of, you don't have to worry about that, because he had 9 elims. I think it might have even been 10 at that stage. Don't quote me on that. But he did a lot of elims, so he did a lot of work, making Sun's job easy as a tarper, making the refreshes come just like, you know, no sweat. Makes the game look so easy because his aim is just so good.
Let's go and have a look at the match results, of course, for match 3 that are now in the books, and see sort of where these duos have stacked up. And it is indeed Vortex's team, 50 points to the good in that top spot. And again, some familiar names around the top end of this leaderboard. Of course, it's been sort of the Looter show today, Mini. Another 26 points. That's just further going to increase their chances of a top 5 finish by the end of the day.
Yeah, they're really establishing and showcasing what it takes to be a top team. It's all about that consistency. They're picking up eliminations. They're picking up top 10s game after game as well. And although they haven't quite, you know, had unbelievable amounts of eliminations so far today, they haven't had, you know, they had a victory, of course, but they haven't had an outstanding performance in the game 2 and game 3. It hasn't been their perfect performance, but what they've been able to do is they've been able to keep that consistency. So I'm sure they'll be able to continue to dominate up on the top of the overall standings. Them in particular, I'm very excited to see. And although, as I said, they haven't had like win-win-win or win-win second or something like that, they still have been able to keep afloat with those eliminations that are making the less than favorable placement games still on top. It's good to see.
I don't think there's really too much that stands out with this kind of match result scoreboard though, Timmy. Nothing that really sort of jumps out, like say maybe a team that got a whole bunch of kills but went out early. That didn't really happen either. Ultimately, it just kind of seemed like a bit more of a standardized game.
Yeah, I think the one team that we could maybe look at, if we're thinking about that, could potentially be Jarlan and Zoro. But again, we saw them unseated by Vortex and Suns when they went for high ground. But those guys with 12 elims, that's 24 points on elims alone. And coming 6th, that, you know, you get a couple more, you survive a couple more placement points, and all of a sudden you're into like a 50, 60 point game, and that's something that could really bump you up the leaderboard. So I'm interested to see where they are after this game, and of course, very interested to see. I think we're going to potentially be seeing Vortex on top, but I'm really interested to see where these final standings lead us going into game 4.
Yeah, let's have a look at those standings, of course, and Vortex indeed has managed to get their team on top, but only by 14 points. Of course, we've still got 3 more games to go, but in terms of that top 2 mini, they are starting to run away with things.
Yeah, they are. You're looking at the points difference right there. It is starting to get quite a considerable amount on top of that, so the rest of that top 5. But a big shout out here to Zorka and Price. Those guys moving their way up in the leaderboard. That's actually their first and only victory royale of the day today. So I think they started that game a little bit lower down. They picked up some eliminations. I think it was 6 eliminations in that previous game. And that is what it's all about, you know, being able to have that really big pop-off game, that impact game that's going to push you up into the top 5. They're now in the cash as of right now. We are only halfway through, but what a great game from them and a really great way to finish game 3.
And that's what I was going to sort of mention for you, Timmy, because I know you mentioned that kind of pop-off game. Yes, it wasn't maybe, 10 eliminations plus the victory royale, but at least, maybe half of those eliminations plus the victory royale, and as Vinny sort of put it, a big jump up. And really, for any of the teams that are still on that front page, they can achieve that same result going into match 4 onwards and get that big jump up the standings.
Yeah, they definitely can. There's only 30 points separating, what we saw there is about 16th place and 5th. So if you're in that 16th, 17th even, these guys down here at 40-ish points, if you're one of these teams, don't be, I said it last time, don't be disheartened. A big game like we saw Zorka have, or even like we saw Jarlan and Zora have, they have 20 elims. If you have a big game like that, you can really see yourself bump up the leaderboard. So, don't lose your hope. Have the confidence to get out there and play with the confidence that you, or with, like you're a good player. These guys are all good players, playing with that kind of confidence. So I want to see a couple people go out there and really show out in this game 4.
Minnie, it's probably too early to maybe put a line through certain teams, but would you agree going into match 4 that for those that we saw on the second side of the page, this might be their last chance to sort of find that kind of pop-off game just to keep them in touch with that first page, that top 16?
Yeah, I think so. It's really important for those players to have the good mindset, keeping the good vibes, ensuring that they can think, okay, well, I mean, these guys have done that in 3 games. Why don't we translate that into our final 3 games and move our way up into the leaderboard? For the teams right down the bottom, maybe the top 5 is out of the question because I'm sure the top teams will continue to do well in the rest of the games. But at this stage, it's all about playing for pride. It's a competitive tournament. It's a competitive game mode and a perfect opportunity to put yourself against some of the best, if not the best of the best in the region, and a few, maybe some friends as well. Going up against each other, it's always great to see. It's a big opportunity, so even if you are a little bit lower down, this is a great opportunity to really practice in these sort of lobbies, and maybe the next time that you play in a lobby like this is a, you can maybe pop off.
Yeah, Timmy, you'd have to basically agree with that. Even if you are maybe towards the bottom of the standings, you've still got another 3 games to play and sort of, show yourself to the world even. Yeah,
absolutely. You should never be counting yourself out. And I said that just before. Have the confidence to get out there and play like you're a top player. A lot of these guys are top players and they can play at a high level. It's just about going out there and making sure that you show that off.
Yeah, definitely. Well, of course, we're going to be heading into match number 4 here right away. It is now do or die for the teams that are not quite inside of the top 10. They need to find some results to keep up with the pace of the top 5. Over to you, fellas.
That's absolutely right, Xenox. It is an important game right now. We're moving into the latter stage of the tournament. It is game number 4. This is real crunch time for a lot of these teams. Who is going to come out on top? Who's going to keep that consistency? And maybe we'll see a little bit of a push to the top from maybe a few of the lower down teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, I think this is probably, like Xenox said, I think this is going to be probably the most influential game for any of those teams that are sort of towards maybe that latter half of the leaderboard. You need to make this your big game. You need to make sure that you're not messing around, you're not, taking it easy. This has to be the game where you're absolutely 100% focused up, you're ready to go, and you're going to make something happen here. So I think I just saw Jarlan take out Daneth. I'm not sure if he took him out of the sky or how that happened, but it looks like Jarlan might have got an elim on Daneth there.
Wow, that early elimination going into game number 4. That is absolutely heartbreaking if you're on the receiving end, but absolutely confidence boosting going into that game number 4 if you are the instigator of that elimination. Really great to see. We're seeing Dylan and Spicy all the way up here on the left side of the map. Seems to be a little bit of a fight brewing for them as well. But Lusa and Sorif right now, these guys, one of our more consistent teams throughout the entire show. It's really great to see how they're developing and doing so effectively well at keeping consistency, because it's not easy in a lobby that is of this high quality and of this standard. It's so difficult to keep that consistency and keep yourself up in the top spots, because there's so many other players that are not only trying but also capable of doing the same.
Absolutely, and the reason I was just going when I saw that was because we saw a zone finally pulling full north. So a couple of these north side teams are going to be stoked. But as I just saw, Daneth does fully go down to Jarlin, and Daneth's going to be a little bit, surely he's a little bit mad about that one. Unfortunately, does go down there. Rivoli, the only surviving teammate there. It looks like Soaked is also going to go down to Clifford, which is actually Oreo. So Sync and Oreo maybe looking to push Carry On and Soaked here off spawn. The interesting little fight. But yeah, Jarlin and Zora getting a kill off spawn. I gotta say, I think Rivoli might be catching a little W key. We've seen how aggressive Jarlin and Zora can be, so it wouldn't surprise me if they were out there looking to chase the solo that's left out to the east side of their drop spot. But if you look at this map here, Mini, one thing I think is really interesting to notice, you see the disparity between how many players are landing north versus how many players are landing south. There is really a pretty decent congestion amount of players to that north side, and there's not very many people to the bottom left or to the left side of the map, is there?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, we're seeing so many players at the top northern side of the map. I think that's down to there being a lot of big POIs there. You know, you have Shifty Sharps, you have Sleepy Sound, you have the Logjam Lumberyard up there as well. Some POIs that are definitely worth contesting for and definitely worth maybe going for those early eliminations, as we see Solipans doing so effectively right there as well. As now we're seeing Dylan having to try and clutch up all alone. His teammate Spicy has been taken out. Can he clutch up with the SMG? It's a 2v1 situation for him. I don't think he's going to be able to, unfortunately. Do they go for the pickaxe? He almost went for the pickaxe there, CEO, and I like to see that, but it was a close one, and they managed to clutch up right there as Mao goes down. It's in the left to McCreamy.
Nice shots there from McCreamy, and it looks like Seki and Riz, a couple of our console players here on OCE, along with Dylan and his teammate who just went down to CEO. A couple of console players showing out, taking out McCreamy and Mao here on the north side of the map. Here at the lighthouse, able to get those elims and then move on. A couple of nice points for them as well. So we see Radius and Lockie here on the north side. Looks like Bordy going down to Chizza, unfortunately. And Hayon B also going to get beamed up, unfortunately. Trying to use the launch pad, trying to get away here, but I think if they've got MK7s and they're worth their weight as Fortnite players, they'll take her down. And Maki and Chizza take her down. And unfortunately, that'll be them as they land on the southeast side of the map. There we go. Maybe a couple points for these guys as well. We're going to see another engagement here. I think this is Sadler and Geordie engaging here. Saw these guys fight last game as well. Another couple engagements for these guys.
Yeah, Wolfie and Geordie right now, they haven't been able to catch a break today off spawn. They've been pushed by so many different players and having to rotate on out, but only to rotate into so many other teams that are set up for success when they have those early eliminations. So always tough for them, but they're rotating pretty well. They're staying alive right now, which is good. We saw them utilizing the rifts in the previous games and managed to escape as XCon and Sadcore right here. These guys are trying to make their way into this engagement because they want to try and find a little 3-2-1 here. We talked about it earlier. If they both do have these MK7s, they can connect with a few shots. They can definitely even take out Wolfie and Co right here. If they can find and connect with one person, especially if they're on the back of the vehicle right there, and they are. Look, 22-22 white on top of that player, and XCon does decide to disengage as it looks as though he's going to utilize that. That's a Spider-Man mythic to dip and get out of there because I'm confused though. I thought he would go for that elimination, but maybe they're gonna switch up the plan and play a little bit more passively here.
Yeah, potentially just waiting for his teammate there. I'm not too sure what his game plan there was as well. But we're going to see these guys in a little bit of a standoff. 65 players alive. Again, we could be thinking about Surge later on for that half-half threshold, the 50 threshold as we enter 5th zone. We're definitely not going to be seeing it for the 2nd zone here, but we haven't seen it for a couple of other games. So that's about normal for these guys. They should be adapting to that as we enter Game 4 here. But again, it's this north to northwest side of the map, Mini, that we're seeing a lot of teams and a lot of congestion leading to a lot of random engagements as we see people sort of make their way through their loot paths, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. And again, it's Jordy and Wolfie who are making their way through their loot path, but having to engage with Rel and Co right now as they're rotating through. So lots of congestion. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic on their loot path, and they're having to navigate their way around. A little bit of a diversion potentially, and maybe not the way they intend to make their way to the end game. But I'm sure they're capable of doing it. They're consistent. They're talented. You know, they know exactly how to play. And now that we're seeing Twiz and getting on the receiving end of a big damage shot from Skits, and yeah, that was what it's all about. Those pump shotguns proving so effectively why they're so good.
Yeah, and Juan and Twiz unfortunately going down there. Suns and Skits taking them out. Suns and Skits, probably one of the better fighting duos in the region at the moment. Skits Previously playing on console and swapping over to PC quite a few seasons ago, and proving that he's definitely worth playing with for some of these players. His son's the FNCS champion from last season, deciding to get involved with him this season. As we see a few more kills going down in the kill feed there, we see Brax and Machu taking out Riz and Seki, another couple of our console players. And now Worthy, obviously known as one of the best aimers in the region, even in the world. Some scary aim on that, guys. He takes a couple shots to get some surge up for our 50 threshold as we enter the close of first zone. So we see now Luda on our leaderboards. We see Sora for 2 kills here at Sleepy Sound. Trying to get some sight lines there, it looks like, on Brax, but not going to be able to see anything, as they've got another really nice loadout, don't they, Minnie?
Yeah, they do, and I think that's the result of landing at Sleepy Sound. It's definitely a place that you can split with another duo. You know, you can go north side or south side. I think the south side does have a little bit more of an advantage, considering you do have that the petrol station, of course. You do have the facilities of using some of the vending machines, and of course, sometimes those vending machines at the gas stations do have mini shields, so that's really, really good for taking into the end game. But I think it's a really, really good POI, and I think that's where we're seeing Luther and Co getting those the good loot that they really need going into these end games. I think that's why they've been able to have the success that we've seen so often, is they've been able to continue their domination with that good loot. And that's what I was saying earlier. You know, some of the best teams will utilize that loot and be a little bit more aggressive with it, instead of sitting back and thinking, okay, we have legendary epic variants of weapons, let's just sit back. But no, Luther and his duo, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes I'm a bit of a broken record when I come and I do these casting and analyst stuff, because I'm always saying the same sort of things. It's all about the confidence. You know, again, these guys have really, really good guns, and they've got really, really, they're so talented. I think it's really important for them to have the confidence to go out there and use both those good guns and use their talents. Make sure that when they've got the opportunity to find refreshes or to find, to be aggressive on teams, they should be looking to find that. As we're jumping on board here with Sink and Clifford, which, like I said earlier, is Oreo. Oreo with 3 kills to his name. That's big. And we see him here with the sniper. You don't want to get on the bad side of Sink with the sniper. Sink is known in the region as one of the best snipers in the region, but here we go. This is a very interesting fight. We've got Stevo and Prizzy versus Jarlin and Zora. Stevo is known to be one of the scariest fighters in the region. One of the very, very aggressive. Oh my gosh, as he gets in, and we've already got a 1v1. We've got Stevo versus, I think, Jarlin here in a 1v1. But Stevo, known as a hyper-aggressive controller player, very, very good aiming talent. But Jarlin, with 2 kills to his name already, looks like he's going to go back and try and get the res on Zora. But that is a big, big start to this game here for Jarlin, as they already have 2 kills. I think he's going to be able to get the res here on Zora. That is huge for them. No, he's not going to be able to get the res off. It's a bit of an aim fight. No, he does take the fight, and he wins it. 3 kills. I think Zora's gone down for a second time, but now we've got Alec and Forbes pushing in to try and clear up on Jarlin and Zora. Unfortunately, I think this will probably be it here for Jarlin, as it looks like High Ground King or Forbes, and Alec probably pushing in and finishing him up here.
Oh no, I mean, that engagement right there didn't work out for either team. Jarlin and Stevo, both of their respective duos haven't come out in a good situation. Jarlin does seem to still be alive, and I wouldn't say well, but he's healthy to an extent. Of course, Zora is still down. He doesn't quite have the heals or the ability to get revived right now. Jarlin does decide to dip and get out of this situation, because there's another duo that's closing him down. And of course, it's Alec and Co right here trying to spray their way through this sort of long grass. A new addition into Chapter 3, potentially a way of hiding for Jarlin. If he can find his way out of here, you've got to think that he might be able to pick up that reboot and maybe pick up his teammate Zora here. I don't think he's going to be able to get the revive, but definitely the amount of reboot vans that are in the game right now, and definitely the sort of length of time that you have to pick up a reboot, I don't think they're down and out just yet.
No, I definitely agree. And it's nice. I'm enjoying the nice little snippets of these sliding mechanics that we're seeing to just start slide their way into the game here as these guys adjust to it and the mechanics and how to use it to its best best ability, basically. It's going to be interesting to see how that morphs over the season, isn't it, Minnie? A new addition to the game this season. And people are very much still learning how to use it in its best ways and, how it can be utilized. But a nice little slide there off the launch pad to make sure he got out of the line of sight, to cut lines of sight there from Jarlin. So a really nice play there from Jarlin. Just a little sneak peek into potentially what these sliding mechanics could potentially provide for some of our talent later on in the season as we see Sadler and XCon looking to get involved here on Rel and Bathan.
Yeah, Rel and Bathan right here, back inside of the Storm. XCon likewise as well, but of course for XCon, he does have his teammate Sadler inside of the zone, able to apply some pressure and apply some fire if he does want to. But XCon trying to find a different angle here. Of course, the Storm is, of course, 1 tick right now, but it will turn into a 2-tick Storm as soon as this zone does close in. So he's utilizing and using that a Spider-Man Mythic to make his way into the zone. He does have the uses of that launch pad as well, but having to try and find a few trees to swing off maybe, as both teams do appear to come out of that sort of little engagement unharmed as of yet, but only harmed by the zone, of course, as the Storm, as it does keep closing on in, ever closing, ever dangerous, and of course the element of the game that keeps all of these players in a smaller area. We see it so often, but and now though, yeah, it's Sadler who does try and go for a little beam, but Rel manages to return some fire, and now the shots exchange as it's Rel trying to connect with even more shots, and it's Sadler who does seem to be on the receiving end of that. This is where the fight is going to start to go down.
And that does, I think, go to show just how talented some of these guys are. I've tried to hit people in the air when they're using that Spider-Man Mythic. It is not easy, and we've just seen Rel there hit a couple of really nice shots on XCon as he manages to Spider-Man his way out of there. A couple of nice little moves, and they are long gone. But we see Zone actually pulling towards the southwest side of the map, so those guys over there by the southwest should be fine. But look at that, we've got Danith, after getting taken out early by Zora, manages to get up. Him and Rivley up in this one. Rivley with some seriously scary guns, as we see now. Zora, sorry, I was going to say Zora, but it's Forbes and Alec putting a bit of pressure down on those guys. But look at that, Zora is back up and ready. We said that, you know, he might be down, but it doesn't mean that they're out. We've got Zora back up in this one along with Jarl, and 3 kills to those guys' name. Do not count them out. Like you said, Minnie, these guys are so aggressive. We might be seeing them look to take a fight to potentially look to continue their reign of dominance as we've seen in the fighting so far.
Yeah, that's so true. I think they sort of need to, you know, they need to get those refreshes. They need to get themselves back up to a situation where they can win the game, where it's like, okay, at the moment the loot's not looking too great. We need to attack. We need to go on the front foot, as we see this team Soaked and Co doing it right here as well. This is a tough situation for them though, because they are fighting in this underground, the Shifty Shafts area, which is where the final zones will be presenting themselves. It's always awkward because you never know who's going to be camping and hiding in those corners. Soaked does manage to get the final elimination on Sako right there, and that's going to be a crucial refresh for this team that's going to propel them into the end game here.
Definitely. Soaked and Carrion, they're a good fighting duo. You probably wouldn't classify one of them as a smart rotating IGL or anything like that. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how they look to potentially play these last few games if they're not towards the top of the leaderboard. Maybe being a little bit more hyper aggressive and relying on that mechanical skill and aim skill that they've got naturally between the two of them. As we actually see Soaked going down to Zora, it'll be interesting to see how that happened as we see one of those two players going down after picking up that refresh.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned there really, really well about how there's not necessarily just an outstanding IGL, but I think in duos, you can just have the pure mechanical ability of 2 players, and it sort of pays off. You know, if you have a trio where all 3 of them, they don't really have an IGL brain or someone to lead the rotates, you kind of struggle in the end games. But when you bounce off someone, you both know the game well, and you pair that with mechanical ability, you can sort of get yourself out of unfortunate positioning situations with just sheer firepower.
Yeah, and you think back to different duos in the past, there's definitely been people, or definitely been duos that have worked like that. And when you think about a team, I was just about to say this OBS team is beautiful. Sorif and Luda is a team where you wouldn't necessarily classify one of them as an IGL, but we've got, I said it before, 2 support players, 2 players who are really, really good at doing everything. And these guys, not necessarily specialists in one area, but because they know the game so well, and because they're so experienced, they're going to be able to put together really good games all the time. As we see, now we've got Vortex, eyes on Vortex and Suns. Got a bunch of peppers, a bunch of chug splashes, and a pad to their name, looking really solid, leading into the half zone here. Got 5 people to go down for this next surge threshold as well, so it's going to be interesting to see if anyone has fallen behind that surge threshold, or if we're going to be looking to see a couple people go down to it.
Yeah, that's all important surge. You know, it's almost a sort of spanner in the works for a lot of these teams. If you do end up a little bit lower down the storm surge, you know, you haven't done your homework, you've left it to the last minute, and you end up facing the consequences, which is of course trying to jump into people's boxes and maybe go for those late tags. Saka right there on the left side of the screen, getting beamed all the way down to about 1 HP. So not a good situation for him, as he just got revived there, or rebooted at one of those reboot vans. Now though, this is probably the first time we're seeing it today, where we're seeing a big hill, a big mountain inside of the final zone. We saw it a lot with like sort of Cassie zones in the previous chapter, but whoever's going to be up on there, they're going to be sitting pretty and they're going to be set up for success.
That's a really good point. Something I hadn't actually thought about just yet. We haven't seen any vertical zones. We've seen some pretty vanilla ones so far. Relatively easy rotations for teams, and no one really having to, you know, make some really huge adjustments as we change layers late game. So this is going to be a real good test for some of these guys, I think, as we see Vortex and Suns quite high above on their surge, about 600 above. We see, of course, Sorif and Luda also well above, as you'd expect. I think XCon and Sadler, unfortunately, going down to surge. But Forbes, sorry, going down to Jace there as well. A couple of big teams going down quite early here.
Yeah, big teams going down really early on indeed. And for the top teams that are still alive, healthy, and well, they'll see that as a great opportunity to really mount an attack. And that's exactly what we see Luther doing, getting eliminations in the feed, as we know how good he is at that. You see Radius right now, we're on the receiving end of a lot of fire from plenty of those MK7s. Lockie having to hold off as well, as he does manage to heal his way up, as Flenny right there does go down in the feed, and it's Rel left as a solo. So a very, very tough situation for him, as he's lost his teammate Bathan. So he's have to clutch up as a solo. We know how good he is. He's definitely performed at the highest level in so many previous events. I think most famously, I think he played with Fresh, didn't he? He was his Fresh's teammate. So I think that's the name of their team as well, which is great to see. He knows that he has a good amount of pedigree. He has that competitive experience, and I think he's made duo grand finals in season 2 with Fresh. So he knows how to navigate duos, and he's a solo now. So let's see what he can do.
Yeah, no, he's definitely one of those players who can make it work. He's very experienced. You never know what you're going to get from Rel sometimes, but one of those guys that can definitely put it together. Doesn't really feel that pressure anymore. So experienced in a lot of these teams. It's relatively new in comparison, so it's going to be interesting to see how he can do in relation to them. But Zone pulling far down bottom right towards Shifty Shafts. And the thing that they're actually set up on top of a rift here, I think, which is that noise that you're hearing. So he might be able to get a bit of a free rotation here towards Shifty Shafts themselves. But we see Jason Basil now taking their launch pad. Looks like they're going to try box up on top of this launch pad and take a freebie. Launch to the launch, get a free launch. All good to go. We got Vortex and Sun still up in this one. I'll be looking again for another late height take from them, keeping an eye on them. And Sorif and Luda already with 4 kills to their name. I'll be again keeping an eye on them to look how they play through that low ground late game as we move towards that, you know, those final moving zones. Fortunately, Radius does go down to Volks as we watch Luda here make these final rotations into half-half. Goes, we move into our final, one of our final end games. We've got match 4, still got 2 more after this, but this is, again, we've said it before, haven't we, Minnie? Probably one of the last opportunities for those teams down the bottom of the leaderboard to really make something happen to get towards the top of the leaderboard now.
Yep, that's absolutely right. We've gone from one extreme to the next with this half and half zone. We have the mountainous, the high peaks going all the way down to the deep, dark, low, shifty shafts. All the way underground is also a potential. So lots of rotations, lots of awkward rotations that these mountainous zones do provide, and sort of it's a big challenge for a lot of these teams and all of these teams to rotate on through. As it looks as though we do get our first moving zone of the game, and it looks as though it's a very southern pole zone. But if you see on the map, it does go up a hill, and that is gonna spell disaster for a lot of these teams.
It sure is. If you do not have a launch pad, if you do not have a pepper, and if you're not... Oh my god, look at what we're going... Oh, that's not what we're going up. I thought that was what we were going up for a second. I think what we're going up is going to be towards the left here, and it is going to be dangerous, I think, for a lot of our teams. This is going to be... If you don't have a pad, if you don't have the awareness to make sure you clear lines early, this is going to be really, really tough for them to get up and over these hills. You've got to be very, very vertically aware to make sure you clear these hills here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the key with rotating to these zones from experience and seeing so many pros is that you need to set yourself up early. You know, you don't want to be getting pinched and suffocated down below. You want to be making sure you are up high enough to sort of predetermine how high you want to be and make sure that you're getting above that big mountain, that big hill that these teams are going to have to get over, as we see Ronin and Tui doing right now. They're setting themselves up. They're making sure they're in an advanced position to ensure that they don't get suffocated down below, as we see so many of the more experienced teams doing, which is what they're trying to do. You can see so many teams. They're making that elevation. They're making that push for the high ground, making us push for as high as they possibly can be. The launch pads come through as well as Vortex and his teammate right here, Son's there, looking to try and make their way into the mid ground here. But maybe, once again, we will see a high ground take from them.
Yeah, so we've got a little height fight here. We've got Basil and Jace looking to try take it off Jarlin and Zora here. We've got Jarlin and Zora currently sitting in 6th place, so just outside the money. And now we've got our leading team as well. W-Puck being taken out here by Vortex. So Vortex with 9 kills as a solo last game. Having a huge game as we make our rotations through here. But you look, they're in the exact same positions that Vortex and his teammate are in the exact same positions that they've been in all tournament long, looking to take height on those moving zones, and there you go. Second moving, they are looking to take height. We've seen that 3 games in a row now here, Minnie, and it's consistent, and they're doing it so well.
We absolutely have. And talking of consistency, unfortunately for Luther and Soref right now, they're not going to be able to find that consistency as Soref does go down. Luther could be about to go down as well, as he's down to 4 HP. Hasn't got too many quick white heals. He does pop the pepper as well. Can he make his way in? Gets full box and gets eliminated by... Who was that? I'm not too sure who picked up the elimination there, but it was... Wow, what an elimination. And there's one of our top teams going down.
Yeah, and if you didn't catch that before, we saw Oreo box Soref fully... Ludid was there to actually support, but Oreo did manage to get the wall behind Soref and cut Luder off from him, managed to get the kill, and then he managed to clone Luder as well, picks him up. And now look at who's on height here. This is your team, mate. Beautiful call from you, as it looks like they've taken height off of our current leaders, as we've got Suns and Vortex going down outside of the top 10. We might have room for someone to come up and make a huge jump, as we've got Oreo playing low ground here as a solo with 7 elims.
This has made it truly a interesting finish to the end game right here. It's absolutely vital because 2 of our top teams, our first and second place team, have both gone down. The door is wide open. The door is very open. It's unlocked. It's a barn door that has been opened for so many of these teams right now. And who is going to take advantage of that? And who is going to think, okay, this is an opportunity? Could it be Moosma and Reckless who are raining down fire? There's a storm brewing up on the high ground, and it's in the shape of Moosma and Reckless as they rain down fire with so many of those medium bullets to use. But luckily for the players down below, they do have protection. But how long are those umbrellas of protection in the builds going to last? They're going to run out eventually, and that's where Reckless and Moosma are going to be able to clutch on down and pick up those eliminations if they can. Worthy and Jinx still alive, healthy, and well, and they're picking up another elimination on Suns.
Yeah, there's a lot going on down here on the bottom half of the zone here as we're entering the final zone. 1 minute 40 until we've fully finished close here as the power duo Worthy and Jinx with 5 elims to their name, currently in 8th place, looking really solid, putting a little bit of spray down here. Oh, they get dropped down in someone else's box. Jinx takes down Kunai in the ones, wins his ones. Beautiful shot there. Looks like they're going to be able to take down here on low ground. Little 1v1 here. Ronan does go down to Jinx as well. 7 elims now on Jinx. 4 elims as a solo as he does go down. Looks like he's going to be taken out by Cyrex from behind. Reckless and Moosma with 0 elims on height. Managed to take it late, obviously, as we've got Cyrex rotating through low ground, but top 4 now, and one of these teams might be able to make a big jump up into that top 5 here if they keep playing the way they're doing here. Mini?
Reckless goes down there as well, so Moosma having to be left as a solo. We saw Reckless clutching up as a solo. Now the shoe is on the other foot. It's Moosma who having to try and clutch up if he can. Cyrex taking out Raiki right there in the feed as well, as Cyrex closing up into this end game, but no, gets taken out by Spiker. It's now a 1v1 situation. Moosma versus Spiker. Who can come out on top? It's Spiker who does come out on top and ends the high ground party of Moosma and co. Very, very well played from them. That's 5 eliminations on his own, Spiker right there. He had his teammate on his back almost.
What another victory when it comes down to that low ground versus high ground. It's been the story of the day. A lot of work done, though, by Moosma, obviously Mini, on that high ground for probably the majority of that endgame.
Yeah, and I think that's really what we saw. We saw Vortex and Co. and Suns, of course, going all the way up onto that high ground, trying to do their classic high ground retake. But Moosma said, okay, we've seen you do that so many times today. I'm going to have a go. I'm going to have a go at going for that high ground. And they did it, and they did it very effectively. Unfortunately, they didn't have any eliminations, so they didn't have the refreshes and the materials to hold out. They didn't even have a harpoon to be able to pick up those refreshes, which is absolutely vital for a high ground team. So I think that's why we saw them fall a little bit earlier than they would have liked. You know, they didn't have that have that victory route. They came second, so they weren't able to really clutch up on the high ground and utilize the benefits that it has quite as effectively as they would have liked.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. As we watch some of our highlights here, we're going to see some really interesting elims go down. You've got to remember, all these elims are worth 2 points. And it's going to swing back to that balance idea here, Mini, because Xenox has said it before. If you're not balancing your elims and your placement points, we're actually going to see you not really gain as many points as you might like. And I think that's what we might see from Muzma and Reckless. They got second, but 0 elim points, and I think that will make a difference as to where they finish on both the match leaderboard and then the leaderboard at the end of these 4 games. We're going to see some nice elims here as we enter the late game, and I think the late game was a bit of a mishmash. There wasn't a team that was necessarily dominating. The one guy that we saw that went really well was, as you see this here, you see Oreo managed to snatch that back wall, takes out Sorif, and then when Luda tries to escape him, he unfortunately gets the cone off and makes him look like a little bit of a flobby, but that's alright. Gets the cone off and then bang, takes him out. There you go. Beautiful play there from Oreo, or Clifford as you see him there. But no one really dominating this low ground here, was it, Mini?
No, I don't think so. I think there was a lot of teams that would have benefited from that as well. You know, a lot of our top teams didn't quite dominate as they have done so far today. They haven't really, had that domination. We talk about Luta and Vortex. Those are the 2 main teams that didn't really have as good of a game as they would have expected, as they would have liked, or as we expected.
Yeah, I think it was about 18th, roughly, where Luta and Sorif actually ended up going out, and that might be an opportunity for maybe the sort of middle portion of this entire lobby to sort of get back into things. Obviously, Vortex and Suns, I think they were around 10th or so maybe didn't quite get the amount of points that they actually ended up getting, say, within the first 3 games. So I guess, Mini, in some ways, this might be the match where that middle of the pack might be able to creep up a little bit.
Yeah, this could be the turning point. This is where the tables turn potentially for teams that are a little bit lower down. Maybe not teams that are all the way down in 30th or something like that, but, maybe teams that are outside of the top 10 or even just in that sort of 5th to 10th region. That's a definite open door. It's an opportunity. Are they going to take it? We have 2 games to play, and it's a really great opportunity for them to clutch up. If they pick up some eliminations, pick up some placements, the door is wide open. Who's going to take it?
Yeah, perfectly said. Obviously, 2 games to go. Timmy, does that then put pressure on the likes of Luda and Sorif, who have been amazing all day, but just slightly fall back a little bit from that sort of top 2 breakaway to more of that top 5 pack that's forming?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It can put a little bit of pressure on. It can make you question, hey, what do we do wrong in that game? Where do we need to potentially, change? Are they going to change game plans going into these last 2, or do they stick to what they did in the first 3? Those little things can start to nag away at you, but it's important. Like, I keep broken record here. Confidence. Be confident in your game plan. It worked in the first 3 games. Stick to it, and I'm sure you do fine.
Yeah, let's go and have a look at the match results from match number 4 now and see sort of how these teams have been able to stack up the points. Of course, a lot of our focus today has been about the teams that are generally around the top. Sorif and Luda, 15 points. That's not that bad at the very least. They're on the left-hand side of the bracket, Mini. But of course, for Spiker and Raikou, 40 points with the 5 eliminations plus the victory, a massive amount of points gained.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, those guys will be mounting an attack on that top spot, of course, as well. There's still to play for. There's so many games still to play for. We have 2 more opportunities, and that's what you can do. You can rack up 40, 50 points in a single game. So, nobody's safe. These top teams at the top of the leaderboard, they are walking on ice right now because we have 2 games to go. They're going to have to make sure that they keep consistent because that's the way that they're going to stay afloat at the top of the leaderboard. But all it takes is one of these teams to really have a pop-off like we saw Spiker and Raikou doing right there, getting themselves 40 points to really propel them up the leaderboard.
Biggest thing that stands out for me, though, Timmy, is Muzma and Reckless. Yes, they finished second. Yes, they had that high ground, but no eliminations. Just simply wasn't able to really get involved with all that chaos down below.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Muzma wasn't able to win his ones there in the box at the end. So if you're not able to do that, and you can't pick up any elims as you're on high ground as well. They did take it relatively late, so they didn't really have that kind of domination period that we've seen Zora have, or that we saw even Vortex have in Game 2 as well. If you don't have that period on height, it can be quite difficult to pick up the kills. So yeah, they ended in 8th place for the game, even if they came second. So you've said it before yourself, Xenox. It's all about making sure you balance between the 2 so you can end up with a decent amount of points at the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how those points are now stacking up for the overall standings now at the conclusion of match number 4. And there's probably some moving and shaking. And well, Mini, we had a top 2. Now it's a bit of a top 3.
Yeah, we have a bit of a three-horse race right now in the name of Looter, Spiker, and Vortex, to name one of the three. I mean, those guys, they have popped off so far today. We've had some great eliminations, some great victory royales. Look at them. They're all sort of hovering in around the same amount of points, the same amount of eliminations, and each of them having a victory royale to their name as well. I'd like to think that all it would take for one of these teams is to replicate one of their victory royales. If they can get themselves a win with eliminations as well, they'll be able to push themselves just that bit further ahead of the rest of the pack. For the rest of the people a little bit down below, it is quite close. You know, you're seeing a lot of players, but the top of the leaderboard is looking very exciting.
I mean, we've still got 2 games to go. I think even for, I think it was Worthy and Jinx who picked up some decent points from that last match as well. That gets them into the top 10 as well. It's probably these names now, Timmy, this sort of second page where they are definitely running out of time, especially when it comes to, say, top 2, top 3. You would basically need like back-to-back 40-point performances.
Yeah, exactly. So these guys are about they're about 40 points behind fifth place at the moment. Which is, remember what these guys are all shooting for. You want a top 5 and an absolute minimum to make money. So it's all about making sure that you put two really big games together. You know, it's all about making sure you got 2 big games. So if you are one of those teams, don't be disheartened. Try and have that big game, but if you're one of those top teams, we've said it again and again, it's all about the consistency. Put 2 half-decent games together here and you're probably going to be able to finish yourself with money.
Yeah, well, we've only got 2 games remaining. It is getting tense and tight here towards the finish for the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite Asia. Go to a short break. We do come back. We will have the conclusion here for day number 1.
There is always a new challenge, and the hard work never stops. Strive to be the best. Make the most of your opportunities. And enjoy.
Introducing the JBL Freak Edition wireless headphones, designed by Giannis.
James, I have to tell you how I feel. I love you, JHB. I know it may sound crazy, but I can see us living together. Well, your silence says everything, James. Goodbye forever.
James. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was wearing these awesome JBL Quantum headphones. Look, it's me as a cat. The nose and the whiskers. Isn't that cute?
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Only 2 matches remaining here for Fortnite Asia of the JBL Quantum Cup. It's only day 1. It's been, though, an amazing start to the Cup already. And, of course, this leg of the Cup, the Fortnite Asia portion, has so far been absolutely tantalizing. And we've got that 3-horse race with 2 games to go. There's still a chance for the rest of the pack to, of course, catch up as well, get involved. And who knows? I mean, we're already seeing, Luda and Co started to fall down from that top spot to second to third. Could they keep tumbling, or can they get that top spot back?
That is the main question. Things are already starting to hot up here. We have now a 3-horse race. We almost saw like a 2-horse race earlier, but now a new member has joined the pack. And I'm excited to see who is the one that's going to come out on top out of those 3. Or will we see a completely new team that we haven't really talked about too much make their way into that top 5 and ultimately push for a great game 6 going into that top spot? It's all to play for still. The points are very close. There's still all up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, we probably have, I guess, theoretically, Timmy, put some lines through a couple of those teams towards the bottom of the overall standings. But for those inside of the top 16, from the graphic that we had earlier, they still have everything to play for. They are still within reach.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 or 2 big games here. Well, 2 big games here as we enter the last 2 games here. It's going to be up to them. They have to make it happen. We've got to see a Jarlin and Zoro type game. We've got to see them take 12 kills. We saw a 12 kill 6 from Jarlin and Zoro, and it boosted them up from about, the 20th mark, and now they're up in the top 5, and they're playing for that top money if they have a big game now. So it's up to someone else down to that, like you said, down to top 16 sort of area. They can definitely have 2 big games here and make their way up into the top 5, I think.
Many out of the top 3 that we've got at the moment, Ludasoro, Vortex, Suns, and I think Spiker and Riker are up there at the moment. Do you sort of fancy one of those 3 more than the others? Do you sense that maybe with 2 games to go, there's some momentum for either of those teams?
I mean, it's tough. It's very, very tough. I think Luta and Sorif, I think they're going to be able to clutch up with the placements. They're very, very consistent. We know how good they are. But for Vortex and Co, they can definitely take it by storm. I think they're the sort of duo that they're not going to win by 1 or 2 points. They're going to go for those eliminations. They're going to go for that high ground, and they are going to take the whole lobby by storm. They're not going to just chill on low ground and, enjoy the experience of letting everyone else get eliminated around you. They're going to make the plays. They're going to be going up on top. So I think if they're likely to take it, it's going to be in a big way.
Timmy, do you hold a similar sentiment?
Yeah, no, that's completely right. If the thing with Suns, who's the IGL of Vortex and Suns, he doesn't play to come second. He doesn't play to come third. He plays to win. He's going to look for high ground, and we've seen him take height 3-4 games in a row now. We've seen how he likes, 3 games in a row now. We've seen how he likes to play. Luda and Sorov tend to play the more passive, low ground sort of play style, the play style that's centered over NA, sort of cultivated and made really popular. They play that style of play. They don't play for the win necessarily. They more play for the picks. They more play for that second place consistency play style. So we're going to see who can win out there. And of course, we've also got Spiker and Raikou, like you said, Xenox. And they're a bit of a wild card team. They could be a team that could potentially get 10 elims one game and then get none with like a top 5 next game. You just never know what they're going to do. Yeah. But Spiker won FNCS last season, so it's going to be interesting to see how that's, or not last season, sorry, the season before that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they finish up as well, because a little bit of a wild card, not really knowing what to expect from them.
Obviously, you got Moosman, Reckless as well around that sort of position where, they had a 2nd place finish but couldn't find any eliminations. Maybe this is where they can put both together, strike and strive for that balance. It's match 5, the penultimate round here for the JBL Quantum Cup, Fortnite Asia. As always, Mini Timmy, take us through this game.
Cheers, Xenox. We're back. Game number 5 in action. We're back in the game. It is time. The penultimate game, a big moment for so many of these, particularly the teams that are a little bit lower down. Maybe the ones that are pushing for a higher placement, getting into that top 5, getting into the cash, of course. If you didn't see earlier, the top 5 is where the cash is for these teams. Absolutely vital game, Timmy. It's going to be interesting to see who takes it by grasp and really pops off.
Yeah, and we've talked about that before, about having that big game, and not necessarily saying it's too late for some of these teams, but it's definitely the game that you need to have. You got to get out there. You got to have a big game. You got to make sure that you put your confident shoes on. You make sure you're ready to go, ready to fight some people. Get your W key on and really try and take the game and make it yours. But see Spiker and Raikou there. We haven't seen a huge amount of what they're up to this this tournament, despite them being in top 3. So it's an interesting little situation brewing here with the top 3 all being so close to one another, Minnie.
Yeah, it really is, and I'm sure Spiker and Reiku, those guys will be on top of the world. They've had themselves a big victory royale there. They're in 3rd place. They're looking to, 2nd place. They're looking to close out this tournament in a good fashion, you know. But of course, Lusa getting a little bit beamed out of the air. Soref likewise. He's down on the HP side of things right now, but seeing the little sleepy sound area getting contested once again as Solipans goes down right there to Dylan. So now it's a 2v1 situation for Dylan and Spicy. They're making their way into this area, but no, CEO has an answer to the question. Can he clutch up as a solo? And I think he might just be able to. He does have that pistol. He does take out Spicy. These pistols, even the gray variants, are so important and so powerful now. As you mentioned right there, almost zero bills, but such an important situation for CEO. He's almost making his way out. He has another weapon to use now. It's CEO versus Dylan. Who's going to come out on top?
I don't know how he got out of that situation, but Dylan, potentially with no ammo left in either of his guns, had the window open, but just was not getting any damage through it. And luckily, CEO manages to survive. I think he's probably got the reboot card, and it looks like he is ready to call it a day against Dylan here. But Dylan, of course, we've mentioned it before briefly, he's on controller, on console, actually, not even on controller. But it looks like he's going to let him disengage. We're going to see a little bit of a finish here, but I just want to point out, I think we lost Zora earlier. I think Jarlin's the only one left up here, as it looks like High Ground Caddy and Steady 7 contested Jarlin and Zora down at the Chonka Speedway down there at the south side of the map. It's going to be interesting to see if Jarlin can get the reboot off on Zora. Keep in mind, those guys are currently the top 5, so 95 points. It's a good mark for these guys for everyone else to basically shoot for if they manage to see them all go down. As we do see Worthy and Jinx, looks like they're pushing in here on one of our content curating teams. Unfortunately being taken down there by Worthy and Jinx at the Rocky Rails. That'll be an extra 4 points to put on Worthy and Jinx's total points for the tournament, as they sit, I think, currently in 10th place, if I remember correctly, Minnie.
Yeah, they're definitely not down and out yet. 10th place is obviously, it's not in the cash, it's not in the money, but we talked about it. Last 2 games, things can happen. You can make some magic. You don't even need a miracle, I feel like, at this stage. You know, when you're in the 10th place, you've set yourself up for a good finish already. You just got to have that consistency, you know. Maybe have one of the 2 pop-off games, or one of the 2 games being a pop-off, and then the other one just a more consistent, a nice placement, and ensuring you get a few eliminations as well to ensure you're not too risky with how things are going here. But now we're seeing Radius and Loki getting involved in a little bit of an early game engagement as well. Radius connecting with a great shot. Can he connect with the second? He can't, and he does go down. It's now Loki as a solo. Can he clutch up? It's Seki who does go down, though. It's a great elimination from Loki, who from Riz right there, who does manage to get the nearly get the finish. But now it's Loki versus Riz. Who's going to come out on top? Loki did manage to pick up that elimination, and so is Radius, has now gone down. So absolutely vital. He hasn't quite got the full elimination yet, actually, Loki, on top of this fight right now, so he's got to be careful. It's a good shot though from Loki, one of our content creator players today, so definitely packs a punch though. He's not a bad player at all, is he, Timmy?
No, he's not bad at all. Oh my god, he's won it! He flips the ramp, Riz, the content. Oh my god, the console team has gone down to Loki, the 1v1, the 150 pump with the green pump, making huge things happen there, Loki. Beautiful win there in the ones. He wins his ones, mate. He wins his ones.
Put some respect on Loki's name in the competitive scene. I want to... Loki, FNCS champion, Chapter 3, Season 1. I can see it. He's got the potential. I like the way he did that. And he managed to clutch up Jinx now right now. Clutching up, getting down. An elimination on Flenny as Worthy having to try and pick up the pieces as he is a little bit further away. Now it's another 1v1 situation as Flenny is still down. Doesn't quite get the full elimination on him right now as Worthy's trying to look for this full elimination. He does have 2 eliminations to his name as well. So he does have a good amount of loot, a good level of loot, a good caliber of loot as well. But Saka goes for the full box. Doesn't quite work out for him though, but Worthy whips out the Stinger SMG and does some serious damage.
I gotta say, if there's one guy you do not take a full edit on, it is Worthy. His crosshair placement is about as good as it gets in the, not even in the region, but in the world. You do not want to pop an edit like that in front of this guy. He's gonna hit you for 100 plus every time, and he does win the ones there. Talk about winning the ones being very important in a duo situation. But do just want to point out, High Ground Caddy, Steady 7, they landed at Chonka Speedway, landed directly on our 5th place team, Zora and Jarlin. And unfortunately, it looks like Zora and Jarlin have actually fully gone down. That's a big development. It means that that 5th place, or that, you know what I mean, the 5th place, that sort of money placement, looks like that is basically on offer. One of these teams down in 7th, 8th, you know, sort of towards that area, wants to put on a show here. Looks like they will have a free spot to move up into if they can make it happen.
Yeah, they're almost sort of forging their path into the top end of the leaderboard, which is really great from them, making themselves known with those eliminations and combining that with placements as well, which is good to see. Now that we're seeing Relenko versus Noah and his teammates, a tough little situation here because they are sort of towards the central area of the map, very susceptible to third parties rotating on in. As we see another player rotating using the Spider-Man there as well, so very well done from him. And Noah does appear to go down. Rel, no, do they quite get the elimination? They don't. He's on 2 HP, 0 builds. Surely his time's lacking, and there it is. He does go down, and his teammate is going to have to rotate away right there. But really great stuff from Rel right there, and his teammate Bathan. He's doing really, really well. Got that elimination, but now his teammate, they're going to have to dip on out of there.
Yeah, that's a situation you don't want to be finding yourself in, a little 2v1 situation, especially in the spray mini. You're going to see 2 people in your box fairly quickly. So getting out of there is probably the right call. Doing that with the Spider-Man Mythic. Nice little way to get out of there fairly quickly. As we see Twiz and his teammate Juan there, sitting center map, looking to get themselves healed back up. As we see the same 1v1 here over at Camp Cuddle. Still happening. We've got Solely Plans and CEO taking on Dylan has aimbot and Spicy, our little console duo.
Yeah, the console duo. Hopefully for them, being able to show if they can get some great tags off, as though Spicy is a little bit. They're playing a little bit more of a split strategy right here, as they are getting built up on by the other team. But now they were hopping on board with Ronin and Tui, who do clutch up and get 2 eliminations. That was Juan and Twiz, who do go down, unfortunately for them right there. But a good refresh from Ronin and Co right there. Really great stuff. They're able to propel themselves through the end game, as now Solly Plans and CO, they're looking for more action. They're looking for another elimination to add to their already 1 elimination. And they're trying to hunt out Spicy here.
So I think the 1 elimination that these 2 teams have is on the other, and then they're both rebooted, and now they're coming back for more. So they're farming points off each other, these 2 teams. Getting a couple points here and there. We got Spicy versus CO. CO manages to get in the box here. Spicy trying to push in. A little 2v1 scenario, trying to drop down. Nice beam. Oh my gosh, we actually get in. CO goes down to... I'm not even too sure what happened there. Sorry, that happened so quickly.
I think Dylan found a different angle. I think he found a little flank and managed to clutch up and get a big beam. We saw that happen. We see it happen so often as well with duos where maybe one is getting pushed, but then it leaves the gap open for the other member of the duo to get a big beam, particularly with these MK7s. That is so on the cards, and they have performed that to perfection. It looks as though they're on the back foot, but they've turned the tables almost immediately, and that's what duos is all about. Things can switch up so quickly.
Yeah, it sure can. You know, you get one player hitting a couple nice shots on someone else, and all of a sudden you're in a 1v2 scenario. It's really important to be hitting your shots here in these scenarios. See that zone pulling basically far bottom left of the map. Got 55 alive, so we're not going to have to worry about that second zone surge. As again, zone continuing to pull towards Greasy Grove. Basically got half the zone within water. This is going to be an interesting end to this game, that's for sure. We're probably going to see a little bit of, you know, there's either going to be a bit of mountains involved or a bit of water involved here, Minnie.
Could be seeing a bit of both, a bit of a mixture. But I mean, we do have that island as well, which is going to be an interesting dynamic if that does happen to be in the next zone, because you know our team's going to opt for that mountain or that island and go for the more high ground, or will they go for the safer option on the mainland? As we see Chizer and Mackie right here, these guys are looking as though they're rotating using the water. We don't see too many teams making this ultimate less congested side of zone rotate, which is really good to see from them, making sure that they're making their way into the end game. As we see Volks and Pumpkin right now, these guys are rotating using a vehicle, one of the taxis, offering a nice little taxi service for his teammate here, which is always good to see. Likewise is Sorif, making sure that Luther is enjoying his experience. I think Sorif is actually, yes, he's in the back of the taxi. That's almost a chauffeur service from Luther right there, which is great to see. But Darkflies and Zen, we saw these guys swimming on the outside of the map. Now they're getting themselves in a bit more of an engagement with Chizer and Mackie.
Yeah, looking really good here. Darkflies and Zen with a couple of nice angles here on Maki and Chizer. See Mao going down to 6th there in the kill feed. Fortunately, a couple teams here on the ultimate dead side of zone. Talk about dead side quite a bit, usually. Of course, it's just the side that there's just less players on if you're a little bit more new to the community. As we see here, Chizer and Marky trying to make their way out. The thing with going to dead side like this, you're really, really isolated. A lot of the time you do find you get pushed by other teams here because they know that there's not other teams around to third party. But of course, Marky and Chiz, it looks like they've got the Spider-Man Mythic to be able to get out of there fairly easily. They're going to find themselves around the south side of this mountain, get out of that situation. Be able to keep on moving as we see Tui and Ronan looking to get quite aggressive here. They take out Steady. High ground caddy now left in a 1v2 scenario.
Yep, high ground Catty on the high ground, and very much reminiscent of Catty corner of the previous chapter when he does have those peppers utilized very well, but now he's going to have to utilize it even more effectively as he is a solo. Can he clutch up here? He does get one, but can't get two as high ground Catty goes down to Tui, and Ronin does, well, actually Ronin takes him out and Tui does go down, so he can get the revive on Tui right there. Really well done from them. That's a crucial refresh, and they got it done really, really quickly, which is so crucial.
Yes, exactly. You have to make sure you clean up those fights as fast as you can, so you're not left getting third-partied by the end of it. It's a really good play there from Tui and Ronan, leaving themselves a couple of kills, and I think they've got 4 now. So again, looking at eight points already just from Elims alone for that team. It's really, really nice points for them. As they've not really been talked about much, so not really near towards that top of the league. But I do think they're in that top 16. Those guys, if you have a big game, could potentially be making their way towards the top of the leaderboard. So do keep an eye on them if they continue to make their way through some of those younger teams or through some of those less effective teams. Yeah, so we look like Prizzy picking up another one of those Spider Mythics, making his way through Rocky Reels here. Yep, some web shooters that he's going to drop his sniper for. Get some nice Spidey rotations. And Steve-O making their way through the east side of zone here.
Actually interesting there. He's opting to take the rotation over the sniper. We haven't actually seen too many big sniper shots today. It's interesting because, of course, with the release of Chapter 3, we don't have a sniper that does 200 headshot damage. For me, I think that's a really, really good thing. It allows you to, you know, be able to be full HP and still survive even a gold sniper to the head. I think it does 197, so you're still going to be 3 HP. Definitely down on the white HP and the shield, but it doesn't eliminate you straight away. And it's interesting how a lot of these teams maybe see that as a disadvantage, and I haven't seen too many snipers today, Timmy.
No, I haven't. Now, I do also wonder if it's people just adjusting to the heads-up display of it as well. It is slightly different to to the previous iterations of the sniper that we've seen in Fortnite. Slightly different way that you look through the scope. Just maybe a little bit of adjustment for people to make before they feel fully confident with the sniper as well. I know I can feel like that sometimes about small adjustments, even if they don't seem to affect the way that the gun actually works. Sometimes it can just be a little bit off-putting. But as we see here, Prizzy and Steve-O. I talked earlier about Steve-O being a hyper-aggressive controller player. We see them looking for a few angles here. Steve-O going to put some pressure down here on Arky and Proctor, who we've seen constantly having that mythic Spider-Man thing. Oh, you can see why they're starting to fight here. Steve-O with 2 builds and basically nothing left to his name. So they're looking to try and find a refresh before they rotate to this next zone.
Yeah, we saw them taking this sort of fight last game as well. It didn't quite work out for them, unfortunately, as they both did end up going down. But now they might be able to turn the tides on that history, the bad history for them. But now they are, yes, Hestivo does take him out right there. Great elimination on Arky. And you mentioned it, Timmy. He managed to jump in the box, but no, Prizzy goes down. Stevo managed to clutch up, though, and he can't quite get the res off. Well done from Stevo, showing his aggression, as we have just seen once again.
That is classic Steve-O action, mate. That is where everyone's. If you watch any kind of 2v2 or 3v3s on stream that any pros play, you know that that's a classic Steve-O move. They'll get in the box and finish the fight as fast as you can type beat. Looking really solid there from Steve-O. He managed to pick up the kills, and he should be able to get the reboot on Prizzy, so they should be able to find themselves entering this late game here. I don't think we should be seeing too many more teams going down. As you can see, we've got quite a lot of congestion towards this Greasy Grove sort of area. So we shouldn't see too much more fighting. There's a lot of people around each other. Probably a little bit too much third-party potential for a lot of these teams. So should be entering late game with around 40 players. Should lead to some interesting finishes here. As we know, a lot of our top teams are still up in this one here, Minnie.
Yeah, a lot of the top teams are still up, which is really good for them. I think that's what we were talking about before. They just need, I think you said it, they just need 2 solid games. You know, if you're at the top of the leaderboard, you're in that top 3, you're in that 3-horse race, you just need a couple of solid games. I think that's what Raikou and Co are doing right now. They haven't got too many eliminations, but Vortex and his teammate Suns. This is a big moment here, Timmy, because they're down to a solo.
Yeah, they are. And don't get me wrong, Suns is good as a solo, but he doesn't have max. I mean, it's close to max mats, but he's only got the 1 launch pad. No peppers. He's got the Spider-Man mythic, but we're unsure how effective that can be in late game just yet. We're yet to see just how useful it can be. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can put his late game together. He's definitely one to keep an eye on as we move through the late game here. 14 seconds until we see fourth zone appear for our teams as we see zone closing. Also got Brack still up in this one, along with Ashes and Raptor. We're seeing them sort of struggling a little bit today. As we also pan around, we see all of our remaining teams up. Sevo did manage to get the res on Brizzy here, but they are taking quite a bit of pressure from some other teams. As zone does appear, looks like it's going to be relatively central, so we shouldn't see too many struggles for these teams to rotate, and not too far for a majority of them.
Yeah, not too far at all. There does seem to be a lot of teams that are already in that vicinity already, but we've seen it earlier. Another bit of a mountainous zone. Not maybe like the massive mountains that we've seen previously, but definitely some considerable hills where positioning and that early positioning, I think, for these teams is going to be what's most crucial. You know, if you can get yourself into a good position early, you don't have to... It's kind of like the Storm Surge situation where you don't want to be putting yourself in a bad situation and then scrambling right at the end. You want to get all that work done early, making sure you're in a good situation, a good position, all the way up on a good high ground and getting that elevation so you don't have to worry about it a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way to put it. You want to make sure that you set yourself up for success. You never want to try and catch up in terms of your preparation. You always want to be prepped and ready to go. Make sure your surge is sorted. You want to make sure your positioning's good right from the get-go. Make sure your verticality, you're aware of your verticality and sorting it early. So, yeah, very good point there, Minnie. It's a really important thing for all these guys to think about as they move into these endgames here. It looks like Carry On and Soap looking to get aggressive here on Kunai and Cyrex. As we're getting into the half-half scenario, we're not going to see Surge hit here, so any Surge preparation that was done by any of these teams, not really necessary here, but still, going to see a nice stacked in-game with 45 alive here as we move on into these fourth zones starting to close. Going to see half-half appear here sometime pretty soon.
Yeah, half and half will be appearing very, very soon indeed, and that's really the first test of a lot of these teams' late game rotates. You know, you can fairly easily rotate into fourth zone without too much pressure, but I think when it starts to come down to those half and half, those moving zones, that's where the top teams like Lusa and Soref, they really do come out on top, and I think they're looking to sort of recapture that consistency that they had in the first few games, but weren't quite able to replicate that in game number 4 for them. And I'm sure they're capable of doing so in game number 5 here. Great little shot, though, from Manchi, showing how good that Ranger Assault Rifle is. Maybe picks up the elimination, but no, I don't think he did. It was Eshes who does pick up that elimination. No, weren't quite able to get that. They do have a Harpoon as well, so potential refresh coming through as Stevo does eventually fall. Very unfortunate for them. They've played well in this game so far, picking up refreshes, but their time's up.
They didn't pick up any of those kills, so not going to get any Elam points there, but you did see them see what kind of loot those guys had. We saw a pad, we saw a couple of other things. Saw something gold that I'm sure those guys would have wanted. So even though they didn't get the points for it, they definitely are going to get rewards for their hard work and make sure they're always being aware. I said that earlier, Tier 1 teams are constantly paying attention to what's going on around them. So the fact that they're paying attention there and making sure they knew what was going on around them, definitely going to pay off for them, which is really good stuff. We do see Sun still up in this one. Definitely one to keep your eye on the kill feed, making sure we don't miss if he goes down early. Keeping it well. We do see Lockie going down here early. Lockie, we saw him with a nice 1v1 winning us once earlier. Radius, unfortunately, going to go down in a 1v2 scenario there to Muzma and Reckless. And also, looks like Soref is going to take down Kunai, leaving Cyrex up as a solo as well.
Yeah, really great stuff, and then taking out some really important eliminations. We see the half and half zone present itself, though, and it looks as though for a lot of these teams, they're going to have to get their sunglasses on because we're heading to the beach. We're heading to the beach just on the outskirts of the zone right here as Soref and Lusa having to make their way in, utilizing that launch pad, which is so effective from them. We've seen them do this so often where it's a little bit of an earlier launch pad instead of saving it for a moving zone or a little bit of a later stage of the game, because you're not guaranteed that positioning. You're not guaranteed to get into the later stage of the end game. So I like that from them using it early. It was a long rotate, so they sort of had to. But now they're going to try and go for those double sprays on Spiker and Raikou, and I don't think they know it, but that is a team that they want to be taking out.
That is definitely a team that want to be taken out. And just quickly jumping back to that point you said about the hills and being aware about what's going on around you, that taking in the information that they should have taken in on that launch pad that they took. A lot of those teams did launch that zone, and I think making sure that you understood, look at the amount of verticality that there actually is on the map here. That hill doesn't look big on the map, but it is big. It is surprisingly big, and look at that, and making sure that you clear that hill here, as it does pull back. It pulls back and across all of that hill, so making sure you get up and you clear your layers early is incredibly important. As Jix and Worthy do go down, our current 10th place participants unfortunately going down. So we get into 35 alive, first moving. About to start moving here. We've got 10 seconds before it starts. 18 teams alive, as it looks like Raikou and Spiker did survive that. Looking relatively healthy still here as well. No one really established on high ground either. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out here as we enter Game 5's late game here, Mini.
Yep, this is where it all heats up. This is where it all starts to get interesting because Storm Surge takes a part to play. And of course, this is where the rotates really are important. Luther and Sorif, we saw them utilizing that launchpad earlier on. They didn't opt for the refresh of the launchpad, but now they do. The recycling of the launchpad, which is what's going to keep them in this game for that extra little bit longer. Sorif landing on top of the mountain as well, maybe establishing a little bit of high ground and potentially a good position for them. But our team that is all the way up on high ground, for now, it's Pug and his teammate all the way up on top.
Yeah, looking really good. And we see a couple of our big teams here still up in this one. We got to keep an eye on see how Suns is doing as well. Lego Ninja making his way through some of these late games. It's going to be really interesting to see how some of them can do. Spicy does go down there. We're also seeing Tui picking up a few more kills. Also, we're seeing Oreo pick up another kill as well. So a couple of big teams still going strong in this one. We're going to see how potentially going to see someone looking to take height here later on. We do see Sun still up in this one here as well, so that's really important. But this is the team to keep an eye on as well. Another one of our top teams looking solid. Lots of chug splashes, lots of chilies. We've also got Luda, but looking relatively shambles here, Mini.
Yeah, a little bit shambles indeed. They haven't quite been able to find those later refreshes as we saw them do so effectively earlier on in the Cup. The material count not looking too good. The loot situation not looking great either for Zanzath and Co right now, though. These guys all the way up on high ground. Haven't seen too much of these guys so far, but if they can apply some pressure from up above, this is where they're going to be able to pick up some eliminations or maybe mount an attack on the higher stage of the leaderboard. Lucer trying to make his way through the bills, though. He doesn't have too many bills for himself either. Looks as though there is another player on that other side of the wall having to use this house to really make sure that they're going to be protected for a little bit longer. And it's all about that placement. If they can clutch up as many placement points as possible here, even if they don't get too many more eliminations, they're going to be able to stay at the top, or at the top end of the leaderboard. Whoa,
oh my God.
The full box, so close.
He nearly pulled off a wild clip there on someone. He went for it. You see the big edits coming out, but not able to pick him up. I sort of pre-fired him getting that kill. Unfortunately, did not pick it up. But they do pick up a nice refresh there, and that is a big refresh. Look at what he's got there. A bunch of mats. Picks up some nice stuff. I do see Raikou and Spiker. I saw them still up there. And I also see Sun still up. Sun's made his way through here to at least a top 10 placement. That is huge from Suns as a solo. But we do see Raikou and Spiker looking really solid. Bunch of mats still left, as we do see Suns unfortunately going down in the top 10, but he has done amazing to make it through the top 10 in general. So it's down now to Spiker and Luda and their respective teammates. Can we see them have a big game here ahead of the other one and make a big difference on this leaderboard?
Yep, that's what it's all going to come down to. We have Movement and Reckless back up on high ground. Can they make a better job of it than they did before? Now, Raikou's teammate Spiker does go down. He's having to clutch up right now as well. It's all looking good for Lucer and Co. Not at the moment, though, because they are in the storm, so it's almost both teams having a bit of a difficult situation at once. Spiker getting fully eliminated. So does Lucer. Lucer goes down right there. Sorry for having to pick up the pieces and pick up the loot from his teammate right there if he can try and get the refresh. Hasn't got too much to work with right now and getting sprayed. The pressure from high ground is going to be unrelenting. And Raikou all the way down on low ground, having to try and clutch up a solo. And there goes Sorif. So it's actually he goes down. That is unfortunate. It is Sorif who does go down. And out of our top 3 teams, it looks as though the first and second place, and the first and third place have gone down.
Yeah, it does, and it looks like Raikou's going to manage to get himself here still in a top 3 scenario. Reckless and Musa making that high ground look a lot better this time with 7 elims. Couple big games here. Raikou's managed to make it through to the top 2. A little 1v2 scenario. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much, as it looks like he's going to go down. 4 elims for them, 6 elims for Luda and Spiker. For Luda and Sorif. So whether or not that elim difference is enough to make a difference on the leaderboard, we're going to have to wait and see here, Xenox.
What a finish, and I love the fact that we sort of spoke about Movement Reckless in the last game, Vinny, how they had that strong placement, but they didn't find any eliminations. Now you get the placement and the eliminations. An absolutely amazing game going into our final game after this. That puts them in a massive position.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I think they learned from their mistakes in the previous game to think, okay, we didn't pick up too many eliminations in that previous game, which sort of led to them running out of steam all the way up on high ground, which you can do. You know, you don't have the materials to keep tarping and keep going, but they learned from that. 7 eliminations in that game is absolutely crucial from them. But let's talk about this from Lockie. I think a lot of people were very shocked and surprised to see this from Lachlan.
That ramp flip into the 150 pump will live on in his memory for eternity. I promise you that, Mini. That is a wonderful shot from him. And a high leverage moment. You want to win your ones off spawn. It's important. You don't want to be sitting on stream, you know, playing 1v1s. You want to be able to get through that late game, which is what they managed to do. As we see here, we saw this fight drag on for a wee while. We were able to see how it actually broke down there. You were right. Dylan grabbing another angle, looking really solid. And then, of course, we saw this. Stevo won his ones there against Arky. And then, of course, later we saw Frizzy getting jumped in on. And then Stevo coming in to save the day, winning there as well. So Stevo nice and 1v2 as we headed into the late game.
Yeah, that was absolutely vital. And it's those earlier refreshes that we see absolutely vital for these teams that are going to be making their way up into the high ground and making their way into the higher placements as well. Not only do they get themselves the good loot to eliminate other players, but it also gives them the material count to really continue domination in the in the end game right here. A little bit of an early elimination for Sorif and Luta, though. Of course, we saw Sorif having to clutch up as a solo. We saw Luta doing so very effectively earlier, but Sorif managing to clutch up a few extra placement points as we see him eventually falling right there to the hands of Ronin right there, who did do very, very well on low ground as a solo, as did Raikou.
Yeah. Don't discount Ronin there. Ronin with, I think, 9 or 10 elims to himself. But, of course, the story there is Raikou managing to clutch up a second. And, of course, with how close the leaderboard is, we've got no idea what's going to shake out here as we sort of head into that final game. See who's going to take home that first and second place for all the money.
Ended up being 8 eliminations for that victory royale as well for Muzma and Reckless. So a magnificent performance and basically one of those kind of pop-off games like you said earlier, Timmy. So in the end, that's going to set the tone for them going into the final game. It may get them from a 3-horse race to now maybe a 4-horse race, because basically what we saw, Mini, was again the same sort of top teams making it towards the end. Luda and Sorif, you know, 5th place, 6 eliminations. That's kind of job done. Spike and Raikou as well. They had 3 eliminations with their 2nd place finish. And Suns, that was mentioned as well by Timmy Mini, is the fact that he soloed them into the top 10.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. We see it so often, so many solo players really clutching up the placements, and that is where the money ultimately is made for these duos. We know we have 1 more game remaining. We have 2 more just before this. So, you know, it's all about how many placement points can this person clutch up as a solo, because each and every placement point is them moving further and further into that top 5 if they're outside, or moving higher up to the top spot if they're in that top 5.
Obviously, Muzma and Reckless was a bit of a talking point, Timmy, coming into this game and off the back of the last game as well. Did you see anything that was different from them that helped them get those extra eliminations this time?
Well, I spoke about it too many times. It's almost like some broken record about my broken record, but it's the confidence. And Muzma is a really confident guy. I know him personally. He's someone who's very confident in his ability to win his gunfight. So I'm not surprised that he, instead of, you know, he probably took the lesson from losing that gunfight there to win the last game. Instead of losing and taking that on and you know, being down on himself, he's now taken that and he's gone and got 8 elims and they've got the win this time. So I love to see that confidence, the switch up. So now I'm going to be interested to see where they sit on the leaderboard as well, and how they're going to take that confidence and that momentum that they've got now. They've got a 2nd place and a 1st place 2 games in a row. How are they going to go into this last game, and where are they going to be sitting? Are they possible for making money? Are they close? Going to be very interesting to find out.
I would definitely say all of those sort of players and teams that we've spoken about over the last couple of minutes are going to be in that conversation, and that is basically the conversation now to have, Mini, is that with only 1 game to go, there is going to be those 4 or 5 teams that we've seen throughout the entire day that have probably locked up those kind of places. If you're in the top 16 but you're on the lower end of it now, it's probably too late now to make that charge, unless you have like a crazy final game and then other things go your way as well.
Yeah, you do need a little bit of luck. You do need a little bit of, you know, fortune when you go into these games. If you are a little bit lower down, you know, maybe a few of the things go your way. Maybe you get a few zones and pick up some eliminations. So it's definitely not over yet. It's not over till it's over, I believe is the saying. But it's still, you know, it's still an opportunity for a lot of the teams that are maybe just outside of the top 5, because it all comes down to this. This is the moment. This is where it comes down to. The final game is upon us, and who's going to be in that top 5? Who's going to be coming out on top? I think we know, as you mentioned, we're going to see a lot of the same names up there. But are we going to see maybe some new names breaking through?
We're just, of course, waiting a little bit here for the match result to come through, Timmy. But obviously, we can kind of assume that it's going to be the same kind of names. And I would imagine anyone inside of the top 3, probably even top 5, still has a chance of getting that #1 position. If you had to say, after seeing 5 games so far, as to who maybe deserves it the most, is there any duo that comes to mind?
I'd probably have to say Suns and Vortex. Just the way that I've seen their plan work out consistently. We saw them take high ground repeatedly. We saw how consistent that was. And probably just eking out Sorif and Luda. But you got to say, big shout out to them for how consistent they've been on low ground as well. But everyone knows in this current meta, high ground's the place to be. The spray is the best thing to use. And as a result, you want to be on high ground so that you can get those elims. So I think probably, for me, I'd say Suns and Vortex. But I think they're probably going to have a pretty decent game to end up on first. But we're going to have to wait and see until we see the leaderboard to really work out what each team needs to take out #1 at the end of the day.
The question that was kind of posed at the start of the day was when we get to this match 6, Mini, was do we see any sort of shenanigans? I don't want to say hot drops. I don't even want to say like ultra aggressive nature. But if you're like, say, in 7th, 8th, 9th, maybe even honestly 5th, not 5th, but 6th, do you look to just take out one of those top 5 teams so you've got at least a spot you can get into?
Well, I think so. You definitely can sort of forge your own way into that top 5, you know, take it into your own hands. But what we often see with a lot of these tournaments is the final game is definitely a lot more aggressive for all the teams, particularly for the teams that are in that 5th to 10th region. They need those high eliminations. The placement alone is not going to be enough for them to make it into the top 5. So if they can get those eliminations paired up with placements as well, then they're going to be looking good. They're going to be in that top 5. They're going to be in the money as well. So I think going into game number 6, expect to see a few more aggressive plays, a few more eliminations being taken, and a few more risky fights being taken, because it is now or never.
Unintentionally building up the anticipation here in the tension, but we do finally now have the match results from match number 5, and it was Muzma and Reckless who very much capitalized this time around on their late high ground dominance. They had the 8 eliminations compared to their 2nd place finish with 0 eliminations earlier, Timmy. So 46 points puts them in good stead. But what about for the Warriors, boys? 42 points with 1 game to go. They might just be entering the conversation.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent game from them there. 10 elims at a 4th, 42 points. That's a lot of points. And it's a lot of points for Muzma and Reckless as well. So seeing these final standings is going to be pretty close. Keep an eye on Sorif and Luda there. A good game from them as well, obviously. But you see, look at the difference there. 1 point separates Sorif and Luda and Spiker and Raikou. We saw how close that was for those 2 teams as well. This is going to be one hell of a finish, Xenox. And you know, keeping an eye on some of these other teams as well. We can't really say how much this game's affected the overall leaderboard until we see that, but there's definitely some of these big teams sort of in that top 10 that could definitely make a big statement in this last game.
Well, Minnie, I think it's pretty evident, you know, as great as a job that Suns did for Suns and Vortex, you know, I think it was about 18 points there. When you compare that to the other teams that we're seeing contend for the top 5, obviously just a little bit behind there, and that might see them drop a little bit in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it wasn't an ideal game for them right there, but, you know, of all of the teams that can do it, I think they're definitely up there. Vortex is definitely a very, very aggressive player, and they're an aggressive duo, so I'm excited to see if they can.
Well, here are the overall standings that we've got with 1 game to play. You can see for Spiker and Raikou, 162 points in that top place position. I guess, Timmy, in terms of the teams that can catch them or at least be the ultra threats, it's basically Sorif and Luda, and obviously Suns and Vortex.
Yes, but I don't think that's the story here, Zed. I think the story is that nearly anyone down the top 15 can take out a top 5. We see Suns and we see Vortex. Oh my gosh, I can't speak my names. We see Jinx and Worthy down there in 15th with 90 points. We see Tui and Ronan in 5th with 110. There's only 20 points difference there. Hey, those guys have a bad game and those guys have a great game. You know, the difference between 40 points and 20 points, they're gonna take that spot out. So this is gonna be a really, really good finish here, Xenox.
2 big stories coming into our final game here for the JBL Quantum Cup Fortnite Asia. We've got a sort of top 3 that will be battling it out for that top spot. Then you've got the rest that will be looking for spots 4 and 5. As always, Minnie, Timmy, enjoy this final game.
Thank you, Xenox. I'm sure we will. It is hotting up. This is the last game of the JBL Quantum Cup, match number 6. The ultimate moment, the final chance for these teams to break their way into the top 5 and maybe make the headlines as the victor today. Timmy, it's an exciting day so far, and this is really where it all starts to hot up.
Yeah, game 6, final game. It's the money game here, mate. This is where the men are made. This is where you've got to put your game plan together. This is where you've got to make things work and make things happen. Making sure that you're confident in your game plan and ready to go. This is what it's all about, mate. Game 6 is where I get really excited about Fortnite.
This is where it all starts to get very exciting indeed, as we see Clifford getting an elimination right there as well. This is where it starts to hot up. This is where I think the experience will definitely play a part, because if you've played in this sort of environment before, where this is the ultimate moment, this is the time where you need to absolutely play your best, I think you'll already have an advantage over other, maybe less experienced teams. So, you know, maybe we'll be seeing players that have experience coming out on top right now. As Clifford gets the other elimination, it looks as though Greasy Grove does seem to be a bit of a hot drop right here for Sync and Clifford.
Yeah, so Sync and Oreo have been fighting off spawn for this all game, all tournament. They told us beforehand that they were going to be looking to fight off spawners. Looks like Aussie also looking to try and contest them over here as well. Sync and Oreo trying to put some pressure down on these guys. I don't think they're going to be too worried about this necessarily, but it's going to be an interesting fight. Looks like Aussie putting some nice shots down on Sync, perking his head out a little bit too much. But Oreo and Sync, Oreo, one of the better fighters off spawn, one of the better aimers in our region. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays this. It looks like we've also got Spicy and Dylan having left their respective drop over. Remember, these guys were fighting CO. Looks like they've had enough of fighting CO, and they're going to try to take a little bit of greasy loot and dip.
Looks as though they do manage to get some shots on Dylan and Spicy right here. Do seem to be rotating on that, utilizing that car to make their way out of that area. Good to see from these guys, ensuring that they're getting themselves out. As you mentioned, they did fight CO, so you really don't want to be coming up against CO, the likes of CO in this current situation. They really want to focus on themselves, Timmy, isn't it? You know, you can't really be focusing on other teams and what they're doing. You've really just got to focus on your own game and make sure you close out strong.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, mate. You really want to be sure in your own game plan, you want to make sure you push through, make sure you finish off strong. It's going to be interesting to see how these last guys can put it together. So keeping an eye, like I said, anyone in that top 15. So I'm just going to read out a couple of these names that we've been seeing throughout this tournament. We've got Pumpkin and Volks. Have we spoken once about Pumpkin and Volks? I don't think we have we?
No.
And the thing is, they are currently sitting in 6th with 102 points, 8 points off making money here, and we haven't spoken about them once, and that's the thing. When you're constantly making that top 5, maybe the top 10 sort of placements, you don't necessarily get the press about it, but when you're that consistent, you're going to be consistently making points. So they're currently sitting in 6th place. We haven't really spoken about Kunai, and he's currently in 7th. We've also got Suns and Skits. We've spoken a little bit about them, currently in 8th. Jarlin and Zora in 9th. Sync and Oreo also in 10th. And there's a couple of other players rounding out that top 15, but definitely keeping an eye on that top 10. And anyone sort of stretching that top 15 can easily be making the top 5 for money here. It's just about whether or not they can put it together here, mate.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You explain that really, really well. I mean, there's, you know, so many teams that have slightly gone under the radar potentially that, you know, we haven't really focused on because they've just been that consistent. You know, we haven't really seen too many big moments from them, but that's almost a credit to them. You know, you're able to keep that consistency and maybe not get the eliminations to go alongside the placements quite as much as we've seen Looter do, but what we have seen is them, you know, just keeping consistent with the placements and ensuring that they're not getting eliminated off spawn, as we see Wolfie and Jordy. These guys have been fighting off spawn all day. They seem to be picking their fights very effectively and almost running into every single player that they rotate through. Their rotation path is very scattered with different teams sort of crossing over. There's a bit of a crossroad going on with so many different teams rotating through. And now Twiz and Juan, these guys just outside of the Joneses area. It's going to be a tough situation for them as Twiz does appear to have no shield to his name. And they're going to have to try and disengage here. I think this is smart.
Yeah, that's absolutely smart. And the thing is, there's a few less people towards this area. As it looks like, oh, Geordie does manage to win that fight there against Spicy. Couple little owl dance, unfortunately, there from Wolfie. A little bit of dancing on the body there. That's all right. But the thing is, when you're in Twizz's and Juan's situation here, you're not too sure about where to land. It can actually be really, really difficult to get any sort of momentum going, and that's the thing. Constantly running to try and find a spot where you're not really established in the community. It can be really tough to get something going, as Twiz does unfortunately go down. Juan's left up, and I think this might be Juan's tournament, and I hope he had a good time. But that'll be him done for the day, unfortunately, as it looks like, I think Skits or one of Skits or one of Carry-On's teams does manage to pick him up and finish him off.
Yeah, that's a nice elimination from them, getting those early eliminations. I think going into the final game, you want to have that confidence. You know, you want to be able to, you've talked about it so much, is that confidence, that ability to make sure that you are taking the game by storm. You're not just sort of camping around and letting the placements do the work for you. You're really taking the game into your own hands. Unfortunately, Lockie cannot quite pull off the same clutch they did in the previous game. Now they turn their focus to Riz, who is also a solo. A nice, easy elimination potentially for Matthew. And yes, it's Matthew and Brax, those guys picking up 2 eliminations, one after another.
Yeah, and as we jump straight back over here to Jace and Basil, looks like Jace managed to pick up Raptor there, and it's down to a 1v1 now between Jace and Eshes. Eshes runs in, a nice 100 tag there from Jace, not quite able to hit the second shot. We've got 2 players only with their white health at the moment. Both managed to pop off some shield though, so we should be able to have a relatively clean fight here. Oh, a nice little pre-fire shot there from Jace, timing it nicely. But Zone is pulling a long way to the west side of the map. Eshes does manage to get his finish there on Basil. It's going to be a 1v1 now with Jace versus Eshes. And there's going to be some nice loot available to whoever wins this. As Eshes managed to get a nice little peek shot on him. Does get the double edit, trying to push through now. Jace in a little bit of trouble here.
Jace in a bit of trouble indeed. He has to rotate on out, and he has to utilize these white heals effectively because he's the only one in this fight here that does have the usage of those white heals. Esh just has to be a little bit more aggressive and take out this this player right here in Jace because he needs this. He needs the elimination to get himself the white HP. As his white HP slowly trickles down, the 1-6 Storm is going to be just sort of eliminating his time. You know, he doesn't have time to take long with this fight. Jace, on the other hand, does have time. He has the usage of these chug splashes as well, whereas Esh is a little bit more rushed. He has a little bit more of a reason to want to engage a little bit quicker as Jace tries to use that to his advantage and plays a little bit slower. Is he going to disengage here or is he going to continue the engagement? It looks as though there is another player to add to the party. I think there's some sort of little party going on here between 3 individuals. Wow.
Yeah, and it does look like Eshes is able to find some mid-miss. That is huge. Going to be able to draw this fight out a little bit longer. Looks like Jace trying to pre-fire that. Nice little pre-piece control. Eshes dropping down and making sure that that's not viable. Beautiful peak shot there from Eshes. That might be the shot that wins him the fight. So this is a really good display of some nice peak shots and fighting here. It looks like Jace flips the ramp, but Eshes will win that one. Really nicely done there by Eshes, showing off his skill. And I'm not too sure if you know this, Mitty, but Eshes actually used to be one of the best controller players in our region. He's now swapped himself over to KBM and is still one of the top players in our region. Goes to show how much talent he has. Absolute talent in our region. Really,
wow.
Really one of the it's one of those situations you can almost find hard to believe someone can be that good both on controller and on KBM.
Almost makes you feel like with people like that, they could play on a Nintendo Wii remote and they could even still dominate. You know, there's those sort of natural talent. They have the ability of a top player, and there's a prime example once again, though. Solipans and Seo, these guys look as though they're down to a solo. Seo on his own. We saw them earlier not having that early game fight as they have had so many times, but Seo now having to clutch up as a solo. Or is he going to disengage? This could be the option for him because, of course, this is the final game, the final opportunity to clutch up and get some points. All the placements are going to be absolutely vital as Daneth right here and Riv, these guys picking up their second elimination of the game and really getting some great rewards from that as well. They're going to reap the rewards of that elimination because look at their loadout. 2 legendary weapons from Daneth here.
Yeah, and remember what we talked about earlier about the guys who aren't at the top of the leaderboard. They're going to have to make a really big game to have any chance whatsoever. And that's what we've seen. We've seen a lot of fighting happen. We're down to 46 players alive. And the reason for that is that people are really trying to get in and try have a big game so that they might be able to make themselves push up into that sort of, you know, top 5, top 10 sort of area on the leaderboard. Of course, top 5 is what you'd be playing for money.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And this is a big fight here. We see Matthew and Brax, we saw them already picking up some eliminations. 3 so far for them, but they're still on the hunt. They're not backing down. And it's going to be awkward for Alec and Co right here to manage to get this elimination, especially when you're on the low ground and when you have the confidence of Matthew and Brax. These guys know exactly how to navigate these fights. And likewise, so does Alec and Co. They're looking good, and I'm sure they'll be able to maybe get some return fire shots. But this is tough for them because they don't have too much in the heals department.
Yeah, you never want to have too many heals, or you want to have a lot of heals when you're going up against Orbs. One of them, oh my gosh, as I say that, Brax with an absolutely disgusting drop shot there on Alec. I think he's taken down from 200 all the way down to under 150, leaving him fairly hurt. But this fight's also going to be third-partied from Suns and Skits. Just not a nice situation to be in if you're Alec or if you're Brax or Matthew. You want to be able to get in and get out of these fights as fast as you can. But you've got these highly skilled players. It's really, really difficult to finish these fights fast because they can both, A, hit you hard, and B, make it really hard for you to take them out. You've got high leverage situations as well. There's lots of money to play for. People tend to play a little bit more passive, so it's going to be interesting to see how this fight continues as zone starts to close here.
Yeah, this is where it all starts to get interesting as we see fights taking place inside of the Storm. Sun's being definitely knowledgeable about that. He's able to look into the Storm and maybe pick up an elimination as the health of Alec and his teammates right here. Force is ticking down. They're ticking down. They're losing a lot of HP. They do have the heals to sort of back themselves up here, but it's not going to be easy for them because they need to close out this fight quickly. And Brax does go down all the way down to 0 HP as well. Matthew now on the receiving end of some shots. Alec and Force having to try and clutch up. Can they do it? Can they find some shots? I think they're going to be enough because Matthew is down to less than 20 HP right now as it ticks all the way down. One elimination for him. Is their reign of talent and performance in this game so far gonna come to an end as Matthew having to try and heal his way up? And it looks as though Alec does go down. Was that the Storm, I think, that took out Alec right there?
No,
but that was good.
Still up. Alec's still up. Managed. So Forbes is going to be able to get a res on him. But what? Sorry, it was Matthew's teammate who did go down to the Storm there, ending up giving Forbes a little bit more HP and able to jump in and finish that fight off. See our current 5th place standings. The current FNCS champion Tui sitting here as we got. Oh, that is a tough zone pulls. It pulls all the way bottom left. Sync and Oreo. I'm loving the look of that. Sitting there basically center third. Looking real nice. So keep in mind, Sync and Oreo are currently sitting in, let me have a look. They're currently sitting in 10th place. And they're not too far off. They've got 93 points, which is only 17 points behind Tui and Suns. So if Tui and Suns get hit with a little bit of... Oh, this is big. This is a big fight here. We got Jarlin and Zora, who are currently sitting in 9th, taking a fight on our 1st place contestants. That could be a very interesting fight to continue watching here. You see Jarlin taking a bit of damage.
Oh.
Zora responding in kind. We've got 45 seconds before the zone starts to close. But this is going to be very high leverage in terms of potential money for the 1st place getters. And then, of course, for Zora and Jarlin, who are currently in 9th. But it looks like Zora and Jarlin aren't going to try and finish that fight off. They're going to look like they're going to dip. Oh, that's...
Oh.
I wonder if that's going to cause them a little bit of trouble down the line as they have to rotate into zone as well. A little shoot in the back from Raikou there. Might get Zorojan a little bit angry. A little bit angry about what just happened.
It might do indeed. They have to rotate through and they have to follow in the path of that team as well. So for Raikou and Spiker, they've almost made it more difficult for themselves by angering the team in front of them because they now have the upper hand because they're inside of the zone. Raikou and Spiker have to rotate through. And, you know, if they situate themselves up on that mountain, it could be very, very difficult for them to rotate on through into the zone. Of course, the experience of Raikou and Ko, they know exactly how to play now that we're hopping on board with Luta. And sorry, these guys, again, stacking up on the Chug Smash, but unfortunately for Luta, not stacking up on the HP. He's all the way down to 95, or to, I think he was like 60 HP, but Raikou down to 95 HP, as this is a situation that they have to navigate through as CEO, there's another player. So this is another top duo that they're having to go up against here.
Yeah, it definitely is. Zedox, sorry, CEO, and Zedox and Raikou actually trioed together last season. So still putting some pressure down on their ex-teammate. Sure, their rotation's difficult. Nice little slide there. See a nice little slide and build, keeping themselves safe. That 1 point difference between Sorov and, of course, Vortex and Suns being very evident. But this could be our 2nd place team catching a little bit of a lobby focus here. Sync and Sorov's team are putting some serious pressure down here onto Tui, which is our current 5th place. If these guys go down, we've got 110 as an absolute target to hit the 5th for anyone else who wants to make a leap. It's going to be interesting to see if they can hold off this pressure.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, they've almost situated themselves in a very difficult situation because there's so many different mountains in the zone, so many different hills, and so many teams that are looking towards that area on the low ground. But talking about low ground, the opposite of that, we got high ground, we got Vortex. and his teammate Suns. These guys already trying to dominate that high ground, and they played the mountain lottery. They played the hill roulette here almost in choosing a hill to situate themselves up on and station up on, and luckily for them, it has paid off. The hill and the mountain that they are on is inside of the next zone, which is going to be absolutely vital for them. They probably won't pull half and half from this central section of the zone, but what they will allow them to do, it allows them to hold that high ground because they have a nice sort of plane to rotate through. They don't have to, you know, they're not going to have to rotate too far, even if the zone does pull a little bit further away from them. They're in the central area. They can rotate nice and easily to any half and half zone. Well, whether they'll be able to keep on to that high ground is another question, but Raikou and Spiker right here, they're definitely having a bit of a tough time in this final game here. They're looking to try and hold on to their top spot, but they're not making it easy for them, are they, these other teams?
Look at that rotation they have to make as well, Minnie. That is not pleasant whatsoever. They have a long way to go. Looking great for Vortex and Suns over here, sitting at the top of this mountain. But when they were all the way over on that western edge here of third, and then fourth pulls all the way over to the east, they're not going to be too happy about that rotation they have to make. It's going to be interesting to see if they get held out by any of those teams. See, at the top left, we've got a nice little gathering of teams. It's going to be interesting to see if they get held by any of those as they try and make their way in here. They've got Dennis sitting above them with Rivley. And of course, they've got those teams. Oh, they're going to be trying to rotate into a bunch of these teams here, I think. I think we might see Zedox and... Sorry, my mind's going blank. It looks like we're going to see Spiker and Raikou maybe have a potential tough time as they rotate here into this fourth zone.
Yeah, that's a really good point. They don't have any rotation devices either, so it's going to be tough for them to rotate on through. As you're seeing them just staying a little bit lower now, so they're having to rotate and they're having to time it really well. I think, Timmy, this is what's most important here, isn't it? It's the timing for them.
Absolutely. It's making sure that you got the right hand. Oh, no, this is not good. As soon as they got hit for white, I think they might be catching some sort of lobby focus potentially. It's going to be very interesting to see. Ronan and Tui are pushing this outside of zone. They're looking to finish this off. Raikou and Spiker here, our first place team, might go down early as zone is closing in on them, and they're going to catch a nice little... Going to catch a bit of... Spiker does go down. They're going to catch a bit of a focus here. Tui. No, it's Rivley who takes him down. Rivley taking down Raikou, the only one left up, our current first place team. They do pull half-half though.
Zone.
A little bit of luck goes their way. However, Raikou is now up as a solo. Keep in mind they do have about a 14-point lead on Luda and Soraf here, so they do have a little bit of room to play with, but is it enough room for a solo to play with? Gonna have to wait and find out.
We've seen Raikou clutching up as a solo before. He's going to have to do it again, but with much higher stakes. Absolutely vital right now. But no, another of our top teams going into this game, Vortex and Co. They were in third place, but now Vortex has gone down. And Raikou, that is the end of their reign. The train has been derailed. They are gone. That is it. The door is open for second, third, fourth. Any of these teams to really take advantage.
It really is. Remember, they had 148 points, but they were 14 points ahead of second place. Soraf and Luda and Suns and Vortex are now on the. This could be them, but no, we're seeing. Wait, no, I think Suns won that gunfight. I think Suns won the gunfight there. Yeah, look, you see there, Lego Ninja takes out Cyrex, wins the ones, and I think Vortex is still down, but Suns winning that gunfight allows him to get him up. That is huge from Suns, and I think that may be the difference between them winning a few thousand and a lot of thousand.
That was a multi-$1,000 fight right there, and a multi-$1,000 moment for Suns. And of course, he is up to the challenge, and I'm sure this team will be up for the challenge of this endgame as well. We see Vortex and Suns making their name known up on the high ground. They're going to lose it, though, a little bit earlier. I'm sure they're not too upset about that as of now. The material count is looking good. They want to hold on to those for a little bit of a later push. They do have the launch pad in play as well. So looks as though Zalka, one of our previous game winners, is up there. But no, they're looking to spray down. They're not happy with second height here. They're taking a little bit of a stance here to try and spray down the team up on top. And I wonder if they know that Spiker and Raikou have gone down. I wonder if they know that maybe it's not the time to make the risky play and maybe just close this on out, because they're in third place going into this. The only team above them was Lusa and Soref, but they, of course, were only 1 point ahead of them. Very, very close up in that area. And I think because they have the eliminations, Vortex is probably going to be making a push for first team.
Yeah, it's going to come down to eliminations here. Of course, we've still got a lot of placement to play for, but I assume that Luda and Sorif and Vortex and Suns here will most likely make it through to one of the later stages of the placement, and I think it will come down to how many elims they can put together as each duo. So it's going to be something to keep an eye on here in the kill feed, seeing if you can see either of those two teams picking up some kills as Vortex lands fairly safely, and it looks like they're going to go for height here. No, it looks like Suns has actually reversed that call. Going to play through the mid ground. As Zora and Jarlin, I've said it. That is Ronan and Sui. That's our current 5th place team. As we go through some of these other teams, Pumpkin is still up. He is in 6th place. Pumpkin, we haven't spoken his name all day, I swear, but he is still up in 6th place. Can he make his jump? So that they were 10 points or 8 points behind, so Pumpkin only needs to survive a few more placement points or get a few more kills here, and he might be able to jump up into 5th and secure him and Volk some money here.
Absolutely, with Ronin and Tui going down, that's an absolutely vital opportunity right now. But we're seeing Luther and Sorif sort of going back to their consistency style of play at the beginning of the tournament today. As Zolka looks to be trying to regain high ground with his teammate Zora in the back of zone as well. Have their mounting attack into that top 5 currently, or going into this game. They were 9th, so they have to make sure they can really close out this game in style. And so is Vortex and Suns right now. They do have 3 eliminations. That's all important. Are they going to connect to this mountain, though? They might be able to connect to this hill and really take the high ground and take it early. They're really demanding that high ground, and they are commanding it as well, as we see them do so often.
This is reminiscent of the reboot rounds. We've got a bunch of teams who need to make something happen to make money. And unfortunately, it looks like we've seen Zorka and Price, who were in 14th place going into this game. They're not going to be able to win there. Pumpkin has made it through to top 10. He could be making a play for money here, but no, he doesn't flip the ramp. He's taking the pressure and unfortunately goes down. That will be Suns picking up. I think Suns and Vortex are going to wrap up first place here unless we can see Sorif and Luda pick up a bunch of kills, because they are currently the only other team who might be able to make a push for that first place spot. But unfortunately, I think it looks like Suns, and look at that, 7 kills versus 1 kill. Unless we see Sorif and Luda pick up every single kill here and then get the win, I really don't think it'll be enough to outplace that kind of kill points as we see them drop down to low here. But Vortex and Suns up on height. I think this is a little bit of a victory lap for them, but Sorif, Luda going to try and pick up the win here to see if they can outplace that placement point. Jonathan Rivley's still up in this one as well.
Reckless went down there as well in the feed, so now it's all up to these two teams. A 2-horse race. Luther getting an elimination there as well. I think it was Sorif who gets the elimination fully right there as well. That's only their 2nd of the game so far, though, so they really want to try and find as many of these as possible. They almost need the other elimination. There's only one other solo apart from Vortex and Suns right here, but Suns goes down. Wow, this is a huge moment. Sorif gets the elimination, and it was Vortex who does take out Riv. Now it's a 2v1 situation. It is Luther versus Vortex, and of course we have Sorif on Luther's team. So can they clutch up? Vortex trying to go down but can't quite make it. That has thrown a spanner in the works. Is it going to be enough for Luther and Sorif? Oh, it's going to be exciting.
Oh, it's going to be so good.
Wow. Oh, what a finish here for Fortnite Asia, JBL Quantum Cup. I'm doing the numbers. I'm not going to lie. I'm literally sitting there at the end of the game, boys, and I'm just typing in all of the eliminations, the victory points as well. I'm trying to do the math in my head right now, but I'm starting to think maybe Suns and Vortex Mini might have it done. Of course, one of the bigger talking points is the fact that Spiker and Raikou, they went out around 15th. I don't know if they're going to gain anything from this game.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, they were in 1st place. They had a really, really good start, but they couldn't quite make it in that end game. We saw a really, really unfortunate 4th zone for them, so they had to rotate so far. It was almost impossible for them to rotate all the way through. So very, very unfortunate for them. But, I mean, what a play from the Height team. I mean, Vortex showing what they do best. They couldn't quite close out with a victory, though, but I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
Now, Timmy, by the way, I'm sorry, I have to just cut you. I think we might have like a 1-point win here, but I'll let you guys talk about the highlights first, but this is going to be really close.
This is going to be so close. I'm trying to do the maths in my head as well, Zenox. This is going to come down to this is going to be ridiculous. And you got to think, you're like, the high leverage moments we've seen, the Luda solo clutch, the Sun solo clutch, where he managed to get 10th. And 18 points for his team as a solo. There's all sorts of high leverage moments that might be the difference between what could have been $15,000 and something less, you know. So this is some serious money, and we're talking about miniature moments that could have made the difference between that and some seriously life-changing money. Unfortunately, we saw our current leaders before this game going down here, taking some pressure from 3 or 4 different teams. But as we enter the late game, it was all about Vortex versus Luda and his team. Of course, something else to mention, potentially the top 5, Jarlin and Zora with, I think, minimum of 10 kills this game. They went off, so it's interesting to see if they're going to make it in the top 5, but it was all about these two teams here and how Luda and Sorov managed to take out a few more people going into that last zone here, making it really, really interesting here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they absolutely had to. They needed to go for those eliminations because, of course, knowing of Vortex and Co all the way up on high ground, getting eliminations, and this was the final elimination on to them. So, unfortunately for Vortex, they couldn't quite close it out with a victory, but for Luther and Sorif, they did as much as they possibly could when it needed to happen.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not going to lie. I was completely looking at the tallying points. I did not even see we were in the highlights there. This has just gone by so quick. I think I've got it, but I'm not going to spoil it. I think I've figured it out. What I will say, though, Mini, is that it's been utterly close. It's the chaos of 6 games. And honestly, for all of the, I'll say core 4 teams that we've spoken about, probably from match 1 all the way through to match 6, which is essentially Ludo and Sorov, Sons and Vortex, Moosman, Reckless, and to a degree Spiker and Raiko as well. Talk about a level of consistency that we probably didn't get from any other teams compared to that group of 4.
Yeah, they were very, very consistent. You know, we saw some really great eliminations combined with those placements. We saw great high ground takes from Vortex. I like the way they played that last game. They didn't back down. They went all the way up onto high ground. They stuck to their guns and stuck to their strategies. And we saw those strategies today. You know, we saw so many different strategies being adopted high ground, low ground, high eliminations versus low eliminations. But that's what it all comes down to. And I think for a lot of these teams, their consistency was very, very good. But I think each and every team in that top 4 maybe had one game where they were not too happy. So there was always that one game and they're like, okay, maybe we didn't have the best game there, and that's why they didn't dominate today.
Obviously, in the end, disappointing for Spiker and Raiko, I think more than any of the teams to me in that last game. No eliminations. It was 15th or 16th, considering the lead that they had. We'll go to the match results, and I'll sort of let you maybe, I guess, take us through kind of some of these points here. But it was, of course, Vortex. And obviously, in the end, Suns getting 6 more points than Luda and Sorif. And for those who have been following along, to me, that probably spoils our winner.
Yeah, might spoil it slightly, but the things that I'm also looking for is some of these other teams that could potentially sneak into the money. We've got Suns and Skits with a big game. We've got Jarlin and Zora with a big game there as well. Muzma and Reckless sort of sneak into 4th. Wouldn't see them really there at the end game there, but you did mention it there though. But again, Pumpkin and Volks, a team we didn't speak much about at all. I think this race for top 5 is actually going to be really, really intriguing to see who managed to pull out, you know, for the money. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that top 2 result does slightly spoil who might have come out in the top there, Xenox.
I mean, in saying that, Mini, Spiker and Raikou, I mean, they got 9 points from this game. They might still be able to edge out here, remembering they were a decent amount above both Luda and Sorif and Suns and Vortex.
Yeah, they did give themselves a little bit of breathing room going into Game 6, and unfortunately for them, they did have to use it because they didn't quite have the end that they would have wanted. So for them, they're hoping that it's going to hold. Is it going to be enough? Do I think? Probably not, unfortunately. They didn't quite give themselves enough of a buffer, and they didn't give themselves enough of a good game in their final game to really make something from the entire game. But you know what? They did very, very well. I think it was just a little bit of misfortune from them and a really, really tough situation with the rotates in the zones.
Even if they don't get top spot, even if they don't get 2nd spot, I would imagine top 5 should be all but confirmed, at least for that little duo, as they had a great day. And yeah, unfortunately, in the final game, it was a bit rough. Only the 9 points gained. Then I think it looks like that may be allowing 2 different teams to leapfrog over both of them. We've then got, obviously, the battle for 4th and 5th as well, Timmy, which we know was very congested. I think you mentioned it coming into this game. Really, from 5th to about 16 was very, very close, and that's where, you know, we're going to need to see the final standings before we have any idea who's going to be 4th and 5th.
Yeah, because there were some established teams though. We saw Tui and Ronan. We saw a couple of teams in that sort of 5th, 6th sort of spot. We saw Sync as well. We saw him up there. It's just going to be a who's who of teams who had good games, and I think we're going to be looking to see Elam's making the difference here, and whether or not people were confident in their game right the way through the tournament, enough so to be able to pull out a few extra Elams and potentially jump them up into that top 5, top 4 sort of spot for a bit of extra money.
Well, enough talking around it. Let's get straight to it here for our final standings of the day. After all 6 matches here for the JBL Quantum Cup. Now, for the top 10, unfortunately, those from 6th to 10th will not be taking home any prize pool mini, but still a decent showing.
Definitely a decent showing, and we spoke about it earlier, the experience that this is offering these teams, so many opportunities for success, setting up for success in the future, and getting this experience is going to be absolutely vital. So if you are one of these teams, very, very close, almost in the cash, but I'm sure you'll be able to utilize that experience and really take it into the next tournament.
Let's have a look and see which duo managed that 5th place finish, which I believe is about $2,000 USD, and it's going to be Suns and I don't know, is it FA or Skits, Timmy?
Skits. Yeah, Skits, and the fact that he's a free agent, so he's looking to be signed after a nice 5th place performance here with a $2,000 prize pool winnings here for him. This is a really, really good performance. We saw they had a really big last game. They came in 3rd in terms of the match placement for that last game, and I think that might have been enough to just bump them ahead of Jarlin and Zora, who I think had about 35 or 36 elims on the day. So crazy, crazy performance from them, just not able to put it together for the elims. But again, keeping on going down the leaderboard there. Just want to talk briefly on Pumpkin and Vox, because didn't speak about them all day, but it goes to show if you're consistent, it doesn't matter if we talk about you, because you're constantly there, you're constantly getting kills, constantly putting yourself in the top 10, and as a result, nearly making money.
Definitely anything inside of the top 10 is a win, even though only the top 5 do take home money. We'll go to 4th place. This is probably the point now, Mini, where we're going to start to see the names of the day. In this case, Muzma and Reckless, $3,000 USD. And look at the difference as well, the points difference between 4th and 5th.
Wow. Yeah, that is a considerable margin indeed. And I think that's really down to Muzma and Reckless's really great performance towards the latter stages of today. They really managed to take notes of what they did before and really improve throughout the whole day. They've taken the games by storm, and they were a team that I highlighted a little bit earlier on at the beginning of the show. And it's nice to see them in the top 4, because I think they deserved it after a really, really good showing in the final 3 games.
Fully expecting, I think, maybe Spiker and Raikou to be in this 3rd place position as we get that result to come through here, Timmy, and indeed it is. $5,000 though, still nothing to scoff at, and again, another big point gap between 3rd to 4th, which, as we know, already had a pretty big point gap from 4th to 5th. I mean, that's a metric ton of points from 3rd to 5th.
Yeah, that is a lot, and it goes to show the quality and the consistency of the teams, making sure you got a good game plan. It's all really, really important. So really big congratulations to Spiker and Raikou. Probably be upset about how that last game went, but you can't be really upset with a $5,000 prize pool when you win it.
Now, for those, of course, who are better at maths than I am, you should probably know who is in that top spot. Let's go and have a look at our top 2 competing duos here today. No surprise, it's Suns and it's Vortex taking home the large share, $15,000 USD, by just 5 points over Sorif and Luta, Mini.
5 points is all that separated the top teams at the end. It came down to the wire, absolutely. It was so close. I mean, 5 points, that's 3 eliminations. That's all that separated Vortex and Luta's team. I mean, still a considerable prize for Luta and Sorif, and they really, really did well today. They probably only had 1 bad game, but bad game for them would be great game for many. They set such high standards. They're such a solid duo, and I can't wait to see more from them.
Obviously, in the end, Timmy, 5 points, it's heartbreaking, but $10,000 USD, that in itself is a large prize.
Yeah, Sorif and Luta, you're probably a little bit upset that it's so small, but, you can't scoff at $10,000. They're going to be stoked about that, and I'm sure that they're now feeling a lot more confident moving into the season and playing as a duo as well, which is another really important aspect of what this tournament's been able to provide.
An amazing day overall, but I think, Mini, it's fair to say that top 4 very much setting the standard and really setting themselves, I guess, away from the rest of the competition today. Despite even really, 6th to 10th all still having really solid days, they just couldn't quite compete with that top 4.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting to follow those top 4, because we've seen a bit of a switch up of who's been on top, who's been a little bit lower, who's, making a surge to the top side of the leaderboard. It's really been interesting because they haven't just been, I think it's interesting when one team always dominates, but today we haven't had that. We've had 3, 4, 5 teams that have really been in the mix, and as it so happened, only 5 points separated 2nd and 1st, so it really was anyone's game.
Timmy, I guess we'll start to give final thoughts here. Are you surprised at all by any of the results there in the top 10?
Not at all. I think maybe Reckless and Muzma, because they're not necessarily known as like absolute, tier 1 professionals within the region, but the fact that Mini pointed them out is fantastic. Knowing when a team works well together in a duo's capacity because there's good chemistry or a good game plan, something like that, is really important to understanding how a meta might show out. So really good call out there from Mini. But I'm not surprised by the top 3 whatsoever. Raikou and Raikou and his team are obviously really top quality players. And then Sorif and Luda and Suns and Vortex were probably the 2 top duos that most people were considering in their top 2 before this tournament started. So no surprises for me. And I'm happy for everyone how to perform.
We'll go back, I guess, one final time here, gents, before we close the show and just sort of get final thoughts and opinions on what's been a fantastic day here. Mini, you can go first, mate.
Yeah, I agree. Fantastic day. What an experience to cast it alongside you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure as you know, to be alongside and to cast over some of the finest talent in this region. We've talked so much about the pro players, the top of the leaderboard, but big shout outs to those content creators that have taken part today as well. A little highlight from Lachlan, of course, getting that great elimination earlier on. I'm sure he'll be happy about that. And I'm sure we have a few Lachlan fans watching as well. So really well done from him. And it really shows that, we've had a really great mixture today. It's not just been dominance from the high teams and the top teams. We've also had some great moments across the board, so it's been great.
A lot of great moments, Timmy, throughout the day. Give us your sort of final thoughts and opinions before we wrap up.
Just a big thank you to JBL, obviously, for throwing this whole tournament together. And we don't get a huge amount of support in OC, just being one of the smaller regions. So the fact that they were happy to bring the prize pool down and bring an awesome production team down and put this on for the region, it means a lot to us. So big shout out to JBL. Thank you very much to you guys for that. It's a great tournament and some great moments, some awesome, really fun casting alongside Mini and you hosting here, Xenox. I really appreciate you guys making it nice and easy on me. And big thank you to everyone involved.
Very much big thank you to both of you, gentlemen. You've been absolute professionals. Today wouldn't have been able to do the show without either of your insights and, of course, your wonderful casting. But that is going to be Fortnite Asia done here for the JBL Quantum Cup. Now, we do have the EU action in about 6 hours' time, so make sure you hit that follow button. Stay tuned. There's going to be more Fortnite action to come in a few hours. But in terms of Asia, we are done here. Big thank you to everyone for tuning in, of course, JBL as well for this event. But that's going to be us done here for the Asia portion. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
When I'm in an important match, my JBL Quantum 1 headset delivers the 3 things that I need the most: sound precision, communication clarity, and total comfort. I can hear my enemies reload, planting the spike, their footsteps, and even more. Echo canceling makes sure you're heard loud and clear to rally the troops. Active noise canceling eliminates outside noise so that my team and I can keep our heads in the game. Premium memory foam ear cushions, perfect for intense gaming sessions. JBL Quantum 1. Sound is survival.